Hello, how are we? Is anyone out there? We thought we would stream just because, well, I don't like doing the stream. I'm sure with the mailbox being destroyed, it's more of a hassle.
yes.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. Okay, so where are we? We called it Misty-Nighty-Streamy. There's a lot of mist. We haven't had a mist in a long time. I guess it's warm enough, mild enough, and wet enough that you can all this. Like, it's like driving through a cloud.
Yeah.
There's a lot of misty fields and
Hard
misty.
to see.
Yeah, it's kind of what you can see on the road. Like the road is clear, but then there's like a wall of cloud. It's one of those kind of nights.
Yes.
So Misty-Nighty-Streamy, we shall call this. Let's take a look here. Wait, what is this? What's going on here? This is back here. So they keep changing StreamYards. Like now I got this thing's here. It's going to tilt me. I mean, I guess it makes things easier, but that's going to tilt me out. What else? Okay.
Just have to keep going on.
Okay, good. That is streaming, so I can't always tell. Sometimes it says live and you're not live. Okay, there we go. All right, so we're on. Okay, so we're going to be on too long, just a beer or two, and now we got I just went to the diner.
Oh, yes.
Got some pork roll, egg, and cheese. We need something to eat. I was like, but no, we went out. We're looking at new mail. It's a whole long thing. As you know, this is a rental house, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, wait, I'll show them the disaster. You field the one or two people who want to wants to say anything.
If anyone wants to chat, feel free.
Don't like beg people to chat. Just say, if you want to chat or whatever.
Yes.
Sit there, talk about yourself.
I'm doing all right. Just a little stuff from the meal we ate. Oh, nice.
Well, it's more for us. It's more to document,
Yeah,
we'll look back and say, remember when that happened? Okay.
Yes.
This is a piece of trim, I believe, right?
Yeah.
It's not a windshield wiper. It's trim. What would you say this is? Plastic trim.
Definitely trim.
And this is, of course, a busted side view mirror. I believe left side view mirror. I think it'll go on like this. It's a busted left side, I think.
Yes.
There's still shards of broken glass and shit.
Go easy with it.
Actually, which one is this? Where would this have gone on? This is it's a left.
Yeah.
Okay. So don't worry, it's not mine. Or his. It's the one that belonged to the guy that took out our mailbox.
Yeah, yesterday evening, I guess we'll say.
Yeah, it's like, what time was it about? You remember?
I don't recall the time.
The sun was still up. It must have been
5:30ish maybe.
Okay.
I don't know. We heard a noise, like a crashing type noise. And we just thought that maybe like a landscaping truck went by.
A garbage truck or any kind. It sounded like a large truck. So I thought it was kind of a loud sound, but ignored it. And then there was shortly thereafter a ring on the bell, and it was a cop. Same cop who came to the house when I burned my hand and spurged out. That's a whole other story.
Yes.
The same cop that they called, that chick called, the one who bandaged my hand.
Yes.
Anyway, he comes to the door. I'm like, shit, what now? And he's like, the guy fell asleep at the wheel. He took down your mailbox and your neighbors. So he came out. I met the guy with some Indian, and he was all like, oh, I'm so sorry. I know a handyman who can fix it. So I said, all right, fine. I said, listen, if we can fix this cheap, I won't bother your insurance. The pig told me, you got to wait like 5 business days for a report. You can go through the insurance. I'm like, fine, whatever. So then we look at the mailbox, and I don't know. I think it's mailbox is like over 30 years old. It's one of those, it's on a post. The mail truck drives up and puts shit in, and the post can probably be saved. It's fairly sturdy, the post itself, but the mailbox, what do you call it? Those different pieces, the resting board, whatever it's called, the arm, everything's destroyed. Even the box itself is like bent. So it's like, so I'm like trying to think, like, if I can fix this cheap, and if the guy wants to give me a couple $100, I'll just fix it myself. But and part of me wants me to say, you get me a new mailbox. I don't want the landlord to know, so it's kind of like, so that's my existence.
An annoyance that we have to deal with.
Yeah, another problem.
No fault of our own, but there's a mess.
He's supposed to be sending a handyman to come to see me tomorrow. I'm like, oh, Christ. And I had I told him I was off, which is true. I'm always off. I go back to work in a couple of weeks. But anyway, I guess I got to be up at like 10ish to see some fucking
handyman.
Freudian slip. I'm worried about the landlord.
Yes.
Handyman. I got my handyman. I'm like, this can't be fixed. I don't have the handyman to say, yeah, you can get some wood glue and glue it back together. It'll just fall apart in a couple months. I'm like, no, I'm going to say, if I got it through your insurance, I will, because this is fucking bullshit. And, I thank a pretty girl for bandaging my hand. She calls the police because I made her feel uncomfortable. This dude could have killed the kid, could have killed that old lady, could have killed anybody. And, like, he probably won't lose his license. He just fell asleep behind the wheel. My God. So, yes. That's the story of our existence. Just another hassle at our expense. Yes. What else? I'm not going to repeat the whole story. All you need to know. This will answer all your questions. I can see my reflection. You see me? I can see this.
Oh yeah. Very nice.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Anyway. How are you, Rafterman? No. Good guess, but no. That's not from my car. That belongs to the guy who hit my mailbox.
Yeah.
It's the guy who fell asleep at the wheel and crashed in my mailbox. Do we know John Doe? I'm trying to remember.
That picture looks familiar of that cartoon.
Willem.
Oh
Hey.
wow, no way. Long time.
Yeah. It's nice to see you again. You don't come around too often. Good to see you. You still want to get SSI? Did you apply for SSI? Or I need a new mailbox. Some asshole fell asleep and took mine out. He left me his side view mirror in exchange. So I got to figure out the mailbox situation. But you wanted to work for the post office at one point in time. I got to make sure that the postmaster general approves of, with the mailbox, you can't just put a mailbox in. It's got to be a certain height, certain distance from the curb, et cetera, et cetera. So, hello, John Doe. And that's fine. They can all stay there. Dumbs are busy guys. It's a happening place. There must be 50, 60 people there. So it's okay. Let the starlings stay over there. It's more exciting.
Yes.
Why would you want to hear me talk about fixing a mailbox? You can actually watch him drill some holes in his way. Yeah, fix his door.
Yes.
Well, I'm going to go back to wage cut soon, but I want to eventually get SSDI. And you're young enough. You're only 20, 21. You should be doing it now. Get SSI now if you want.
Yes.
Because once you start working, you might as well get SSDI if you put so much into it like I did. All right, so we got a Willem, we got a John Doe, and we got a Rafterman. All just dropping in to say hello.
All right.
Hello, starlings.
Hello,
Yes.
everybody.
Well, that's for Dumb is more charismatic. Okay, by all means, you'd much rather watch him fix the door and not even acknowledge you than you would me sitting here having a beer and saying hi, starlings. So if that's what you'd rather do, go fly off and do that. Okay. Yeah, it's good to see Willem again. Nice guy. Nice kid.
Spend some time.
And John Doe. It sounds right. I can't place whatever. Okay. And if we're winding down now, we are. We just wanted to pop on and discuss what happened with the mailbox because now it's I guess I can keep the post because it's just a wooden post. Maybe if I can put a new plastic that goes around the old post, keep the old post, and new plastic comes the attachment piece, the arm to put the mailbox on. Maybe I'll probably need a new mailbox. I know the handyman is going to try to undercut me. Oh yes, I can glue it back together. Yeah, I know the meme. John Doe, do we know you? Have you been here? Nice to meet you. Yeah, Wojak, you've seen that before.
Yeah, okay.
He's using one of those pictures.
Yeah.
Who is John Doe? Do we know him? Is it someone under a different name? Who knows? What else? Yeah. Oh, I feel it. Oh my God, I'm singing that song. The full story with what? We don't know again. What full story about Dumb hanging the door? What story are we looking for?
Yeah.
Because we told the full story, you just weren't here. You want me to repeat the whole story? A guy hit our mailbox. I had another hassle on my hands. Says he fell asleep at the wheel. Should I do a video of us trying to fix the mailbox? Or
I don't think
that'd be very boring, wouldn't it?
It's not our style. But
I'll take pictures and upload them more. I do feel tired. I do. Hey, Diner.
Yes.
What? Oh, maybe. Was your name John Doe? I can't remember. Hello, Zenesis. This is the Austrian, Indo-Austrian guy with the great jawline who came on the other night.
I'm fine.
Yeah, towards the end, he was getting tight, kind of out of it. Yeah, so it's, yeah. Are you okay, or is your leg hurting you again?
No problems whatsoever.
Oh, look, man, it's nice that you're here, but I can't promise anything. I mean, just, Todd sometimes shows up, sometimes he doesn't. There's no guarantee of anything. He seems to either want to talk to or about Cassandra. So here, I'll tell you what. If you wait a sec, I'll just show you. He was fairly chatty in the comments. How do I do this now? There's a new thing here.
Click on that.
No, I gotta open up the new where the pages. Christ, such a pain in the ass. Hold on,
Don't
wait a
even
minute.
bother.
No, we can make this happen. It's okay. It was actually easier to do that without all these things here. All right. So if we go back here, let's see if we can do this. Share screen. Okay, can you guys, where are we? Can we see, this is the other stream of the night. And if we scroll down, I'm not going to read every comment he made, but the takeaway, because there's quite a back and forth betwixt this. The takeaway is Cassandra is a great example to talk about in your endless normie spurg discussions. Yes, I've always said if everyone who comes around, she's the most normie, although she begs to differ. He says he doesn't really care for talking with her for similar reasons as Danny or Dev Pike stated. Then I know he goes, Cassandra doesn't want me to discuss her, so no joining stream. And I told him, I said, look, man, you're still God to us. If you want to talk to or about Cassandra, then you shall talk to or about Cassandra. Don't worry about her reticence. I'm very persuasive. I am very persuasive with her. I'm sure she'll be here sooner than later. So if Dumb wants to either talk to or about Cassandra, that's cool. And now if I'm sorry, Dumb. Freudian slip because Dumb is streaming right now. If the other one, Todd, wants to talk to or about Cassandra, that's fine. I wouldn't bring anyone else on because it would be too overwhelming. But yeah, if he wants to talk to Cassandra, sure, why not? Love to hear. It'd actually be kind of refreshing because sometimes, like the other night, I walked away at some point. Well, he was tripping, but I let Dev Pike talk to Xenesis. Sometimes it's nice to let the guests talk amongst themselves. And of course, I come back and Dev Pike is gone. He's like, why did you block me? I'm like, I didn't, you idiot. You probably hit some button you didn't realize. So I come back to one guy instead of two. I'm like, Christ. So I can't leave you Starlings unattended for too long. That's why. So watch him and watch you. It's like, So, but yeah, if Todd wants to come on, it would just be either just him or him and Cassandra. If he wants to talk to Cassandra, if he doesn't want to come on, he doesn't have to. I can't promise you anything. But Xenesis, thank you for coming on last night. And it's good. He says it's good to hear you didn't trip and fall and kill yourself. Yes. No, we just lost our mailbox the other day. The other night, a big crash. And when did we stream? Was that 2 nights ago? 2 nights ago, right? This is his side view mirror. This was still on the sidewalk, so I took it. He crashed right into it's like a post here. The mail truck goes around, puts mail in. He crashed right into it. Now I got to fucking fix a mailbox. And I don't own the mailbox. The landlord does. And I even told the guy, he's polite. He's an Indian guy, one of your mother's people. I'm so sorry. I fell asleep at the wheel. And like the cop, there's a pig. He goes, here, it'll take about 5 business days to report. I'm like, well, and you got to go through the insurance and all this shit. I said, listen, I said to the Indian, listen, if you want to pay for this and keep it, whatever, as long as it looks good in the end, I won't go through insurance. Oh, yes, I have a handyman. And he texted me today, the handyman is going to come tomorrow. So I got to be awake to look at the handyman. So it's like, Christ, another hassle I don't need. Well, not really, but I'm pretty sure it's round. We just had the equinox the other day, the equinox, when, the northern, well, for us, it was the vernal equinox. In the southern hemisphere, it's the autumnal, and that's when, the Earth. So, yeah, I don't think a flat Earth would explain the 24-hour rotation and the 365 days around the sun, but the every 90-day, curving. No, I don't think the Earth is flat. No, I think it's, I don't know why people believe that, but I guess anything's possible. What's your opinion on that?
The Earth is round.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. What is the argument that it's flat? When I was driving the auto part job that I got fired from, every time I get in the highway and traffic, we all fucked up. It was some Indian, some curry. Like, it's like they bring them into this country. They import them. Basically, we just give them like the great replacement theory. They give them capital. They give them none of them can drive. None of them really belong here. It's like, I kind of feel like if this been a white guy, well, first, this probably wouldn't have happened. And if it did, the dude would be like, look, I'm sorry, man. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll fix it myself here. I'll just write you a check now or whatever. I feel like, oh, I'm so sorry. So it's like, Christ. It's like,
it's more of a hassle.
Yeah. Now I got to suffer because, he's going to try to undercut me and do something scummy. Oh, my God. A small, close sun. No, I don't think so. How would that explain the change of seasons? It would just be rotating on the same spot over and over and over again. I don't understand.
Yeah,
That doesn't make any sense. Now, that wouldn't change. Why is it, winter here going to spring and summer there going into fall? It's because the Earth, in addition to 24 hours a day, it takes 1 day to rotate on its axis. It takes 365 days to go around the sun. But in addition to, do we have a ball of some sort or no? In addition to spinning every 24 hours, in addition to going around the sun, it's also turning wobbling. So it's like, the solstice, the equinox, the other solstice. Yeah. And when one hemisphere is pointing towards the sun, it's their summer, it's the other one's winter, and vice versa. No, I don't think a flat earth and a sun, no, I don't think it'll explain anything. Well, no, Guillermo, Christ, one more time. I have a problem. You see this, Guillermo? Do you see this? Do you see this? Do you see my headache? Do you see this, Guillermo? Do you see this? Ugh. Do you see that, Guillermo?
Guillermo.
Drywall will have to wait. I honestly understand what you're trying to say. It makes smaller and smaller and bigger circles on the top of the earth. What? No, some guy fell asleep, crashed in my mailbox. That's his rear view mirror, and I gotta fix it. Yeah, side view mirror. I gotta fix the fucking mailbox. This is what this boils down to. It's not a hassle. A fucking hassle. In a house I don't own. Christ. What issue are we talking about? Mailboxes or the flat Earth? What's the flat Earth have to do? Why are we having some bizarre? I do recall.
I think he's talking about Indian people.
Oh, Indian people. Oh yeah, 1,000%. Oh god, yeah. But there have always been there is a flat Earth society and a hollow Earth society and all these people who believe in nonsense. But no, there's no. Yes, no offense, but your people are. I don't know. Remember the Gypsies? When the Gypsies first appeared in Egypt. I'm sorry. When the Gypsies first appeared in Europe, the Europeans believed they were from Egypt, so they called them Gypsies because the darker skin. They called them Gypsies from Egypt. They're actually, it turns out, with ancestry, the testing, genetic testing, they're actually from India. So the Gypsies are effectively Indians. I know there's always crossbreeding after all those centuries, but the Gypsies were not from Egypt; they're from India, and it's in the DNA there. Well, that's been around. Where's that book? All right, here's a book from my childhood. This was a book from my childhood called The Mummy's Curse. I still have this nice book from when I was 11 or 12. Nice little book about paranormal crap. And somewhere in this book, I'm not going to look for it now, they talk about Flat Earth Society and Hollow Earth Society. And this is over 30 years old. And those societies were at least 100 years old even then. So it might go beyond, there have been those societies in existence for years, and it's just nonsense. Should we read another? Oh, here it is. I'm not going to read it, but Flat Earth, Hollow Earth, little blurbs. The concept has been around for a long time. So, I'll look at this later. Okay. Let's do that. Why not? Flat Earth, sun rotation. I'm not seeing anything.
Type GIF.
I'm supposed to be looking at.
I don't know.
What am I supposed to be looking at?
So the flat Earth is a flat disk. Is that what?
I guess.
Well, how do you circumnavigate the planet then?
It still wouldn't explain the seasons, the change of the seasons.
No.
It also wouldn't explain why by the equator there's very little seasonal change, because that part of the world, that part of the Earth isn't either too far or too close to the sun, and that's why the poles are at the extremes. That wouldn't explain the seasons at all. It's like someone who doesn't understand the change of seasons and the equinoxes and solstices. No, that seems to be.
Also, how do you explain a solar eclipse when
that
the moon lines up with the sun?
Well, you clearly got your father's jawline. That much we can say.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. Right. And according to John Doe, if the Earth was flat, the sun would appear and not appear over your part of the world too. It makes no sense. No, the equators are the least affected by the equinox and solstice. The poles are the extremes; they're the most affected. But there, no, that flat Earth model looks stupid. Quite frankly, it doesn't explain anything. Just because someone told you it explains anything, do you even understand what the original premise was that you disagree with? See, Ecuador. That's Spanish for equator, right?
Yes.
El Ecuador. You know, he wants to you open this door. Circumnavigation. What does that mean?
Okay, so I guess no one sailed to the North Pole because there's a bunch of ice sheets, and then the South Pole, the continent of Antarctica, is in the way. But what about forget North and South just going around? Like what happens when you get because you're saying it's flat? What happens when you get to? How do you get to the other side?
That's what we're talking about tonight.
Yeah,
this really went somewhere.
Yeah.
This really went somewhere. Well, it's a different discussion. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, never. Yeah.
Oh, hello, Horsehead Nebula. How are you? It's been a while. Should we show them? Okay.
Okay, yeah. So basically,
Well, I brought it over. Might as well use it.
Yeah.
It's our prop for tonight.
yesterday, some guy fell asleep behind the wheel, crashed into our mailbox.
This is his, not mine. Thank
Yeah.
God. It's funny. I used to park the car on the street right there. Right there.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Thank God it wasn't parked there. He would have smashed right in the front of the car. Oh, my God. Yeah. He's asking where we're trying to get. I don't understand what he's.
All right.
In his model, like the North Pole is in the center of the Earth, and like the South Pole is some kind of giant
ice ring.
But then again, it doesn't explain the seasons, the equinox, with the equinox and the solstice explain. It doesn't explain why would it be like bitterly cold in the center and around the periphery. With the moving sun, then like you'd have like 4 seasons at the equator, or what we call the equator. It makes the flat Earth model doesn't make any sense to me. That makes no sense. I'm sorry, nothing's really being explained here. Yeah, I got to fix a fucking mailbox and deal with some Curry who took it down. Yeah, he's going to play scummy games, yeah. No, we can talk about it. I disagree. I'm seeing very little evidence to support this. But no, the post is still standing. It's one of those ones that the mail truck drives around. The post is still standing, but what do you call it? The mailbox rests on, what's that thing called? That shelf. The shelf is destroyed. The underarm is destroyed. I can see some fucking scummy handyman. I can glue it back together. I'm like, no, it's not going to stay together. It'll fall apart in a fucking month. And this isn't my house, and I don't want the landlord to know because I don't, Yeah, I hate to say, I'm going to say it, there's like a scumminess with them, but they're all over the place now. We really have lost our empire. It's like
yes.
Morris U. Wildcat. He's also, you're what, Australian? You're an Australian, right? Morris U. Wildcat. Yeah, I think he's Australian. I think he might be one of DBF's.
Very nice.
I don't know. The pictures didn't really explain. Just a sun sort of moving in, like a record needle or something. That wouldn't explain seasons at all. Wouldn't explain why would the North Pole be bitterly cold if it's in the center of this disc, and why would the periphery be? It's like it makes no fucking sense. It doesn't explain anything. It's just someone's cockamamie model. Someone who has no concept of the Earth's rotation and axis and equinox and all this shit. It's just some thrown together to like snake oil salesmen. They can sell it to the uneducated. That's what it looks like to me, quite frankly. Well, are you a Curry or you're white or you're I forget you're Oriental? Because you're in Melbourne, but what are you again? You're Australian, but yeah, and that wouldn't explain anything. It wouldn't explain why it would be cold in the center. It wouldn't explain the season thing then like Hawaii would also have 4 seasons with that revolving sun nonsense. No, it doesn't explain anything. Yeah, I still think she should go back to where she came from, but okay. And how old are you, Morrissey? How old are you about? And like I said, I saw your little model. That doesn't explain shit. It's like someone who doesn't know anything about this stuff would be thrown off by that or believe that. I'm not buying that. It's very, very poor. If that's, I mean, anything's possible. Maybe the earth is flat and they just don't tell us. But that just seems like a very poor argument. It's an argument made by someone who knows his audience doesn't understand. Anyway, how long before you went to bed together? This is a she, so. Well, what does that mean? 22 or 28? What does mid-20s mean? I'm going to forget people's stats. So if I ask you again sometime, don't be offended.
And do you wage slave? Are you on that system that they have? What's it called?
Centerlink.
Centerlink.
You're on Centerlink?
Are you on? Do you work? Did you win the lottery? Inherit money? He's giving a wink.
We know he is.
I know. What did that Ethiopian girl do to you?
How old was this chick? Like 20, 19, 20?
And what did you teach her?
Okay. Not bad. I'm happy for you. We won't tell your wife. Don't worry. This is a safe space. No, normies aren't aware of this place, so no one will ever know. I'd love to hear it. Oh, you're gonna make you're gonna film her. You're gonna do like a
little biopic or whatever. Okay. You'd love to see it.
I want to see the X-rated version of the hidden cameras in your bedroom.
Yes.
Your wife's out of town. I think that would be more entertaining.
And the painting Leisha's going to do with her.
Yeah, you should get this Ethiopian chick painted too, and put that in your office. I don't know. Anything's possible. Hard to say. Maybe not. I don't know. What do you think?
I'd like to think there is, but I mean, I can't say it doesn't. I can't say it does.
Yeah. Okay, so we talked about what? An Ethiopian chick. We talked about a flat earth. We talked about some curries in the mailbox.
Yes.
Yes, I think most of us are. You can't know until it happens.
Yes.
And then if it doesn't happen, I guess if there's nothing, you wouldn't even know. So,
yeah.
Like someone once said, do you remember what it was like before you were born? Well, that's exactly what death is. It's like Endymion, Southern California, 49 was he?
Sounds about right.
Or is that the one in Santa Cruz or Santa Barbara?
Who was the guy in Georgia?
That's Parker Peters. But there was another Californian. What the hell was the other one? Not Doggo, the other one. There's like 3 of them. Endymion, Doggo, and Sex Addict.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Okay. Okay. I was asking how tall he was. Why did Morrissey Wildcat disappear again?
I don't know.
This doesn't get you tired. Like, oh God, I keep doing this. We're gonna show Andy. Okay, might as well show it. Once this goes in the garbage, what else am I gonna do with it? You see this, Andy? This is my yesterday. This was my yesterday. See this? This is my yesterday. Are you happy?
How does that mean, Indy?
What's that?
He says, "Hey, hi."
He's talking to Endymion.
Oh, hey, Indy. My mistake.
Horsehead is saying hello to Endymion.
Oh, okay. Now I get it. I'm a little slow.
Ready for bed already?
They're getting there, but let's we got 10 people. Let's.
Who cares? Viewership doesn't matter. I'm getting tired.
Yes.
I want to know if work has been rough, and I would say, yeah, I've been working a lot.
Yeah,
Dealing with an unemployed bum
exactly.
is also like work for him.
That's not that bad.
Ooh, excuse me. Okay. That's good. Good. That works. That works for me. So what is the neurovirus? Is that
why you were away? Not here in the streams.
he wasn't here?
He's been gone for a while. We haven't heard from him in a bit. Horse said,
Huh.
unless I wasn't there when he was there.
Oh, maybe he wasn't. I don't remember. I guess okay.
And how do you treat neurovirus? What do you do?
Brother, click Misty Horse said, I'm sorry, I didn't notice you were gone, but welcome back, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. Horrible puking and 102 fever. Wow. You just had to let it run its course, or did you? Yep, just waiting it out.
Wow. That's rough.
Yeah, that's true. Well, we're probably throwing our health away with all the alcohol and the shit we eat and all that. Well, Dumb kept urging us to get that liver test or whatever. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we got to get serious about that.
I figured. And why is that? Why is that? You think of all the problems that, it's like a whole laundry list of health problems.
Or that you have no one to be healthy for.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. I mean, I'll watch it, but you might as well be a hedonist if your life's going to suck and enjoy what you can. Cope. Oh, hold on. Give me a sec. We'll answer that in a moment. All right, let's talk about the. Okay, I don't want to pull it up, but Dumb streamed a couple nights ago, and I came on, and he was very flustered. Even though he was done with his job, he was still going on about, oh my god, the job was so hard, and I got to do all this stuff around here. And he basically told me now is not a good time. He actually had a little freak out, a little, panic attack. Yeah. And afterward, he said, "Oh, okay, it's okay. Come on out." So I spoke to him afterwards. I said, "Listen, man, clearly the timing isn't good, but we'll see when you get back from Australia, maybe." So I'm not going to worry about that. He's too, even though I thought he quit his job after a few days of rest, he's overwhelmed. He's still hung up on work, hung up on the neighbor coming over to help him out because the neighbor's kind of a pain in the ass. You know, the neighbor's helping him. He didn't do his taxes yet. So it just seems like it would not be a good time.
Too much on the plate.
I'd be a burden. So if it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be is the answer. Okay. He's already got a burnout. He already burned out. He panicked on stream. Yeah. Yes. I don't feel like pulling it up. He was here. Well, maybe I should. Hold on. Maybe I should pull that up. Hold on. Where the hell is it? Let's do this. Where was that? Here, we'll find. Real quick, we'll show you because he was getting kind of. Wasn't this? Wow. Might have been this one. Don's been busy streaming quite a bit. Okay, let's take a look. Where was he? Took his
before this, I think. It's right here. Yeah.
Let's go a little before it. Okay, I'll bring this up because this is why I don't feel it would be appropriate to go see Dumb right now. Let me see if I can bring it up. Hold on. What does this go about CA 1 hour 5 minute mark? Did you send me I don't know what it is. Leave a comment below when this is over. How do I share the damn screen? I still have to go down to here. Share screen. There we go.
I see. I heard that Todd was over. Sex Addict texted me.
Is this working?
Yeah, he was over in your stream.
See, I feel like he starts panicking and freaking out, and I'm like, well, I don't want to bother this guy if this is how he is. No, I didn't get any kind of link. You can leave a comment later or something. Notice how he's staring off in the distance. He's overwhelmed. Taxes aren't done. He's got a lot of work to do in his house. The neighbor's kind of.
I'm just like if OC wants to come over, that's fine. I'm just trying to think when. I feel very overwhelmed.
See,
right
I don't want to impose upon.
I got to deal with Chris.
Chris is the neighbor.
Tomorrow, taxes at some point, and then OC, and then I had to fly out to Australia. Like, it's just too much.
Yeah, too much.
I don't know.
I told him when he gets back, we'll help him around the house, but not right now. You sure we just said how overwhelmed he is. I got to deal with my neighbor and taxes. Oh, and now OC. So watch what happens. Keep watching. This is why I'm like, I'm not trying to make fun of Dumb. I don't think
unless OC was actually gonna unless we were actually.
He's still like no way he thinks that this is positive. It is. No, he's going to Australia on Wednesday. He's flying out. He still doesn't have his taxes. He got to deal with the neighbor, Chris. Yeah.
I don't know.
We don't know.
I needed like 3 months by myself.
He wants more time by himself. He's got to look at Chris. Then he's going to look at Don.
I've been cooped up with too many people in a little truck.
He's got to go to Australia in a plane.
And having to deal with Chris.
Chris, see?
And now the airplane ride packed with people for 24 hours. Oh, Jesus. I don't think I'm as much of a people person as Donna likes to give me credit for.
At some point, we don't know, it starts freaking out. I'm like, I felt so bad watching that. I'm like, I can't go see this dude. It would just be another burden. It would be more of a.
I think I've reached my limit.
There we go. Yeah. Well, he starts freaking out at some point. I was like, oh god. I think he's just sitting there quietly staring off. You said it yourself. He's not in a good way here.
Yeah. I guess.
Right here. I think sometimes the best help is to give someone space.
Yeah.
If he's going to see me, if he's going to interpret me as yet another problem, I don't want to add to his collection of problems. More on the plate, so to speak.
Yes.
Yeah, I know what you meant. Overwhelmed. Yes. Like he's starting to have the heart palpitation. He hasn't done this in a while. He hasn't done this in a long time since that time in his driveway and someone called the police. I haven't seen him freak out on a live stream or have a panic attack. There you go. Yeah, maybe when he gets back and he's more relaxed, he's not going to Australia for a while, and he still has time because he hasn't, he's not going to sell the house right away. Yeah, April, the weather will be warmer, that sort of thing. Like, yeah, he rips his clothes off, goes in the next room. It was bad. I'm like, if I'm leading to this, then I'm not helping him, obviously. So if the thought of me is leading to this, then
I get hot when I have anxiety.
He's all right in the end. He calms down. He comes back. Wait a minute. He comes back. He puts his shirt back on. But yeah, he was having on the air live a panic attack, just thinking of the possibility of me coming out now. So it's not. Look, if it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be. I don't want it be another burden. He's been like that before, but it's been quite a while. I think last summer he was doing a live stream from his driveway and he started panicking. But it's been, and maybe he's had some off camera panic attacks. But I think it's his first panic attack in a live stream for quite some time. He's prone to panic attacks. But it's been a while, and great. The thought of me causes one. It's not a very good feeling. That's what I said, Rafter Man, because I'm not going out there now. If the thought of it is causing this, then forget it. All right, I hope it doesn't panic on the plane itself. I'm leaving on a jet plane. Don't know when I'll be back again. Oh, dumb, I hate to go. Absolutely. When I saw that, I'm like, holy shit. It is. This is pretty bad. But yeah, we're doing this for documentary purposes here. Dumb is having a freak out. Well, this was a couple days ago. A freak out during a live stream. Yeah. It began with him staring off in the distance with being overwhelmed, and then the shaking of the hand, and then the clenching of the chest, and he pulls his shirt off and runs. Yeah. Leaving. I think he gets something to eat. I hope maybe that calms him down. Leaving on a jet plane. I don't know when I'll be back again.
Got some coconut water.
But he settles down and relaxes. But he eats something, he drinks some water, he gets,
Coconut water.
Yep. Yeah, that was 2 streams ago. The name of the stream was, what's it called? I think the stream is installing garage.
Versus Spurg, OC is Spurg. This will be a nightmare.
Yeah,
I
right.
kind of had a little bit of a panic attack.
Yeah.
My chest was hurting, and I was.
She was. Yep, she was there.
Getting all hot. No, I just. It's just a lot. It's just a lot. But okay. How about I have a break on Monday? I do my taxes on Monday. Sunday tomorrow.
Where was I? Oh shit! What did I kill? There we go. All right, I'll kill it there. He calms down a bit. He's trying to think, well, okay, maybe I can do my taxes tomorrow and this, and I get rid of Chris and blah blah blah. I'm like, dumb. Cool it. You got way too much on your plate. That's obvious. I'd be more of a burden. So just one less thing for you to worry about. Because the neighbor's name is Chris. Chris is helpful, but he finds Chris annoying. Chris might be a Spurg too. Chris just lives with his parents, works a job, but we'll talk and talk and talk. Dumb's got to explain things 3 or 4 times. So he's overwhelmed. Even the neighbor's helping him. He's overwhelmed. I think he's afraid he would be doubly overwhelmed with me or triply overwhelmed if we both came out. Yes. So I just kept my distance for now because he's not, you can see, based on that, if the thought of me coming is causing that kind of anxiety, then forget it. Not worth it. Okay. Right, that's what I said. Like he'll spend time doing things. We'll occasionally look at chat. He might say hi, and he'll go back to doing his work. And eventually, he should just stream. He should stream when he's all done for the night.
Yeah,
when he's just sitting there. So yeah, but he was too overwhelmed. So when people ask, "Are we going to get together in real life?" Well, not now is not good. Obviously, did I sell it to you guys that it's not a good time right now? And I'll tell him what I'm doing in a minute. I'll share what I'm doing on the side here in a minute. Oh shit! I had some stuff in the washer to throw in the dryer. I totally forgot.
Okay, it's news to me.
That's correct. Starlings need to be fed. It's almost like you're going to an empty birdhouse when Dumb is doing that kind of stuff. You guys need your feed. You need your starling slop. And when Dumb is too busy, rewiring the lights in his garage, you're not getting your slop. Hello, Millennial Tomb. This was my yesterday. See this? I might as well just keep showing this because it's the one prop of tonight. This was my yesterday. I'm going to throw those clothes in the dryer. You talk to that's Millennial Tomb. He's also Australian. Was he 20-something? I forget his stats. I forget if you asked who was on Centerlink. And we got Xenesis. You remember him. You met him.
Yes, I do.
And this is Endymion in Southern California.
Yes.
You hold the fort. I'll be right back. You need any more beer? How are we doing beer-wise?
Yeah, how's that? What's that?
I still got I can get Corona.
Yeah, good idea. Good idea. Oh, boy. So, yes. So, Millennial Tomb, he showed you the side view mirror of some guy who fell asleep behind the wheel, crashed into our mailbox. So now we got this whole headache to deal with. I just summed it up. Anyway. Oh yeah, he was of Indic descent, an Indian guy. And his handyman's coming over
Not
tomorrow.
descent. He was fresh off the boat. Not descent. He was a fucking curry from the homeland. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I fell asleep at the wheel, sir. But don't worry, I know a handyman, sir. I'm like, dude, I need a new fucking mailbox. I don't own this house. Oh, don't go through the insurance. I will make something out of it. I'm like, and I got to meet with a fucking handyman that this dothead asshole picked out. No, it wasn't of Indian descent. It was an actual curry dothead from India. Christ.
But he's still of Indian descent. If he's from India.
Okay.
Like,
That implies that he wasn't actually from there. Christ, never mind. Well, no, we repeated the story. There we go. No, I think the wife was with him, and she didn't have an accent, which was odd.
Yeah.
These people probably like my age, 40s, I'd say, and like the wife didn't have an accent, but he did. I doubt they met in India. I think it was probably an arranged marriage kind of thing. Like her parents are like, listen, we are good. We are the Patels, and we are good friends with the Singhs. So you must marry the Singh boy. But daddy, I want to suck Chad's dick. No. You can suck all the white and Tyrone and all the black dick you want. But when the time comes to marry, I have a boy in India. You're going to marry him. Okay, daddy. That way I'll give you the house. So she didn't have an accent. She was of Indian descent, but no accent. He was fresh off the boat. I'm sorry, I hit your car. And the wife was like, normally I wouldn't want to deal with a man. I'm sorry. Normally I wouldn't want to deal with the wife. I'd rather deal with the wife because I know she speaks English properly. I like to say, look, lady, you owe me a fucking mailbox. Well, it's kind of your fault too. Yeah, not surprising. And will he lose his license for doing it? He could have killed someone. When I used to park the car right by the mailbox, the car wasn't on the street that day. Thank God. He would have crashed right into it. My car. Jeez. Yep. That's how. No offense. I know in your case, your father, he was a passport bro. He went from Austria, got an Indian wife. I think the Currys really can't. I don't think Currys can be cells because they all have arranged marriages. It seems. Even an American-born Curry Foyd is still obligated to marry, a Curry man. So, oh well. Well, I hope not. First the pig. A cop showed up and took a report. Same cop who came to the door when that girl called and said I was sexually harassing her when she bandaged my hand. That's all. I got videos for that. Anyway, this cop, he said, "Hey, you remember me? What now?" He goes, "No, the guy hit your mailbox. Was he drunk? No, he works odd hours. Give it 5 business days for a report, and here's the number." I'm like, so I don't even know what his insurance is. If the guy wants to give me a few $100, I'll just replace it myself. But I'm going to deal with some scumbag now. This is more lawyers. I'm finally in the process. I still haven't gotten the money for the finger, but hopefully that's going to be settled soon. Yeah, more fucking lawyers. Can't even get to the Social Security lawyer. So I deal with it's like Christ. I remember my brother's in a car accident. It was the other guy's fault. My brother had to wait to get the report, get the other guy's insurance. They had to come out and do a claim adjustment. So this is no walk in the park. Yeah, like when that guy crashed into you had to get did a claims adjuster come out here to see your car, or what'd you do? You remember?
I think where it was towed to.
Yeah, they're low on and instead of saying, I'm so sorry, here's a couple $100, it's going to be, oh no, I don't have to pay that. I already know it's going to be a disaster. We need these people. A country that doesn't produce anything needs all these engineers. I mean, what the fuck? Oh my God.
Does he mean conscientiousness, not consciousness?
I think he means conscientiousness, yes. They're very low in the conscientious department.
Yes.
I know what he's trying to say.
Okay. We gets it.
Now, what I was doing on the side here, it was Cassandra who insisted I got on Discord. So I got a Discord. I rarely use it, but I just tried to contact Cassandra. And I said, "Hey, Cassandra, would you like to come on? Todd would like to see you." And I'll paraphrase. She said, "Well, I don't really know Todd. I discovered Dumb when he was streaming. I know you through Dumb. I don't really know much about Todd." I said, "Well, it'll be a meet and greet. You can meet him. He can meet you." And then she starts going on this bitchy tirade. "Oh, he doesn't even know me, but he hates me. I don't want to come on. Oh my God. Oh," I'm like, whoa. And what good are you stupid bitch? I didn't say that. I was very polite. I said, "Oh, Cassandra, if you don't feel up for it, that's okay." But I'm really thinking, you stupid fucking bitch. You wouldn't answer a straightforward question. Now, another boundary for you. I'm getting to a point where it's like Cassandra's very good for very little. So it's Jesus Christ. I'm only on Discord because of her. What a fucking waste of time. So who cares? It's who needs that bitch? So sorry, there'll be no Cassandra. Oh well. We can talk about Cassandra if you want. I really don't want to talk about Cassandra. I have enough Cassandra last a fucking lifetime. I asked you to do me one favor. I got Discord for her, and I actually enjoyed talking. I don't know if you were there that night. You went to bed. Cassandra allegedly passed out, so her boyfriend Seymour took the helm. He was interesting to talk to. Seymour had some good point. It was like a juxtaposition. Like even though it said Cass, it was clearly the way he was typing. California sucks. I'll be closer to my family in Denver. She can always just fly to California. There's an airport in Denver. Fuck that. It was good to see the two sides. I enjoyed talking to Seymour more. Cassandra's being kind of a twat. So. Yes, he did. See, you need, when Dumb says, why isn't Todd coming around? Well, first, you need to be a Spurg to lure in a Spurg, to get him to lurk. Then you got to be a Chad Preet to get him to talk. You got to be an actual Foyd to get him to come on. So I'm the Spurg who made him lurk. Xenesis was the Chad Preet, who got him to talk. And Cassandra would be the Foyd who could, make up for all the horrible things she's done by, helping me out here. But she won't, because she's what she is. And I'm getting even more pissed with her. I don't care if I alienate another Starling. What are these Starlings doing for us? If it's going to be like that, fuck them. Friendship is a two-way street. This isn't, let's shit on occupational click. But then, you asked me a question of my boundary. Yeah. Got a little beard drizzle. Okay, so that's it. So I was very polite. I didn't say any of those spurgy things on the Discord. I just said, oh, no problem, Cassandra. I understand you don't know Todd. Maybe you think he has a pre-existing idea about you. Yeah, you don't know him. You found me through Dumb, etc. Okay, but still, be a meet and greet, whatever. I can't promise you anything because now Cassandra's being all. She's like, she even said, I can only handle talking to one Spurg at a time. OC, you're my token Spurg. I can't deal with another Spurg. Okay, so it's Cassandra's not, normies don't really like Spurgs. No matter how much they talk about, I feel like an outsider too. Why does Cassandra come around here? Well, there are two reasons. One, maybe she herself is a Fed and she's my infiltrator. That could be one reason. The second reason, she's not attracted to me. But I look like someone, a cousin, a family, someone who she's comfortable with. So she doesn't like Spurgs, as normies never do. But it all goes back to looks. Either you're good looking or you look like kin. I think in her case, I look like her cousin or something, or uncle. So she's comfortable with me, but she doesn't like dealing with Spurgs otherwise. So that's what we got with Cassandra. So. Yeah, I think he's doing well. I'd imagine. He's got his knee bucks. He's got his.
Yeah.
I don't understand what you're asking here. Starling, regarding this lurking thing, a word you mean? Nothing to do with the streamer. What are you trying to? Okay, like you just said, you're not very good with your grammar. Try to rephrase that sentence and ask me again because I can't quite follow.
Wait, does the word lurk not translate to other languages?
Oh, a lurker is someone who doesn't actively participate. Nothing to do with StreamYard. It could be YouTube, anywhere. Lurking means you're not actively participating, but you're around. Even on a message board, you're reading things. You're watching the video. You might not be showing your presence, but you're around. That's called lurking. They're lurking around the.
And Starlings was his phrase for the people.
Starling is what I call the people who go from one nest, one room to another. The same group of people, the merry pranksters. They fly like the birds, the Starlings. They fly around for one flies off. They all fly off. They all go. They all nest. Yeah, Starlings. Yes, he not only did he stand up for you, he simped for you. He said, my God, why can't I get a girl like Cass? Her beautiful mashed potato face, mushed potato face. Ah, yes, why can't I have a girl like her? Oh, see, stop picking on her. You Spurg monster. She's my girl. How dare you? Yes, he was very valiant. And now you come out of the woodwork when I tell the truth about things you've been saying. Yeah, Cassandra. You might not get to do it. Forget about talking to Todd. I'm about to put you in an hour timeout. You've pissed me off that much with your bullshit this time. Yes, starling is my term. It's a type of bird. You can look up starlings. They like to fly around together. You'll see them in big groups, and they like to, especially in the wintertime. I noticed with the ice and snow on the ground, they had less places to nest. So I saw them. They were on my rooftop. Then a few flew over, and they all flew over to the other rooftop. They're all staying together. They fly around. So you might see them here. You might see them in Dumbs. You might see them elsewhere. The same groups of people. Starlings. They fly around to the different nests. That's my terminology. Yes, I just explained it, but yes, thank you. Yes, they fly. Yes, yes. And my analogy is yes. My analogy is you guys are like starlings, and we're like this is a nest, and you guys because if you go to Dumbs, you'll see a lot of the same names you see here. Those are the starlings going to a different nest, a different streamer. Well, I don't even know if he wants to talk to you. He wants to come on and talk about you. So he wants you here in the chat so he can respond to you. You have a chance to you can do what none of us can do. The Spurg can't do it. Even that Chad Preet from Austria, he can't do it. No, we need an actual girl to bring in God. He'll only appear for a chick. So typical. See, even here, I guess the black pill cannot be altered. Well, you might not be, because forget about Todd. You've pissed me off now with that bullshit. So you might get a timeout for half an hour. I'm really pissed. Yeah, see, the problem with him, yeah, the starlings fly there. He destroys his nests. He privates or deletes his streams. But yeah. You know exactly what you did. And if you don't, I don't feel like airing dirty laundry here, Cassandra. You're really on thin ice at this point. Oh, well. Yeah, Cassandra's pissing me off. You saw what you were saying there before. Yeah, Cassandra's pissing me off.
I mean, I think you're overreacting.
When do I ever overreact?
All the time. You're not getting what you want, so of course you're upset, and the other person is wrong all the time.
No, she's been wrong before.
There's a lot of selective editing with your version of events.
I have a hard time dealing with Spurgs. I don't think I can handle another Spurg. I don't know Todd, but he's already decided he hates me. No, I'm not coming on your channel. God, no. No, I'm ever doing that. I'm busy as hell. Go away. Yeah, I edited. Okay.
Oh, no, so she doesn't want to come on. That pisses you off.
Yeah.
You go on a tirade.
No, it's not even that she doesn't want to come on.
She doesn't want to come on. She doesn't want to come
No.
on.
She said, listen, I'm busy right now. Okay. Well, tonight's not good. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know if I want to do that. Fuck you. That's not the very nice answer. So that's why I'm sick of Cassandra and her bullshit. All right. So forget about Cassandra. Forget about Todd. Forget about that. Yes. Well, let's go back to talking about curries or the flat Earth or whatever. Whatever the fuck you
the flat Earth. Wow.
Where'd that asshole go?
He might
John
be lurking.
He might be lurking. Yeah. We'll have to talk about a flat Earth or some shit. It doesn't explain the change of the seasons. It's something about the sun. It doesn't explain why would it be cold in the middle and cold on the. Nothing makes any fucking sense with him. Yes, it's an elevator. All right. Are we winding down? Have we accomplished all there is to accomplish? You falling asleep?
What time is it?
9:30.
I'm all right-ish. Maybe another 20 minutes or so. But
I'm really tired too.
Because it's been an hour, and it usually takes an hour for things to heat up. We got a dozen people here. So I mean.
You can have like a handful of people and have a great stream. You can get a bunch of people and it sucks. The numbers don't mean anything.
Okay.
One of the best, my favorite streams, that one morning stream was just like 3 or 4 other people, and it was a nice, no women, no children, no trolls, no foreigners. It was a good all-American stream that one morning. It was very nice. 3 or 4 people was fine. We have a nice chat. Other times you can have like a dozen people here or more, and it sucks. So that means nothing. Well, I don't know what you mean by community. I don't really like the term community. Who are we talking about? People on YouTube? We're talking about people here, the starlings in my chat here. What do you mean? You gotta be more specific. Cassandra, she's probably the most normal, I would say. She's most of the normie, absolutely. Yeah, Cassandra's probably the most normie people here. Normie males, I would say Horsehead Nebula. Horsehead and Cassandra are definitely on the normie side of the line. Definitely. Well, I just mentioned him unless there's a delay. Yeah, I would say Horsehead. No, I'd say Cassandra followed by Horsehead.
Yeah.
I mean, they're close. Yeah, the most normie chick here. There aren't a lot of females here. But yeah, Cassandra's a normie. Why she's here, we don't know. Horsehead's also a normie, but I think he's, well, I don't want to speculate too much. But yeah, I would say, yeah, Cassandra followed by Horsehead are probably the most normie. Okay, see? Most people's working. It's, who cares? No one's going to off soon. And now Cassandra will try to convince you she's not the normiest normie. Hey, we're going to go through this crap again. Oh, my God. Yeah, it's nice. It's a good place for weirdos and others. Okay, so we're talking about mailboxes. Should I? 10-minute timeout?
Nah, I don't think there's a need.
Brother Click just saved you there. And what else? Yeah, we'll probably get off soon because I'm getting kind of tired. It's like, I forget this fucking mailbox. I gotta be up to look at a fucking. If the handyman even shows up, you're dealing with fucking dot heads. Like, I don't fucking know. It's like, oh my God. You're dealing with like scum. Oh, shit. Then he also hit the neighbor's mailbox, but not as bad. He nicked that first. He nicked the neighbor. That's the thing. He nicked the neighbor's mailbox first. It fell off the post, but they were able to put it back on. He hit that. He didn't wake up. He kept driving, jumped the curb, and crashed full speed into ours. I'm like, how did you not wake up? What the fuck?
Yeah, basically, he jumped the curb, hit the neighbor's mailbox first. That should have been enough to wake him up and get him on the road. Yeah. How he still drove on the sidewalk and hit our mailbox.
Yeah, and hit ours worse. I can understand if he took out their mailbox, curved back, and nicked ours. But no, he hit theirs first, didn't do too much damage, still kept going full speed. Like
they managed to put their mailbox back up with some duct tape, and it's workable. I mean, it looks like crap, but it's still a functioning mailbox.
Ours totally
won't work because like the shelf broken pieces. The mailbox doesn't really open or close. Ours was totally
destroyed. It's wood. The arm is you can't glue it back together. I'm not going to. The arm fell apart. I forget what they call it. The mailbox itself. You got the post. You got this arm, like a support arm. But then there's like a piece of wood, a plank that the mailbox, the shelf it sits on. That's all warped and it's like, oh my God. Yeah. The mailbox itself is warped. Won't close. I'm like, buy me a new fucking mailbox, asshole.
Exactly.
Is there a major delay? What the hell is he talking about? Health? You've mentioned this before. Actually, I think in some ways Todd was using Cassandra as an excuse. Well, gee, I'd like to come on, but Cassandra doesn't like me. I like to come on. You just ended your stream. He's playing that silly game.
He is.
Yeah, who knows? Who cares? So I kind of just pit the two of them against each other and just sit back and watch what happens. Get some popcorn. It'll be funny.
We don't have to pit them against each other.
Well, no, I mean,
they could have a civil.
Let it go where it goes. They want to badmouth me all the time. They can.
Exactly.
I can just see it now. At first, we're going at it like, and then
Wait a second. OC is a jerk.
Yeah, OC is a jerk. Yes, he is.
He's a total animal. How dare you?
I can see Todd. Trust me, not all Spurgs are like that. Come visit me in Buffalo. I wouldn't be surprised if it went in that direction. Jesus Christ. Cassandra's like 4'11", but she'll only date guys who are like over 6 feet tall. So it's
Wow.
Well, yeah. We had a decent meal at the diner.
We did, yes.
So I think that, is causing me to be tired.
The itis.
The itis, they call it. So it's a phrase, a Negro phrase. When you eat a big meal and you get sleepy, it's called the itis. A big filling meal, you get tired. We have the itis. Yes.
Yes.
Next thing I'll get, like Seymour will show up at my door. You piece of shit. Cassandra left me to go be with Todd in Buffalo. I'm going to kick your ass. I can see that happen. Oh my God, it's going to be a major disaster. Oh, it's not because he's 6'4". It's not because I like people who are unique. Tee. Pork roll, egg, and cheese. You probably don't know what that is, but it's a meat common to New Jersey. Taylor ham / pork roll. Yeah. An egg and cheese on a roll.
Some French fries.
French fries. Well, he is. I still have my Budweiser. I'm still nursing my Budweiser, my Bud jug.
Yep. Having a Corona.
Okay. I'm kind of bored.
Yeah, things are slowing down a bit.
Winding down, I would say.
Yes, winding down.
Things are winding down.
Winding down.
We have a paper down. I repeat, a paper is down.
Paper is down.
Paper is down. Does anyone get that reference? We have a paper down. I repeat. I can't do the accent, but we have a paper down. I repeat.
The paper is down.
I'll try to show just this. See that?
Okay, yes.
I don't know if this is going to focus. That's the post. You can see the curb. Back here, in the back here, you can see the rear view mirror that I picked up. See how the hole right here, this would have been that support arm. It's totally busted. Wood glue's not going to fix it. He did some damage. And the other mailbox, the one he hit first, wasn't that badly damaged.
Yeah, no.
Ours took more of the brunt. Like,
how is that possible?
yeah. If I can keep the original post and find like an outer layer of like metal that slides over the original wooden post, and that would have its own support arm to put another mailbox on. Yeah. No, it's become my burden because some asshole dothead falls asleep behind the wheel. Now, I don't own this house. I don't want to start digging up. And there's probably, the original mailbox when it was put in probably had concrete and shit. I don't feel like doing all that work. I don't own this house, and it's not my fault. It's not. I guess if I backed into it, I guess I would do that. But, but it's like, I didn't wreck it, and this ain't my house. What the fuck? This guy's, my handyman will come. This is going to be a fucking disaster. I already know it. Oh, my God, what a nightmare. Hopefully the next mailbox will be at one of those apartment complexes. Those big metal things. The mail guy has a key. He opens the back and puts them in. You have your own key. You open your own little box. Speaking of which, I gotta get a P.O. box. This is a reminder. I gotta get a P.O. box so the Starlings can send me jelly from other parts of the world. Yeah. Okay, so what have we learned here? John Doe thinks the Earth is flat. Couldn't explain the seasons. Something about light going around. I don't know. I couldn't follow him. We know that Todd, Grotesque Subhuman, is a prick tease. He has no intention of ever coming on. We know Cassandra's a bitch who can't even do me a favor. Friends indeed. Okay. Yeah, you tell a Spurg, I'm your friend. He's just a Spurg. He doesn't know what friendship is, huh? Yeah, you think we don't have feelings, apparently. Yeah. Well, the guy's gone now. His name's John Doe. He was going to text. I told him it doesn't really explain the seasons. The equinox, the solstice. It wouldn't explain. He was trying to show me some diagram of
Lunar
like
eclipse.
Yeah, it wouldn't explain eclipses. It was like snake oil salesman. I am not a doctor, but I know all about you've got toxins. We've got toxins. If you drink this, it'll go to the toxins. Wow, he's a doctor. He knows what he's talking about. Like you're selling an idea to people who don't know any better. Yes, Cassandra is a she-devil. Yes. Wow. This was nice.
This
was
was
nice little stream. Talk about the mailbox. See what happens.
Misty night.
Yeah, very misty. Like driving through a cloud tonight. We haven't had mist like this in quite a while. I guess the weather's starting to warm up. You're getting those,
Yes.
cool but above freezing, and the mist. It was very damp. Yeah. Yes, and on Titan we were peaceful people. Something about the atmosphere of this planet makes us all uncivilized. Like our Titan ancestors were
Ultra pacifistic.
ultra pacifist.
All
They were
about free love and enjoying the good vibes.
After colonizing this planet, they realized something about the atmosphere here made us all savage and wild, and so they abandoned us. Yeah. If we got to call it, we'll call it. We're going nowhere.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be more entertaining than it was, but oh well. Balls were dropped by all the asshole parties involved. Even that John Doe ran away. He was telling me about the flat Earth.
Yes.
He was sending some kind of link he never sent.
There is no link.
Welcome back, Guillermo. Welcome back to a dying hellhole. What brings you here?
Did you ever leave, or were you all in the background?
He was in he was double dipping.
Yes.
He was in several other people's nests. Speaking of whom, is my buddy still building his nest, or what did he do? Let's take a look. And I'm not going to go back and show it, but I played a clip from a couple streams ago where Depressed and Wanted Man had a freak out at the idea of me coming to visit him. He was having a true panic attack again on camera, so I said, okay, I'm not going to bother him because it wouldn't be right.
He's still going at it.
He's still chipping away. Let's not talk. I don't.
You could open this up in the window, so he's streaming on his channel on yours.
That's stupid. And there's some people here I don't want to look at, so good. Let them stay there. It's a good collection.
Exactly. Yes.
It's like a fly trap. Yeah.
Keep them away.
Keep them away. I'm looking at some of these people. I don't want to look at them. Yes. So just keep them over there. There's 3 or 4 names I recognize that I'd rather not see.
Yes.
Okay, but Guillermo's okay. Well, Cassandra, I think Todd is a prick tease. I don't think he'll ever come on. Who knows? Maybe he will, maybe he won't. The point is, that's not the point. I thought we were friends. We should say, listen, click. If you really need me, I'd be happy to help. I'm not crazy. I don't really know Todd. I'm not crazy, but fine. Or, tonight's not good, but we'll definitely do something. Instead, it was all, I'm not going to do that. Screw you. Fuck you. I got this nasty attitude from you. You could have been a little more civil. Really, I thought we were, again, did I cross a little of your boundaries? Because if you have this many boundaries, I'm ready to time you out. Because you're too boundary specific. It's not even about Todd at this point. It's about you and my boundaries. Las chicas bonitas. Una para mí, para él.
Oh, chicas gorditas. Is that what you
Chicas gorditas.
Oh, you like them like that way?
Chicas viejas. Viejas. Yeah, maybe that's the secret. He dates a lot of
Oh,
older,
wow,
fatter,
wow,
heavier,
okay.
older
All
and
right.
gorda y o vieja, fat and or old. That's good. Like every now and then you hear about some of these rapists, man. Like they got a really pretty girlfriend, getting sex all the time, but they still feel the need to rape some like 75-year-old woman.
Yeah.
And you think to yourself, what was the fucking I guess Yes, Chad. We got a Chad Rodriguez,
Yes.
and we got you, a Chad Preet.
Yes.
So we got two brown skinned Chads. Maybe it's maybe it really is. At the end of the day, they wish they could be white. So even like they like watching white ugly fuckers like me. When maybe there is some like racial inferiority thing. Yeah. Because the two brown skinned people who come here are like better looking than averages of their races. So yeah. Even Horsehead, our quasi normie, he's like half Panamanian.
Exactly.
All the white guys who come here, are.
Yes.
Look at the company.
There are no Chad propers.
You don't have any true Chads, any white Chads. No, not gonna happen here. Not here. No. You might see the occasional Chad Rodriguez or Chad Preet, as or Chad Preet Light or whatever. Like I said, I don't want to sound like a homo, but Zenis looks like he belongs in a movie. That jawline, he'd be like a character in a movie, someone you'd see on the screen. Guillermo doesn't quite make the grade there. Plus, Guillermo is getting kind of old. So, no, I would say, just based upon age and the jawline. I always say jaw is law, not lower third.
So you're saying Zenesis mods Guillermo in looks?
Well, it's just me. I'm not a woman. Oh, yeah. But I think Horsehead is kind of better looking than Guillermo, to be honest.
Right then, yeah.
Guillermo's not that good looking. I'm not a woman. Maybe to women he's irresistible. Horsehead.
Well, to fat older women here.
To fat old women, maybe, yeah. Maybe he's got that Latin lover vibe, but I don't get that.
Then again, he's in a Latin country. I don't know if that works there.
You can't force these things, man. If he doesn't want to come on, he's not going to come on. Christ, I can't force him.
It's up to him.
He was using Cassandra as an excuse, and I finally got Cassandra to stop bitching and say, fine, I'm here. I'll do your bidding. And Todd is probably lurking saying, oh, shit, I got to come up with another excuse now. Yeah, he's probably not going to come on. I doubt it. Would be interesting, but I doubt it. And you can't force these things. He's just looking for an excuse. Never any prick tease he is.
Yes.
I think he's Bigfoot. He likes the attention.
Yes.
They're talking about me. I'm the Bigfoot.
He likes to string us along.
Yes. He likes to jerk you around, but not jerk you off. He'll just, Thule. Now here's a spick who's ugly as sin, but I love him. Good to see you, Thule.
Oh, boy.
They didn't spring ahead. It's only about going on 7 o'clock in Arizona.
Ah, very nice.
Probably just got off from work or something. Yeah. You're at Lake Havasu? What lake were you at? Lake Havasu, the Colorado River, the dam above the what do you call it? The Hoover. Oh, someone else driving? Hope you're not texting and driving. Oh, Roosevelt Lake. Oh. Yeah, like I said, I hope you're not. Are you in the passenger seat or you're texting and driving? You get a red light? If you're on your way home, how you? Oh, are they listening to this too? Or you have your headphones in? Hola, primos! Hola, primos! Primos del Thule. Yeah, good question. Oh, they're at a stop somewhere. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's sleepy.
All right.
You want to get off now?
I think we're kind of done. Unless you want to get to the 1:30 mark.
Yeah, we can do that. We'll go what time we're at. Yeah, go for another few minutes.
Yes.
I'm sorry, but Cassandra can't save us. She doesn't want to save us. It's all, You say that about everyone, Cassandra. Christ. You know what spurgs are? Why are you complaining? You're complaining the spurg is a spurg for some reason. Oh, yeah, you can see it's going nowhere.
Yeah. All right. I gotta go to bed anyway.
Yeah,
so.
gotta fix some mailbox. Oh my god, got more shit to do.
Yes.
Yeah.
Uh,
I can stick around for a few minutes, but I don't think anything's gonna happen.
I think it's over.
Get some dishes.
Yes.
Scan some documents. I'm gonna be up for this fucking asshole tomorrow.
Yeah,
if he even shows up. Watch him show up at 7:00 in the morning. Some shit.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Look out for a minute. You want to make your way up and get adjusted? You got water up there?
I got some water. Don't you guys worry.
You take that with you? Or you want to wash that? Or?
I'll leave it over by the sink.
All right.
Bye.
Brother Chris going to bed. I'll get off in a minute, but we'll see he gets up to bed okay. I'll stream through that and then I'll head out. Buenas noches. I always know, was it buenas or buenos? I guess it's buenas noches. This is el noche, right? It's la noche. Buenas noches. Buenas noches. Okay. Yeah, I'm tired too. Jesus Christ. La noche. My apologies. I wait for him to get to bed, make sure he gets in bed okay. Then I was probably in because I'm getting bored. I'm like, why would we come on? I figured, we have nothing. Let's just stream a little bit. Meh. I know it's contagious. Ugh, it's contagious. It really is. Power of what's it called? Psychological suggestion. I suggest to you, and it becomes a thing. No, they're all shit. Hello, doggo. Okay, where were we? Whoa. I'm waiting for my brother to go to bed. Okay. No, so this Discord. The only two people I ever talk on Discord. One is Cassandra. The other is Dev Pike. And I just got a message from Dev Pike saying, "Why didn't you tell me you were streaming?" I'm like, "Well, isn't it 2 a.m. in England?" I got the other window open, so I'm saying hello, but I don't feel like, again, my attention everywhere. I'm probably going to get off in a minute, but well, what the hell? One more time. This is what you missed. You missed this the other day. This is my new nightmare. No, this isn't mine. Some fucking curry fell asleep at the wheel allegedly and took out my mailbox. This is his rear view mirror, side view mirror. So, oh my god. So I gotta fix a fucking mailbox. That's my life. Ugh. I have no idea. You can ask him yourself, but he'll probably never come on. See, I think he's part of it's him. He's a prick tease. He likes to pretend, but I don't think he ever wants to come on. It's not the point. I expect you to be on call if and when he does, Cassandra. I thought you were my buddy, and then you go and once again with the boundary nonsense. Well, I'm hoping to keep the original post is fairly sound because I don't have to dig a hole in the concrete and shit, and I don't own the house. I'm hoping it's one of those posts where the mail truck drives around. Doggo food photo. I'm just telling the story one last fucking time. My brother to go to bed, but yeah, I'm hoping I can get something that goes like aluminum or plastic that goes around the pre-existing wooden post and just slide that over because with the mailbox, the support arm and the shelf, it's all destroyed. There's your Dev Pike. There you go. Come on, she's so good. Oh. Well, you missed that too. I'm not going to go back and play it. A couple streams ago, Dumb had a whole panic attack with the idea of meeting me because he's so overwhelmed. So I'm going to let him be for now. He's got a lot in his own plate. So I'm sure he could, but now, what's your name? Dev, you're sharing an interesting thing here in Discord. You can share with all of us. He's recommending some Japanese novel from the 1940s. Why don't you tell us a little more since you're here? This does look interesting. Oh, there's a brief description I'm reading here. Something about a troubled man incapable of revealing his true self to others. So he maintains a facade of hollow jocularity, later turning to a life of alcoholism and drug abuse. Okay, wow. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not going to play it again, but yeah, he had a couple streams ago. He's like, because he's got a lot going on with. He's still thinking about his job, even though he quit it. He's got his kitchen torn apart. The guy helping him, the neighbor, is nice, but kind of a spurg and a nuisance to deal with. And the thought of me coming to join, and he still has to do his taxes, so it was just too much, and he panicked. Now it wasn't really spurging out. It really was a true anxiety attack. There's a difference. He wasn't spurging out. It was more of an anxiety, like, I can't breathe. He took his shirt off. He ran. You have to pull it back up. Christ. Give me a minute. We'll watch it one more time. Why not? David Blaine. Is he the magician? Oh, yeah. The novel definitely sounds Spurgy. Definitely. It sounds like me. Interesting. Yeah. No, the novel, definitely. Hey, David, he was the guy, he was a magician or something, right? Okay. That's cool, I guess. Jesus fucking Christ. This is one of the ones I was talking about. The one good thing when Dumb was streaming, he had a bunch of the problem children, the problem starlings, the starlings I want to look at. They were all over there. And that was nice. Did he stop streaming? Why is Penny Pounder here? He was one of the problem children over there. I preferred them over there, contained. You know what I mean? Let's see here. Oh, he's still streaming. I'll go watch the Dumb stream. Maybe I should go over to Dumb stream. Maybe it's my turn to be a starling. I'll play it one more time just because it really is that serious. This isn't a joke. This isn't a joke. Where is it?
I think I'm at my wit's end. I think I've reached my limit.
He's dealing with his neighbor, the taxes he didn't do, house is a mess. He's still hung up on the job even though he quit it. So he was in a bad way. You see him staring off into space. He has a panic attack with the thought of me coming out. So I decided now is not a good time. After you see him freak out and have this panic attack again live on the air, I decided,
I get hot when I have anxiety.
yeah, no, see, if that's how, he's behaving, I don't want to cause more of a freak out. So, yeah, he had a bit of a mini panic attack. So, All right. So, I don't plan to see him anytime soon because if that's there's gonna be some kind of burden to him, then forget it. Okay, where was I? Yes, it was. See. In fact, weren't you there? I thought you were there last night or a couple nights ago when he panicked like that, and I was like, "Oh shit!" He hasn't done that on screen for quite a while. Last time I remember, it was summertime. He was out in his driveway doing something in the car, and he started panicking, and someone called the police, and the police showed up. Remember that? It's been a while, so it doesn't. It's not a badge of honor to have brought him to his next panic attack. So we'll have to ask him whoever comes on. I don't know. We don't know. All right. Well, I wasn't planning to take call-ins tonight unless somebody special wanted to come on or not. Thank you for nothing, Cassandra. And Dev Pike, do you really want to talk? I mean, what does he want to go on about? I can bring you on briefly, but okay. Well, actually, I'll bring you on for a minute. You just said something in private. You can share. You should be more open with your thoughts. I'd like to hear some of this. Hold on. Let's see. Give me a sec here. Okay, so we've got Dev. I understand the Danny Pike. And I sent me a message on Discord. I'm in the chat, but you don't value the input. I said I was going to take call-ins, but I bring you on. It's like you got to be patient. You have no patience, but we'll talk for a moment. All right, Danny Pike, what's up? Well, I guess he's not coming. He's just a prick tease. I wanted you on to talk or whatever. Who cares? Well, you want to talk to Dev Pike? Probably not. I wouldn't ask you to do that. No, I have Dev Pike on. What the hell is he saying? Hello? Not that it matters anyway, because what the fuck is Dev Pike's problem? He wanted to come on. Now he's not. Hello? It's like, well, we're waiting. Okay, I have no idea what's going on here. We'll kick him. Yeah, it was strange. Yeah, and then he bitches and moans. I won't bring him on. Well, the next time he wants to come on, he should wait 20 minutes before saying anything. Just try to come on after 20 minutes. Yeah, no, if he wants to come back, we'll bring him back on. But my patience is short because I'm ready to, Well, he's got to get his microphone problems straightened out before he can come on. Oh, what do you want to ask Danny? Hey, Cassandra, what's going on? Lately, you've been even more, bitchy than normal. What is going on with you? Because since you're here, we'll ask you, what's going on with you? And then I'll bring him back. I'll give him another 5 minutes to sit there and make sure his microphone works. What's going on with you, Cassandra? Oh, you can ask him that in a minute when I get him on. No, I think he works at a pub and he wants to be an accountant. I don't think he's a developer. I don't think he ever said, well, maybe. I don't know. You can ask him. I thought he wanted to become an accountant. I forget his backstory. We'll bring him on in a moment.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
I can hear you. Can you guys hear him? I hear him. Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Is that all right?
A little soft, but okay.
What? So why do you devalue me so much compared to Todd? Todd can come on, but Danny Devpike is worth
Is that a serious question? Is that a serious question? I mean, no offense. It's not you personally, but I mean, there's only one Todd. You're not him. None of us are. So
That's true, but the sheer volume of stuff I'm giving you means that I have value. And then you said the novels were, but then suddenly there's a reversal where it has no value simultaneously. Like Schrodinger's twat, not Schrodinger's cat.
Right. No,
So
you have value.
why have less value? Is this the narcissism coming through?
Yes, I'm an RC. You are not Chad. Don't even think you're not Chad. You're not. Look there. You're not God. You're not whatever. So I mean, I like having you on sometimes, but no. Tonight was supposed to be a. Can we see if we can learn a Todd to talk to a Cassandra, or vice versa? We couldn't. He's playing games, and you want to come on. That link was never for you or anyone else to begin with. But okay, I let you on, and now like an RC, you're going on about how what did you let me on? I got the same value. No, I like talking with you, but you're a little self-centered here.
No, wait, that you don't understand, Todd. You have to reel him in like a fish. You've not got the lure.
Well, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I'm not the angler.
You're not enough of a lure. No, wait. You're not enough of a lure. You need Kaz to show how.
Well, no, we've even said that. I'm going to say it one more time. It takes a Spurg to get him to lurk. It takes a Chad Preet to get him to talk. It takes a chick like Cassandra to get him to come on. And Cassandra is here, and ultimately, if you know,
she's not willing to prostrate herself to Todd. We need to induce her to prostrate herself for Todd's rod.
Well, Todd himself is being vague about he wants to talk to her, but he doesn't want to talk to her this and that. Who knows? It'd be fascinating to see, but who knows?
No, actually, I've got a memory, so I can remember what he actually said. He actually said he wanted to talk about Kaz and the normie question.
Well, then he can come on and talk about Cass and the normie question. She's here in the chat to respond to him. What?
Anyway, on the dumb thing, he's got previous like this before.
Oh, that's right. You think dumb as fuck. That's good. You think dumb
people say before in the police thing, it looked bizarre, like it was coming out of nowhere. There was no pre-existing condition. He was just spurging out on the floor, and there was no. I watched that. It didn't look genuine.
Well, no, that wasn't. He was the one I saw. He was outside. It wasn't really.
Yeah, and then laid on the floor. For what reason, by the way? There was nothing. Everyone was watching, but there was no narrative leading up to it.
Well, you're saying he was just faking that for attention. And
it's possible people were. No, I'm not saying it was, but people were saying that it looked very suspicious.
That was it was in the summertime. It was last summer. I think that one's gone. He's privated it, but yeah, that was last summer. The weather was warm. He was working on his car. He suddenly had an attack, so he said, "I'm all right. I'm all right." No, I'm not all right. And he sat down. Yeah, he sat down on the ground in his driveway, and eventually someone must have called the local police. They showed up and talked to him, and yeah.
Don't you think that that novel is like a proto Black Pill Japanese hikikomori novel in 1948? Way ahead of the curve. Yeah, way ahead of the curve.
What was the name of it again?
That guy. He committed suicide 5 times. Well, no, he tried to commit suicide 5 times and completed it at your age, 38. He died.
I'm older than that, so I made it a little longer than him by 5 years, but okay.
You muted yourself in response. Lightning crashes.
Am I muted? My microphone's on. Huh. Can you not hear me? Can you hear me, starlings? Weird. Okay, so the problem must be on his end. No, everyone says they can hear me. I don't know what the problem is here. Can you hear me or no?
Lightning.
Okay, so he can't hear me. We'll kick him off. Yeah, no, he's having technical. You mute yourself. So I'm like, did I hit the microphone? Did I hit the thing? No, I'm not muted. Not that I know. Well, if he's faking it and playing a game, then why? He's accusing Dumb of faking it. Maybe so. Why would Dev Pike do the same thing and start pretending he couldn't hear me? Yes, the song you didn't even know that existed until what's his name mentioned it. And I remember when I was growing up, they had the Disaster. Yeah, I'm glad you learned a new song. That band was before your time. You might not even been born yet. The song's about 30 years old now. No, I'm not faking it. I'm totally sincere. Guillermo, oh, you rock my world. Oh, baby, oh, daddy. I never fake it. Oh, that's interesting. So here's something you and Dev Pike agree on. So Dev Pike is plugging this Japanese novel from the 1940s, post-war novel called No Longer Human. And Cassandra thinks it's a good novel, so you guys actually agree. I've never read it. Something about troubled man. He hides behind this facade of hollow jocularity, later turning to a life of alcohol and drugs. Yeah. So it sounds interesting, but now, can you hear me? Are you pretending you can't hear me? Everyone else said they could hear me. You said I muted myself. Are you not hearing this?
I think you muted me and then it rubbed off, right?
No, no one was muted. I heard you saying, hello, you muted yourself. So I heard you, and they heard you, and I heard me, and they heard me. So everyone heard everybody except you couldn't hear me. They think you're faking it. They think you're playing some kind of game. But Cassandra likes your novel. No, Cassandra's read your novel. She likes it.
No, have you noticed? Wait. Have you noticed a pattern? Cassandra has read every single edgelord, every niche novel. She's read it already. I don't believe her. She's the most well-read person I've ever. No, I don't buy it. This was also a test on Kaz. Has she read it? Oh, you've read an obscure novel by a Japanese, right? And just as I mentioned it, not before I mentioned it, she's read it. Where was the mention before I read it?
Oh, what do you mean? What do you mean a test on Cast 2? Were you testing me? You're pretending you couldn't hear me? Were you faking it? You could hear me, but you pretended I muted myself? That was part of a test?
No, that's not a test. That's just me spurging out with the... because I'm sort of in sleep mode. I've got the keyboard in the dark, so I'm tapping away like a twat. And I've hit mute, probably. Anyway...
Well, Cassandra claims she's read all kinds of Japanese books because she loves Japanese. And
by the way, this is a common normie angle.
Yes, I've read that too. Yes,
the commie normie angle. I've read everything. No, I'm not buying it. Also, I've listened to you speak, and the gap between how you speak and the amount of books you've read is like a goddamn Grand Canyon, where you haven't acquired the knowledge of the books you're talking about.
She said she read No Longer Human, and she read the Junji Ito manga. I don't know anything about it.
Okay, she read Welcome to the HK. She's read that as well, I suspect, yeah?
You gotta ask her.
Right, I'm bored of it. Todd's bang on, again, as usual. But anyway, what do you think of this, I think that guy was very interesting that you got on. The Suede guy. You didn't play the Suede song? The Zenai guy, he's the lead singer of Suede.
No, I didn't play the song.
Why not? The beautiful ones.
I might be confusing two bands. Maybe it was a band. Who had the song? back in the 70s. I won't laugh at you when you boo-hoo-hoo because I love you. I remember in Blue Suede, there was a glam rock band. I just love the things you do. Is that the same band or is it a new band?
That's Don't Attack the Jew. No, you don't attack the Jew. That's not fair. Right. So I think wasn't that a Beatles hit?
No, the song I'm singing. Hold on, let me
You
type the
sure?
words. I won't laugh at you when you boo-hoo-hoo because but Slade. The name of the band was. I'm getting confused. That band was called Slade. You're talking about Suede.
Oh,
That's why I
right.
got confused. Okay, yeah. No, I didn't hear the Suede song. The song I was singing was by Slade. Okay.
Slade is 1970s. Suede is 1990s pop, Britpop band.
Britpop. No, I've never heard that. No.
And he's got the hair that the Xenai had, and the Beautiful Ones. Good song. No, but it's not a good song, but it explains his. That's what was going on mentally. Here they come, the beautiful ones, the beautiful ones. That's literally all the lyrics.
That sounds familiar. I might have heard the song where it does sound kind of familiar now that you mention it. And no, I'm not just saying that to be the norm. Now that you sing it, it sounds familiar. But I'll look it up. You're saying, you're trying to argue that he knew he was more beautiful than he let on. He's just trying to pretend, oh, I'm like you guys too. What is it you're trying to imply? Like, what is your...
Yeah, there's the affectation. He's a bit like, he possibly is a bit like Kaz taking on this niche area, a bit like she's taking on the Japanese manga of the no longer human author. She's inhabiting the role, but the gap between her and the author is massive. It lived experience, so it doesn't really mean very much. It's kind of like an incel appropriation. I'll make up that term, not cultural appropriation. It's a form of cultural appropriation.
Well, you can extend that and say, this is your argument, her very presence here is sort of an appropriation because she'll never understand life the way many of us here do. Okay. I mean, I welcome everybody, but in a way you can say normies coming here is appropriation as well. But what in your opinion, what would be their desire to appropriate something that,
It's just entertainment value.
Entertainment value? We're all just lol cows, they're just funny to them?
Yeah. Yeah. The problem is that's why she hates me, because I hold the mirror up and then I ask her, I batter her with insults and all the rest. She don't want that. She wants to laugh. Ha ha. But when I go attacking her, the chihuahua, the song, me, I wish I was a little bit taller. Yeah, and then she's 2 foot, and then she don't like that.
Right, you're talking about
any of that smut.
I don't know books, I know music. That's Skilo. I'm not into rap. You're talking about. I wish I was a baller. I wish I was a little bit taller. You're right.
Oh, can you do the rap for me? Can you?
Right, yeah, remember that.
Can you do the music and do the rap?
No, I'm not going to rap right now. I can't rap it up. Yeah, I remember that one. Skilo was his name. Yeah.
Don't you like the way I deepen the voice? I wish I was a little bit. I speeded up the track and then simultaneously lowered the voice, so it was like a guy that was 7 foot tall. With something called acromalgy. When they get everything grows bigger, like the
right. And it should. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Right. Right. But even that's not good enough. No, I understand the humor. Yeah.
But it doesn't hit. Okay, right. So because there's like a block of narcissism that you have to get over. Then once you get over the narcissism, then the narky can laugh. But it doesn't. But the block's quite big, right? So you have to hit the block, get over it. The narky is slayed, and then he has a laugh for 1 second, then goes back to the narky again. Right? Is that what it is?
No, I think part of it too is I've seen enough of these jokes in life that I've been there, done that, seen that before. So it's nothing new. I mean, I can appreciate the humor, but I've laughed at that joke before.
Do you think you've got Do you think you've got a form of I don't know how you did it. It's called Adenheide. I can't pronounce it. It's where you can't feel pleasure. I don't know what you look it up.
Anhedonia or something like that.
Yes, that's it. I always get the ADD.
Yeah, probably. I mean, with all the shit I've been through, probably not from being a Spurg, but from like PTSD and the way I was treated and just the futility of life, it's possible that I've developed a form of that. Yeah.
Do you think the alcohol has a role in that?
Possibly, but the alcohol, the reason I think it's my self-medication. When I drink, I feel a little bit more relaxed, a little less anxious, a little less, a little more inebriate, a little more free. So I think the alcohol actually, well, maybe it is long term. Like in the moment, it feels good, and then when I start to sober up, so it's possible that the alcohol makes things worse, but in the moment, it makes it feel better in the here and now.
Does it space you out, or does it actually enliven you? I thought it was a sedative.
Kind of lowers my inhibition, makes me a bit, bit more relaxed, a little less spurred. Quick talking to the. I'll have to show some videos when I'm talking to my shrink. Well, I have consumed alcohol when talking to my shrink. He doesn't know, but other times I'm sober. I'll have to show you some of my sober videos where I'm talking like a mile a minute. But I think this slows me down, calms me down a bit.
But a mile a minute can be good. I speak quickly as well. I'm a fellow quick spurg. In fact, I slow it down a little bit so people can actually understand me. So you've got that problem as well, the speed thing.
Absolutely, yes.
You're too quick for the humans.
Yeah, it's two things. Maybe I'm too quick for them. I was talking about my stairs analogy. It's also possible, I'm afraid, they're not going to listen or they're not going to understand. So I better get it out as quick as possible, as quickly as I can. At least just get it out there, before they lose interest. They can hopefully retain some of it. There's definitely a sense of so many times you talk to someone, they don't listen, they're half listening. You repeat yourself 10 times, and they finally kind of get it. Why did you repeat yourself? So it's almost like, let me get it all out, and they, just try to make sure they hear it all and try to retain what they can.
It depends who you're speaking to very much. This is why you've got to be very selective with who you interact with, in my opinion. It's that's why comparing yourself with interacting with friends, with interacting with people at work is really not accurate. They don't care at work. They don't give a flying fuck. You could say that you've launched a missile to Mars, and they'll just say, "Oh, fuck off." They'll just think like that. But your friends probably are listening, and people here probably are listening. There's a big gap in communication. Right.
But I mean, at work, it's not more about I went to Mars. That's okay. This car needs new coolant. It's gonna die. What? And a day later, the car dies. No one told me. Like, you fucking idiot. So it's more about work-related things that are pertinent to everybody. Hey, man, the car's about to die. I'm warning you now. You see the light? Are you listening? The light. And then the next, why didn't you say anything? I did, you fucking retard. So it's that kind of stuff that I feel like they need to come on, listen, pay attention. Yeah.
But that's the point. There is no light in their brain. Nothing's registering. They're an autopilot.
Yeah, I suppose, but
no, that's what it is. Yeah.
It's easy to say that. It's easy to be dismissive. There's no light in their brain, or is it they've determined you're nothing, you're shit, so I don't have to devote brain power to you. Whereas if Chad comes along and says, "Oh, hey, the car's a little bumpy, we'll take care of it right away." In other words, they tune out.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
A bit like what you're doing to me. You're determining the volume of the value of my content is 0, even though it isn't 0.
No, I didn't say the value of your content was 0. I just said you can't put yourself on the same level as a Todd. None of us can. He's our patron saint here. So that's where I'm like, I'm not making a distinction between. I'm not making an analogy between me and Todd. You came on and started with an analogy between you and Todd, as I recall.
He's got the biggest rod, so he cannot be touched.
He cannot be touched. He might as well be a Chad, without the looks.
Why don't you think Todd leverages his rod? Why doesn't Todd leverage his position more? He seems to be backing away the more fame he's got. It's like do you think?
Well, I think he grew too big for his britches. I think he didn't want all the attention he got. I think he misses the days when he himself had more of a coffee house where he could just talk to a handful of people instead of this big cult following sort of thing. So I think he became overwhelmed.
Sell merchandise. Todd's Rod T-shirts. Would you buy Todd's Rod T-shirts?
No, because then he'd be kicked off his neat bucks. So no, I wouldn't want to jeopardize his neat bucks. So no, he wouldn't.
What if he sold them on Amazon?
I mean, the IRS would still know if you're making a profit.
No, but you pay in Amazon vouchers.
Oh, okay. Well, and then there you go. You give him that idea and let him see what he thinks.
OC hates my idea. This burning. What?
It doesn't seem like anything. It wouldn't interest me to do something like that. I doubt it would interest him. But I mean, if you became like a super YouTuber guy, would you do that? Maybe you would. Maybe that would interest you. But it's like,
that's what every single YouTuber does. That's a
very normie thing to do. What the normie YouTubers do.
The Mr. Beast angle.
That's what the normie YouTubers do. I think for those of us who are just here to talk about our existence and have a little hangout, it's like selling merchandise. Meh.
Do you think Xeni will come back or not? He's done. That's it.
Do I think who will come back? Todd?
Xeni.
Oh, he was here before. Zenesis? You mean Zenesis? I think his name was Zenesis.
I call him Xeni. It's a better name.
Well, you can tell him that. No, he was here earlier. He might be in bed now. He was here earlier this stream. I'm sure he'll be back at some point. You want to talk to him
he
again?
came on again to talk or not?
No, he did not come on. He was in the chat, but no, he was here earlier. So yeah, he'll be around at some point.
Did he say I was an idiot or not?
I don't think you came up.
So he's eliminated me. Typical Chad move.
I think you weren't the topic du jour at the moment.
It's a typical Chad move where he doesn't acknowledge someone who's because I'm not Chad again.
Well, I don't know. This sounds like the ugly girl at the dance who's upset because the pretty boy didn't notice her. How come he likes the other girls better? He doesn't even know I exist. You sound like you're a little upset he doesn't know you exist.
No, I don't understand how he could instantly forget someone.
Well, he came on to say hi in the chat, and we weren't talking about you at that moment. You weren't even here. I figured you'd be asleep. Don't you have to go to work tomorrow?
No, I've got work. It's fine.
Okay.
I basically wake up in the middle of the night, so I just spurg out here. So why not?
Okay.
I'm doing a Victorian style. Do you know the Victorian style of sleeping? The two-phase sleeping.
You sleep for a few hours, get up, and sleep for what?
Yeah, they slept at about what was it? Maybe 8 o'clock in the 8 o'clock in the night, and then they had horizontal jogging at between 2 and 4 a.m. and then went back to bed. So they had a kind of. That's what I'm doing now. I'm just not horizontal jogging. I'm jogging my flaps, my gums instead.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was a question for you. You don't have to answer if you don't want, but I want to ask you. Some here suspect you might be snorting cocaine. Is that true or not? I don't care either way, but we've had Denmark Andy, who's done coke lines on stream. Are you a cocaine fiend or Charlie?
No, Denmark Andy is a lot less lucid than me. He was talking utter shite.
Oh, yeah. I'm not saying you aren't. I'm just asking you to confirm or deny if you want.
What do you think of the genetic refugee phrase? That is a transcendent phrase, surely.
You didn't answer my question. You don't want to answer? If you don't want to answer, that's fine. But
I said no. It's obvious I'm not because I'm.
Okay.
Listen to the fucking streams back. How can I recount the narrative so well? I'd be all over the place like Denmark Shandy or Andy.
I suppose. Okay. So anyway, no, you do not do cocaine. So say Danny. Well, I actually want to ask you another question. Where does Danny come from? Is your name Daniel, or why did God call you Danny? Where does that come from?
Well, it's my own nickname, but it's just Daniel. Yeah.
So
Daniel's boring. I'm not biblical. I'm Danny.
Okay. Is that your real name? Your real life? You're Danny. That's your name.
Yeah, Daniel. But obviously.
We're not trying to dox you. I just didn't know where Danny came from. So, okay, so your name is Daniel or Danny for sure. Oh,
but
Danny boy, the pipes are calling.
Precisely. I thought you'd go into that.
Right.
No, but I'm not biblical. So because you slapped me down for being compared to God, so I've decided to go Danny instead of Daniel. I'm not allowed to be biblical.
Todd is God. He's going to throw you into the lion den. Wasn't Daniel was the one who fought the lions, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, he'll throw you to the lions. So yeah.
I think. I wouldn't mind talking to Todd, but he seems to have some kind of hatred for me as well. So
I'm not gonna do the timer. I'm gonna go away for a minute, get another beer, pass some water. I'll be right back. I'll let you talk amongst yourselves. When I get back, you're gonna ask me about. We'll talk about genetic refugees or whatever. And I prefer that term woke chat. I thought that was a good one. Well, I'll be right back. Go ahead.
I've got to talk to these people. Christ Almighty! It's like talking to a sort of audience that despises you. And the chat goes quiet. Do I not entertain you? What's my problem? What's your major malfunction, who I said, come on in here and then I'll talk to you. I'll provide the link. I'm the host now, even though I can't provide anything. Doing my taxes. right at the last minute. Interesting. Everyone else has done the taxes in America. You're the one that's completely at the end, even though you're the most normie, right? And you're the organized one. How come a spurg like OC is doing the taxes weeks before, even though he's got no income to speak of? And you're the normie and do taxes right at the end. Okay. Try to be more likable. Yeah, it's a common spurg thing. Don't do the taxes for sure. Or if you're an edgelord, you don't do the tax because you're trying to be edgy and not pay the tax man. But it never works because the tax man is bigger than you. That's a common normie thing. They try and be edgy, but the government's huge and you're just going to get fucked. That's what's going to happen. So try and not pay the taxes, bro. Can't you come on simultaneously and do the taxes? Because the taxes are very boring and monotonous and quite easy, actually. It's like adding $500 and $200. That's my expenses. And then that's not hard arithmetic. That's just you adding shit up.
Well, they say the British tax laws are complex, but American tax laws, again, I'm not saying it's hard. It's just there's so many. We have forms and schedules and this and that, and you do this and that. And do you, if you make money here, do you put on this line? It can be overwhelming for those who know what they're doing. It takes.
Do you think a spurg gets a tax loophole? Why can't there be a spurg loophole?
Well, it's funny you mention that because my brother read an article, not about taxes, but about how they
Your brother can read.
Yes, he can read. Yes, he can read. Yes, he can read the English language. He was saying, we got to get the newspaper. I want to read it. They want to do something here in this state of New Jersey where you can put that you're a spurg on your license. That way, if you get or your license or the driver's license or on the license plate or something, that way, if the police pull you over and you give them the license, they can say, okay, this guy's a spurg. Things might not. And while it sounds good in theory, I can see it backfiring. I can see the police saying, this guy's a spurg. They're all dangerous. Get your guns drawn because police have guns in this country. The only thing I said to my brother, I wouldn't mind doing it because I'm diagnosed spurg if they give me one of those handicap placards that I can, so I can park in the handicap spaces. But yeah,
what you're saying, no, this is a good analysis actually. This is you using your spurg black pill powers for good because you've analysed that the black pill is always running, yeah. So the police would actually use it against the spurg. That's actually reality. That would actually happen.
And so I would never do it unless the trade-off would be if I can get those handicap plates or a placard that lets me park. I don't know what you call them in England. In our parking lots, you call car parks. There are spaces designated for handicap or cripples.
They're called blue badges in England.
Okay, they're blue here too. We call them handicap parking. I would. It's a risk. If I can't get a handicap placard, then I would not want spurg on my driver's license. But if I can get a handicap placard and park as close as I want to the store, I might consider it and just have to, the pros and cons. But I would never want to. By the way,
how much money is Horsehead's wife earning on OnlyFans? It's quite a bit of money.
She does OnlyFans. I don't know. You can ask him. I have
I'm joking. I'm joking as to how.
I went away for a few minutes. I have no idea what you guys were talking about. So I came back. We're talking about taxes, so I jumped in with that. Oh, they want how many? You got all your teeth? There's a stereotype the British are missing half their teeth.
I've got most of my teeth. Most
of you. He's got most of them. Pretty good for a Brit, Chris.
But why did Horsehead allow his wife to do OnlyFans? That's the question.
You have to ask him. But I don't mind. In some ways, Horsehead is the best of both worlds. He's got the wife, the kid. He's also got this hot, young, exotic Ethiopian college student. So he's kind of like, bouncing around. But he still has the wife at home. So he comes home to a nice hot meal and he can go out. Yeah, he's got a nice setup right now.
What's this Ethiopian arc? What's going on?
Oh, I didn't get into too much detail. Just that he's going to do a whole documentary film on this Ethiopian girl he met, and she's 22, college exchange student in Texas.
He actually got with her.
I don't know. We can ask him. He's kind of teasing us.
He's playing away from home. Interesting. He risked that.
Well, we can ask him. So, last we heard, the conversation changed. He was talking about some kind of documentary with an Ethiopian girl. We'd like to hear more.
Horsehead wants me to lust over his wife. That's fucked up. Interesting. That's the normie angle. I must have a more attractive wife than you, bro. You must be, yeah. And also, he's still.
Well, I'm not encouraging infidelity, but I can understand why some men might say, "Hey, screw it, I got the wife, but she's kind of meh. Things have kind of changed. Or we've gotten to a comfortable zone. So what the hell? Maybe I will have an affair." I'm not talking about Horse specifically, but I can understand why some normie men would do that. But I'm not in a position to do
Horsehead
that.
has to go for like the African chick. Interesting.
He probably wants to spice things up, make it more exotic. I don't blame him.
No, but this is the problem. He can only get an Ethiopian, right?
Oh, maybe. Is that the best he can do? Maybe he's got tons of offers, but they're all very boring. This one struck a chord because she was so exotic looking. I don't know.
Times are changing, bro. Only Chad gets action.
Now, has Horsehead seen you before? Because he thinks you look good in a wig, and he thinks you could pass as a very feminine woman. I've never seen your face. You've never shared with us. But Horsehead
hasn't either. Everything Horsehead said is a lie. So I don't really believe the Ethiopian.
Well, I don't know, Danny. Did you used to? I don't know if you used to show yourself. I have no idea. I didn't know your name was Danny till God told us.
Oh yeah, I should have told you my real name first, maybe. More, yeah. But he's using every single mode of attack. He's attacking my voice. What about my face? Look.
Well, in fairness, Horse, he's British. I remember when Wham first came out, some people were like, is George Michael gay? Or is he just really British? We can't tell because he's so British. It could just be that, the British tend to be a bit more feminine, generally speaking, than American men. So you can't tell with an Englishman. Yes. Anyway, that's some humor. That's true. At first, people didn't know that George Michael was gay because they thought, well, he's British, so maybe the British are more feminine. But yeah, I don't think they had that problem with Boy George. But yeah, anyway. As we were singing that before. Oh, Danny boy, I'm not going to sing that again.
No, but Horsehead comes across as the normie from Normville, but he just wants to.
Well, I've always said someone asked me before. I think it was Zenesis actually asked me, who do you think are the most normie people who come here? The starlings that fly in. I said probably Cassandra and Horsehead strike me as the most normal. They're definitely the most normie-ish. So I would say, yeah, in my opinion, Cassandra and Horsehead Nebula are the two most normie of all the people that I know of in the chat, the starlings.
Have you seen Red Dwarf before?
Yes, I actually have. It's one of the few British shows they used to show on what we call.
You've got great taste. Red Dwarf is a great.
Well, again, we have something called PBS. Before cable and streaming and all this stuff, PBS, public broadcasting, would show select British shows like Monty Python and things like that. Yes, Red Dwarf was one of the ones they would show. So I'm familiar with it because it's one of the few British shows they would show on what's known as public broadcasting services, PBS, American television station.
Well, they've curated the best shows there because Red Dwarf is one of the best shows.
Okay,
so you've got, the hologram with the H on his head. Yeah, normie. Horsehead should have N for normie. Horsehead would have just N on his head, normie, right?
I guess, yeah. Well, no, I'm not making fun of him. Yeah, Horsehead and what's her name, Cassandra, seem the most normie to me of all the people here.
No, I am making fun of him because he deserves it.
Well, and Penny Pounder. I'm ready. Penny Pounder, you still haven't told us your age. No, remember, I'm in my 40s. The internet wasn't really, even when I was a teenager, dial-up internet was in its infancy. So, no, when I was a kid and stuff, watching TV, sure, because there was no internet to play on. So, sure, I'd watch TV. And PBS, it was a broadcast, so anyone could watch PBS. It was a free station. And they would show some British shows from time to time. You might be too young to remember because we don't know how old you are. You're a teenager. I'm worried that Penny Pounder's a teenager. He's into that.
I think Horsehead might be as narky as you.
I thought I was the narcissist supreme.
No.
So okay. Narcissism is separate. So you can be a normie like Horsehead or a spurg like me and still be a narky. Is that what you're trying to say? Like narcissism isn't specific to a certain type, or?
That's true. You just have to have all the ducks lined up. You have to have the behavior of ducks lined up. I'm the best. I can have an affair with this. This Ethiopian one has confirmed it to me.
You sound like Destroyed by Foids now. Oh, OC thinks he's the best. You think, well, if you want to call me an RC or an Narky, that's fine. But what is it so narcissistic? What have I compared to you? I mean, how am I an RC if you're not? I mean, you're not really.
Well, the number one play of a Nazi is downplaying somebody else's skill or when somebody sees some.
No, I beg to differ. I think one of the hallmarks of an RC is overplaying their self-perceived accomplishments. So you think I'm downplaying you. You might be overplaying your accomplishments. I've said many times, I enjoy talking to you. You can be abrasive at times, and you don't seem to realize I can't give you 100% attention sometimes. I do enjoy having you on. You've had some good discussions. I think praising yourself is definitely a sign of anarchy, I would say.
This is true, but the problem you've got is that I've got verification from people other than you that I'm intelligent and what I say is funny. So it doesn't work.
Well, it kind of works.
And also, I'm playing all the jokes that I'm playing to you, to other people. They're laughing. You're stone cold. That means you're the twat.
No, maybe it means they're just laughing to humor you or to patronize you. Or they've never thought of these things before, so these jokes are brand new to them. I've heard it already. You're preaching to a choir here, but okay, all right. So now I'm laughing. I'm laughing at your because you don't laugh at me. You're a knocky because others laugh at me. It's like that makes me laugh. You see that? There you go. You got me to laugh, Dev Pike. Good job, Danny.
You're claiming to have had every joke I've ever.
No, not every joke ever made. When you say to me, "Why aren't you laughing at that thing?" I took the song and
this is preposterous.
No. It's like I've seen memes like that before. You're not the first to come up with that, so it's like I've seen it before. So I'm not going to laugh.
That's true,
at
but not that particular one.
Not that particular. But it's in the same vein that I've seen enough times that okay, cool. But it's hey, good job. But I'm not going to crack up laughing. It's the first time I ever saw it.
Yeah, but it's not that one specifically. There's loads of elements. I've battered you with content. It's not
that you
one.
have, yes, that you have, yes. Okay, fine. So you're a genius. Maybe like you said,
no, I'm not a genius, but no.
Well, maybe it is anhedonia. Maybe it's not. It's just I've lost my ability to find most things funny anymore. It's unrelated to you.
It's all in the response, and I'm doing it to other people. They're laughing. You're not. There's a huge contrast.
That could be anhedonia, or it could just be it's not that funny. Or
the contrast. So why are they laughing and not you?
Right.
So you're fine.
There are a lot of comedians I watch and I think, what the hell is this guy's appeal? He's not that funny.
That's true.
Right. So,
but these people aren't dummies. Wow. I know you like to think of yourself as very high, but these other people are high as well.
I don't like to think of myself as high. I am very just because not everyone's going to get your humor. So if they don't laugh at your joke, they're an RC. That sounds narcissistic to me. So
no, there is a narcissistic element to it. There could be, but there's other elements where you've gone off and then you cut people off on the stream. It's my stream. All these.
Well, yes, it is my stream. I do cut people off sometimes. Yes. Now I didn't have a chance to twiddle my thumbs. So I need a little 60-second break, and then we'll be back with some more Danny. So give me about... Sorry about that. I was a starling for those past 60 seconds. I flew over to Dumb's nest and I said hello to Dumb. I said, "You want to come talk to Dev Pike?" And he, Dev Pike does. I think I'm unmuted now. So I just wanted a 60-second starling break. Okay, we're back. What's up, Dev?
What happened? So Dumb rejected me as well. Like, there's this plethora of rejections from me.
He thinks you rejected him.
Based on what evidence? What?
I have no idea. Dumb's very sensitive. You saw the footage of him having that anxiety attack. That's right. But you thought he was faking it for attention. I think Dumb really is kind of sensitive and panics at times and gets overwhelmed. And he's gotten me wrong many times, worse than you. He's gotten me wrong. I have to explain. Another reason why I go on, I speak quickly. I have to explain things 10 times. Dumb is definitely one of the people I can explain myself 10 times. Where now I get it. Dumb is one of those people.
Yeah, but
I'm always good. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I don't like going on to this topic about Naki or whatever. It's boring.
You brought it up because I wasn't laughing at some joke you made.
Well, many doesn't matter. No, but I think that Horsehead should be the resident Naki, and you can be second in command. Maybe he's above you in those stakes. Maybe.
Well, maybe that's his problem. He's a normie. He's too narcissistic. Maybe that he's that draws him here. You ask why people come here. Someone as normal as Horsehead, why would he come here? He's got a normal life, a wife, a kid.
He's a film star as well.
Right. So maybe he's drawn to my narcissism. Maybe that's why you're here. You're all drawn to my narcissism.
Do you think Horsehead has his job to procure Ethiopian students? Is it a front to procure Ethiopian students, maybe?
Possibly. You'd have to ask him. I'm not even sure what his job is exactly. He works for the university doing something with film.
He's a film star, as I said.
Right. Okay. Yeah, maybe.
Why can't we have I want to have a head-to-head with Horsehead because he hates me.
If you really want, I'll bring him on. If he wants to come on, he can. If you really want to talk, we were hoping for
by the way,
we were hoping for a Todd Cassandra, but instead we're gonna have to settle for a Danny and Horsey. So here we go. All right.
This is the point. I'm combative with Combative Beaver as well. You're combative. Horsehead's claiming not to, it's like a libtard. He's claiming not to be combative and then saying all these ridiculously acerbic stuff that's negative against someone. It's like saying, in the nicest possible way, you look like shit. The guy's a libtard. He says one thing and the actions are totally stacked up in the other way. So let's go on the stream then.
I want you to be nice to him, but if he wants, to
I don't want to be nice to him. He's already.
That I found funny. If he wants to come on, he can. If not, I can't. I can't make him come on. I can't force anybody. I can't force Todd to come on. People say, "When's Todd coming on?" I don't know. He might never come on.
Take control of Horse's computer and get him on.
The only person I can kind of control, Danny. The person I have the most control over is Cassandra. I can bring Cassandra on, but I'll spare her because I wanted her to talk to Todd, so I'll spare Cassandra. She's the one I control the best. But yeah, I guess Horse said, well, you want to talk to Danny? If you don't like it, you can always bow out.
What, you're going to kick me off? Damn.
No, I'm not going to kick you off. I'm saying I can't promise, what's his name? Horsehead coming on.
What are you playing on now?
Oh, just checking this. I heard a beep. It was just a weather report. This is my phone, my cell phone. I was also looking at the damage. You heard about my license plate. Not my license plate. My fucking mailbox getting... You heard that story? You were here for that?
No.
A curry smashed his car. This is his side view mirror. He smashed into my license plate.
Curry did a hit and run on you. Brilliant.
Why? Apparently, he jumped the curb, hit one mailbox. These mailboxes are on posts along the streets of the.
In America, yeah.
Right. So he hit the one neighbor's mailbox. Didn't damage it too badly. Somehow that didn't wake him up. He kept going full speed right into mine. The cops did come. They said, "Here's a report. You can pick up a report in like 5 business days." I'm like, Christ. I spoke to the guy. I said, listen, I won't go through your insurance if you want to pay to reimburse. He goes, okay, I'll see what I can do. Yes. I have a handyman. He texted me. He's like, I have a handyman who can come by tomorrow and look at your license. I'm like, oh, Christ. That's funny because he's probably about my age. I'd say 40-something. He's from India. His wife is Indian or Indian ancestry, but she's American-born. And I was saying how even there, she was American-born. Her father said, we are the Patels. You must marry a Singh boy. But Daddy, I want to suck Chad and Tyrone dick. Yes, you can suck all the dick you want, but when you're done sucking dick, it is the family tradition. You must marry this boy from India. So it's like he was foreign, the wife wasn't, and I'm like, oh crap. It's gonna be a disaster. But I'm supposed to meet the handyman tomorrow morning sometime.
What are you saying? The wife showed disdain towards him.
The wife was standoffish. She was like, yeah, she was like, well, she was in the passenger seat, so she didn't want to talk too much. Yeah, that don't talk to the police, don't talk to the neighbors. Yeah, well, it wasn't totally our fault. He tried to get it back. She was very standoffish. I didn't really deal with
one of those.
the police. Right, the police were there, so I couldn't really talk to either of them. But I got the guy's number. He texted me, and he's like, oh yes, I can get to handyman, and it's so destroyed. The post is solid, but the support arm and the shelving are all destroyed. I'm like, I want a new license. I'm not a license. I new fucking mailbox because I don't own this house. The landlord, I can't leave it looking like shit. So let's see how this is going to work out. So yeah.
No, but I thought women couldn't do any wrong, so that couldn't have happened. The woman couldn't have been standoffish.
Well, she might not even been in the past because I don't know. When I came, I heard the crash. I didn't come out right away. I thought it was like a garbage truck, or what do you call it, a dustbin going by. There was a knock on the door. It was a policeman, and then I came out. There were a bunch of people. The wife might have come up. He wasn't too far. Apparently, he's one of my neighbors. I'd never seen him before, but so supposedly this guy fell asleep. This was on a Sunday, no less. I thought it's like, what job is he working on a Sunday? I thought they were all engineers or doctors, so I don't know what was going on. But yeah,
this is his way of saying hello, a bit like Dumb's neighbor, the retarded neighbor who's saying hello by smashing through your net mailbox.
Well, Xenesis was even saying that Indians don't have a lot of he's half Indian. They don't have a lot of conscientiousness. So who the fuck knows how this is going to turn out? But we'll see what happens.
Do you live on Mulholland Drive? Have you seen that film?
Yeah, I've seen both. There were two. There was Mulholland Drive and Mulholland Falls. I've seen them both, and I can't remember which one was which. They get jumbled up for me. One was a really weird movie with that Australian chick.
By David Lynch.
Maybe that was the weird one. Naomi Watts was in that one. Yeah, I've seen them both, but I can't remember which was which. And there's weird.
You have to remember which one David Lynch is because he's one of the best directors He's one of the best directors. He's made.
He died recently. He actually died on Cassandra's birthday, as I recall. Is that correct? Cassandra's birthday. He died on her birthday, I think.
Yeah, she killed him. She murdered him.
She murdered him. Yes. We just lost him. Yeah, but no, I like this stuff. I mean, I think that one movie, Eraserhead, was more of a showpiece for the industry than it was for the people. That film was kind of weird, but I think it was more to show the industry what he was capable of. I don't really think that was that great a film.
It was an edgelord film, yeah.
Yeah, but it wasn't spectacular. I think it was more of
Blue Velvet was a great film.
Blue Velvet, right? And yeah, he did Mulholland Drive or Mulholland. There were two, Drive and Falls. I forget which one he did. One was like a detective story. The other was like a weird movie. He did the weird one. I can't remember if it was Drive or Falls.
Yeah.
Yep.
June is my favorite. Get Donna on. I want to attack Donna.
Well, you can ask her. She wants to know: did you discover Todd first or Dumb first? Is what he wants. Is what
Todd. Everyone discovers God first.
Well, no, Cassandra discovered Dumb first through his chatting, his streaming, and then discovered me and knows who Todd is, retrospectively, but never really interacted with Todd or went on his streams.
Oh, well, that's why she hasn't got this further for Todd.
Right. So you've got some
if
people.
If she actually knew what the score was, she would go to Todd first because these are imitations of Todd.
Well, Todd, by the time she joined Dumb Streams, Todd was winding down, so I don't think she ever experienced Todd. Plus, she probably wouldn't have gone to one. If she came across a Todd stream, she would have gone away. She liked the clubhouse that Dumb provided, and I'm to her, I'm an extension of Dumb. But, yeah.
Do you like Twin Peaks?
I saw that show before years ago. I remember it was on when I was younger. It was okay-ish, but yeah, it was another oddball one.
It's Lynch again.
Oh, he was. Yeah, they were going to revive that. Maybe they did. I didn't see the revival. I remember the original Twin Peaks. I didn't see the revival, but
Kaz is falling in love with me, but she doesn't. Hey, who's this?
This is
Horse wants to go.
Sorry,
I think it is.
What?
Hey, I want to talk about Blue Velvet.
Okay.
I heard you say you like Blue Velvet. What do you like about Blue Velvet?
Blue Velvet.
Yeah.
Well, what's not
Blue Velvet?
What about the sadomasochism?
Yeah, that's good. Do you like Dennis Hopper?
No, I don't really like him in that film, but.
What was that Dennis Hopper film where, what's his name? Christopher Walken and I think James Gandolfini, they're mobsters, and they have, he's all tied up, Hopper, and Hopper starts telling him, you guys are Sicilian, you're part black. And Walken's like, so you're saying my ancestors were a bunch of niggas? And Hopper's like, well, no, they're half black. The Moors came, and that was a great film. I think Balky was in that. Yeah, that's a film that's worth watching. Whatever it was called. You know what I'm talking about? And they kill him walking, and he's got Hopper tied up.
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
Was that Easy Rider or isn't that?
No, it was well after Easy Rider. This is a Quentin Tarantino film. It was Tarantino-esque. I forget what it was called, but you know, Hopper was great in that. That was a good Hopper film.
I think Horsehead is playing out Blue Velvet with his wife as Sandy, and then you've got Dorothy as the Ethiopian woman. Is that right? Is that what it is? Blue Velvet.
You're like
bloom, bloom. Right?
You're at least halfway there, depending on the day of the week.
So this is another point. Horse laughed. OC, it's deadpan like I've just shot his nan. Go figure again.
People laugh at different
It's the
things,
same
man.
thing again, bro. I say a funny thing and then suddenly OC is like I've shot someone.
So maybe I'm more of the Narcy because I didn't find the joke as humorous as Horse.
That's it. That's what I'm saying.
There you go. I outrank Horse on Narcy.
That's it.
Okay.
That's it. This is the acid test for the Narky. If someone doesn't, if you know a joke is funny.
Wait, I'm sorry. What is Jared? I thought Jared was gay or a tranny or something. Jared, what do you mean? You know, Horse was trying to seduce your woman. I thought you were gay. Or is Jared a lesbian?
I'm not interested in Jared. He's an idiot.
Talking about Jared.
It might be a she. We don't know. What's going on? But I might have been true. That sounds familiar. It might be True Romance. Good job, Cassandra.
Yeah, True Romance is really good. I don't remember that scene though.
No, I'll look it up. You guys talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
What else do you want to talk about?
So OC doesn't like me that much. He's disappeared again. Christ almighty. Why do you want me to talk about Blue Velvet? You don't know the story? What's going on? What?
I was just trying to talk to you about something that we both like.
You actually like? Okay.
Yeah,
Blue Velvet is a bit edgy.
I've seen Blue Velvet multiple times. I like Blue Velvet a lot. I like most of his films. I like Mulholland.
What about the original Dune? The original Dune is epic.
Yeah, the original Dune.
My apologies. Okay, so you are homosexual, but you're a girl. So you're saying, okay, I thought you were a guy. Okay, yeah. True Romance was the movie. It was a good film. Tarantino wrote but didn't direct. I was looking up just now. Good film. I remember Balky. Remember Cousin Larry. He was in it. It was like one of those zany. It was a good film. And that's the one where Walken has Hopper tied up. So you're saying my ancestors are a bunch of niggers? No, they're half black. The Moors fucked the native. But I like the guy, but I killed him anyway. It was True Romance. Yeah, Hopper was good in that one because Danny said Hopper sucks, but Hopper did things, other than Blue Velvet and Easy Rider. Yeah, Waterworld was kind of shitty, but Hopper was pretty good in True Romance. There we go. That's what I'm
speaking out over Dennis Hopper.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's the only thing that piqued my interest of this conversation thus far. Okay, so what are we talking about?
The Narky returns. The return of the Narky, not the return of the native.
So when you have two narcissists, me and Horse, one has to outdo the other. So I'm clearly the more narcissistic.
Christ almighty. I'm stuck in the middle of this Narky sandwich of shit.
I feel like I'm stuck in the middle.
Well, you said Jared, you don't want to talk to him, but Jared claims he's a she. I don't know what the story is. Is Jared a chick who's a lesbian, or we don't know? I don't know.
Jared is a man who's a lesbian.
Jared's a man.
Is that it?
Jared's a man. Okay.
Interesting angle.
Okay. Eddie Izzard used to say that. I'm a male lesbian. Now he's totally trans. Remember Eddie Izzard? He's one of yours. One of your comedians.
Eddie Lizard has gone off the deep end. Don't listen to Eddie Lizard. It's over.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, my favorite thing about the original Dune is the Set My Mind in Motion. Yeah, remember that chant that the something called a mentat. If you actually watched it, you don't know, do you?
Yeah, I remember. I remember what a mentat is.
Somebody did.
I don't remember a lot about Lynch's Dune because it's been a long time since I've seen it. But I know like the terminology of Dune.
Yeah, but the original Dune's actually funny. It's got the Spice Sets My Mind in Motion thing, and people do an analysis of that with coffee, and it actually works quite well because obviously, I mean, spice is a great concept in my opinion. It's analogous with drugs, essentially, isn't it?
He who controls the spice. Actually, for the British, wouldn't tea be a better analogy? Tea. Anyway, okay, you're a lesbian in a man's body. Okay, let's bring on our guests. Okay, continue.
Dev, I don't know if I've said in chat when you're there, but my wife is named after Princess Aaliyah.
What?
That's where my father-in-law got her name. Yeah.
I can see the resemblance. She's striking.
Oh, what, with her being a kid?
What? Oh, right, okay. So, what? Aaliyah, the mental child.
Yeah,
the abomination.
The crazy bitch.
The abomination. That's what she's called. The one with the voice, yeah.
Yeah,
She was.
the one,
Yeah, she's a good character.
the one that ends up stronger than Paul by like the third or fourth book.
Yeah, I mean, OC looks a little bit like Paul when he's in his worm phase, the Worm King, right? You know, when he becomes.
Yeah, I never read or watched any of the Dunes. I think wasn't Sting in the original Dune. Yeah, I get the gist that he who controls the spice, but I never saw Dune, never read Dune, don't know much about Dune. So I'm just sitting here like, okay, what can you tell me about Dune?
Wait, no, he controls the spice. Controls. Finish the quote.
How's it go? He controls the spice, controls the world, or something like that. Whoever controls the horse, whoever controls the spice supply. I get the gist, but I never saw it. I saw.
No,
pieces.
it's he who
What?
no, wait, that he who controls the spice controls the universe. That's the
universe.
Actual quote.
Whatever.
You can't say half the quote and then say you're.
I get the gist of it. I get the gist. Yeah, I guess I should watch.
Nobody else got the gist because you cut yourself off halfway.
Oh, okay. Well, you guys know the movie, so you know what I'm referencing.
Wait, so, can I just ask OC, what's your? If we're talking about films you don't know, tell us a film that you actually do know. Then, if you know any.
Well, the other day I was singing "Eastbound and Down, load it up and truck it. We gonna do what they say can't be done. We got a long way to go.
Can't be done.
What's that? I'm singing the
Can't
song
be
from the
done?
movie. I'm not singing again. No, I'm not saying it's my favorite. One of my feel-good movies. Who knows? You know the movie I'm singing? We boys are thirsty in Atlanta, and there's beer in Texarkana, and we'll bring it back no matter what it takes. Any idea? No one knows this film.
Is that
you
Dukes
guys
of
figure it
Hazzard?
No, similar vein, but that's not the Dukes of Hazzard. No.
I don't watch Pulp Fiction films. What is it?
An American classic. I always loved it because it was
American Graffiti.
No, it was. Forget it. Anyone in the chat know? I'm amazed. You guys are talking about Dune. You guys are so highbrow and intellectual. I'm talking about Smokey and the Bandit. Great film, Smokey and the Bandit. Not one of my favorites, but I was singing the
That's
song.
the highbrow film. Is Smokey and the Bandit?
It's not highbrow. I'm saying Dune is highbrow. You guys like the highbrow thing. I'm talking about my feel-good favorite, Smokey and the Bandit, all-American flick.
Okay.
I haven't seen The Bandit.
Wow, okay. I also like Annie Hall. The reason I bring that up is because Annie Hall beat out Smokey and the Bandit that year, 1977 or whatever. They're both good films, very different, but I like all kinds of shit. I just never saw Dune. You guys want to talk Dune? Talk Dune. I thought you were going to talk... What?
Has Horse had seen Smokey and the Bandit?
No, I don't think he has.
No.
Annie Hall? I like
Annie Hall. Yeah, I've seen Annie
Yeah,
Hall. So.
I like that Jew humor. I think, I've always loved his humor.
You like Woody Harrelson?
Not Woody Harrelson, Woody Allen.
Woody Allen, sorry. Right. Yeah.
He's all right. I'm not crazy about Woody Allen, but I thought Annie Hall was a good film.
I thought everyone hated Woody Allen.
No, I like him.
But everyone doesn't like the, the J word. They've turned against them. Everything's their fault.
Well, it is, but I still love, I always said, I tell my shrink, you kikes are all right sometimes. I couldn't imagine a world without Simon and Garfunkel and Woody Allen, so yeah.
Hello, Darkness, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What else do you want to ask, Dev?
Yeah, why don't you guys talk amongst you want to bring on Horse? Go ahead. You can
I want to see what film OC's... you've got to have another good film. Do you know any other good films?
I watch movies. Some I like, some I don't. I usually forget them. Like you say, you ever see this film? Yeah, I did check that out once. I rented that years ago, but I can't remember what happened. Like Mulholland Drive, Mulholland Falls. I saw them both. Can't remember a damn thing about either of them, which means I didn't.
What about American Beauty? Have you seen that one?
I've seen the one with the bag blowing in the wind, and the one guy next door is a Nazi, and he shoots and kills. The
incel, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's okay,
American Beauty,
I guess. What?
It's a good movie.
Yeah, it's okay. I should rewatch some of these films.
You don't see the parallel with the American Dream sort of thing in the American Beauty, and the mis-selling of the American Dream and all this kind of stuff. That's why it's a good film.
It's like a bell curve, man. It's supposed to be deep, and maybe to some it is, but I just think it's like pretentious shit. But that's just me. But yeah, okay. Yeah, I think
the Naki blocks OC's enjoyment of everything. It's hilarious. There's this veil. It's very funny. So wait there. So to what level? So what level does the film have to reach to be deep? Does that have to go into the galaxy?
It doesn't have to be deep. It has to be enjoyable. If I like it, I like it. A deep film can be enjoyable. It can be boring and pretentious. A crap film can be enjoyable. It can be shitty. I mean, it just depends on if I like it or not. American Beauty, meh. I think I liked American Beauty better than American Pie, but still, either or, meh. Neither really does anything for me.
Okay. What? Yeah, but I just don't know what level pretension. I don't know what yardstick you're using to, because Lynch would probably be pretentious. Every single film would be pretentious in your eyes, probably.
No,
What about this?
What?
Yeah.
No, go ahead. What about what?
Do you like the films of Carpenter?
What are some of his films? The name sounds familiar.
Thing.
Do you know what They Live is? One of my favorite
that's
films.
a good
of all
film. They
time.
Live. Yeah, I've come to chew bubblegum. Yeah, I like They Live. Did he did Nightmare on Elm Street? Was that Carpenter? That was Wes Craven. That was Wes Craven. No, yeah, I like They Live. I've come to chew bubblegum and kick ass. That was a good film. That was a good allegory for who really the power behind the throne sort of thing. Yeah, I like They Live.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite films of all time.
Yeah, it's a good film. I like that one. Yeah.
The attack on the propaganda. It's fantastic.
And some, not everyone's an alien, but there are humans who are helping the aliens. Yeah, they know about it and they're cool with it. Yeah, they've sold their souls basically. Yeah, no, good.
Who would you be in that film, OC? Do you think you would be the protagonist or?
No, I wouldn't be the protagonist, and I wouldn't be an alien, and I wouldn't be one of the people collaborating. I'd probably be one of the casualties, one of the people who says, "Hey, wait, something's wrong here," and I get shot or rounded up, not by the aliens themselves, but by the humans who work for the aliens. I'd probably be a casualty of the resistance.
Kaz is the woman that turns against him.
Yeah, because she's working with the aliens, right? Yeah, she's human, but yeah. Meg Foster.
She pretends to be.
She was also, by the way, on a side note, Meg Foster, you might recognize her. She was in the PBS. We were talking PBS, The Scarlet Letter by Hawthorne, Nathaniel Hawthorne. All American high school kids have to read The Scarlet Letter at some point. And perhaps at some point, the teacher rolled in the TV with the VHS. And yeah, she was in the 70s version. She played the woman who was supposed to help but didn't help. She was working with the aliens in They Live. Meg Foster. And that wrestler guy, I forget his name, and that black dude, yeah, I forget the wrestler
it's
guy.
It's Rowdy Rod Piper.
Rowdy Rod Piper. He died a few years ago. Yeah, Rowdy Rod Piper was the hero. I'd be one of the background resistors who gets shot or killed. Yeah.
Okay. I think that that's a good summary of They Live. I can't argue with that.
Yep.
So
you've hurt Cassandra's feelings, but we brought Horse. I thought you wanted to talk to Horse, ask him questions. You're asking about movies. What did you want to ask Horse? Horse, do you want to ask me or Danny anything? Go ahead. Yeah. What?
Yeah.
Have either of you seen There Will Be Blood?
Oh, no, sounds familiar, but I haven't seen it. No.
That's my number one. That's the movie with Daniel Day-Lewis where he's the oil man, and if you want, that's how highbrow I get, Dev, is period movies from the early 20th century about oil men.
You've gone as high as a kite. It's I can't match your height. Your height is so.
There Will Be Blood and the David Fincher movie Zodiac. Those are my two favorite.
Okay. What about Vanilla Sky?
Vanilla Sky's good. It's been a long time since I've seen it.
That's another one. I've seen Vanilla Sky, but like Raptor Man says, like with Mulholland Drive, Mulholland Falls, I saw it, but I forget what happens. I forget a lot of these movies, but yeah, it's okay. Good synopsis. Yeah.
Do you think it was pretentious again? Damn.
No, it was kind of like Mulholland Drive or Falls, whichever one it was. It was like one of those postmodern, weird for the sake of weird movies. It was okay, but I forget a lot of it now. I can't remember. It was Tom Cruise and Penelope Cruz and what's her name? Diaz.
Cameron Diaz.
Cameron Diaz. So yeah, I remember seeing it. I remember that movie came out. I was in college.
Yeah, I can't watch anything with Chads in it. That's the Black Pill.
He's a manlet Chad, so it's okay. He's a manlet Chad, so Tom Cruise is okay. Yeah, just meh. Like
No, but can I ask you this? Is this happened to you when you've known the black pill and you've swallowed it whole and it's digested and fermented in your stomach? It's become you. Have you got this thing where you can't watch it with Chads completely spoil the experience?
I wouldn't go that far because it's still quote unquote fiction and you already know what to expect in a way. I wouldn't say it's ruined everything, but you definitely. Maybe I should go back and watch these movies that I saw when I was younger and watch them now with more black.
Yeah, that's the point. They'll be spoiled.
But even a lot of movies that people, even before I was black pilled, like when I was a kid, people said, "Wow, Top Gun is great. Top Gun." The movie Top Gun with Tom. You mentioned Tom Cruise. And I saw Top Gun a few times in my life when I was younger. It was okay-ish, but it was nothing spectacular. And then I saw, I recently saw that sequel they made, and it's like,
oh no, you actually watched the sequel.
I watched it to see it. I'm like, why do people love this movie so much? It's just a guy.
It's Todd Cruise because they like Todd Cruise.
Tom Cruise, yeah.
No, it's Todd Cruise.
Todd Cruise.
Todd Cruise.
Actually, the most interesting thing about it, here's what I really loved. Actually, if you ever seen Top Gun and now the sequel, Val Kilmer is in both. And you can see how the mighty have fallen. You look at Val
That's
Kilmer.
not
and
fair. Don't push down on Kilmer. He's got a disease.
well, it's not his fault, but it's funny. It's almost like
funny.
Chad. No, it is kind of funny in a way because Chad is now forced to realize, oh shit, this is what it's like to be an ugly fuck, isn't it?
Yeah, but wait, this is just narcissism again.
The Navy needs you, Tom Cruise. I'm looking at this like, oh my god. Now he knows what it's like.
Into this normie punch down thing. No, don't.
No, because normies will never understand unless they end up in the same position as us. Like we were talking about, your buddy Xenesis claimed he was ugly and then bloomed into a beautiful flower. Others said that they were ugly. They were great. They were good looking, and then puberty hit or they had some terrible accident. It's kind of like, I wonder how black-pilled someone like not Tom Cruise, Val Kilmer was, going from Chad status to that. And it's not to laugh at him. It's just, I wonder what an education he got that he never could have gotten. I could have spoken to, if I can go back in time and talk to a young Val Kilmer, he wouldn't have gotten it. But now that he's lived it, a lived experience, I wonder how, he must see the world differently than, he went from one extreme, being, treated like worship, like a Chad, to what he is now, a sickly old man. But yeah. So it's the education I find funny, because I don't think you can teach someone that. It's got to be a lived experience.
Yeah, but there isn't a dose of Schadenfreude that you're dolloping into it, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think he may see it more as just aging more than, I don't know. It's hard to tell.
No, because he's been fucked up for like over 20 years now. He, in his early 40s, he got fucked up. So he's been, it's not like he recently got old. He's been fucked up.
Are we going to the Schadenfreude stream now?
Why don't you elaborate? Why do you say it's Schadenfreude? I'm just saying how
you're punching down on someone. That's
I'm not punching down. I'm pointing out the truth.
No, you're just saying you're not punching down whilst them punching down. Then saying it's funny and all this stuff. How is that not punching down?
It's not punching down because I'm saying what you said. No, the reason it's not punching down, I'm not saying, haha, I'm so glad to see Val Cruz is fucked. Not Val Cruz, Val Kilmer is fucked up. 40 and slip. Tom Cruise still looks pretty good for his age, for an old man. Val Kilmer, like the way he went from, he lived one life and now he sees another side of life that he wouldn't have seen under normal circumstances. He got an education that I don't think anyone could have taught him. And I find that somewhat humorous. I'm not laughing at his pain. I'm laughing at the fact that, well, now he's seen both sides. He's lived, none of us have ever been Chads, I don't think. Horse is the closest. He went from one extreme to another, so to speak. And I think that's,
So Horse is our resident Chad.
No, I think that goes to Xenesis now. I'm saying
yes, I agree with that. Xenesis is usurped Horse.
Of the three of us, I mean, Horse, why aren't you showing why aren't you showing your face, Horse? That's number one.
That's my face right there.
Right. Yeah, but you're not showing yourself on camera. You usually do. Two, Danny, you've never shown us your face because what's the point? But it's safe to assume you and I are uglier than Horse, who's probably uglier than the movie star Austrian guy. So, so I show my face. What's everyone else afraid of? I want to meet your wife. We met your daughter. I want to meet your wife, Horse.
Fuck him, no, not this again.
Fuck him. Put your goddamn wife on. What's going on, Horse?
She's asleep.
Wake her up. Say this is occupational fucking click. Oh, and Danny's here too. She'll jump out of bed.
She spent all day writing about like dumping laws in Iowa or some shit. She was telling me all day it was a bunch of bullshit. She was exhausted.
I get it. Writing and dumping is a lot of hard work, but still,
very much so.
She can go on for a bit, but all right.
Horse's position in Top Gun has been usurped by Xenai. Xenai has got the role. He's the casting director just eliminated Horse as soon as Xenai came in.
No, Horse is the old guy. He's aging out of it. He's got to teach the new guy, the new Chad, how to do the mission to blow up the nuclear base or whatever. Yeah, he's the old Chad teaching the new. Generation.
Do you know what the name of it is? His name was Viper, wasn't it?
I don't remember. Maverick. They all had call signs. I don't remember.
Wasn't it Viper, the teacher, the old guy? Horse's role.
No, Tom Cruise. No, Tom Cruise is
the old guy I'm talking about.
Oh, the old guy who trained them? I don't remember.
Viper.
Okay.
Called Viper.
Maybe. Fine, Viper. Fine.
I'll be your Viper.
But in the second movie, Tom Cruise took on the role of the trainer, but he's
still a Chad. Have you noticed? But notice the role.
He's an aging Chad passing the baton to the next generation of Chad.
If you notice, the role was different, where they all look. He still maintained his Chad status.
He's with Jennifer Connelly in the new one, right?
Yeah, he's with Jennifer Connelly.
Yeah, then he's been objective Chad.
Yeah, but she is a legit sexy as well.
And the funniest part is seeing Val Kilmer all fucked up, giving Tom Cruise a hug. The Navy needs you. That was the funniest part. I laugh. Okay, continue. That to me is funny.
What was funny?
Val Kilmer, watching Val Kilmer give aging Chad Tom Cruise a hug. It made me laugh. It's almost like, because in real life, like you said, the black pill. In the context of the film, what's his name? Val Kilmer is an accomplished admiral, but he's all fucked up. And so Tom Cruise has to. It's like that in real life. Tom Cruise is an aged Chad, but he held on to his Chad status. Val Kilmer's all fucked up, so it goes beyond the movie. You see the black pill like, wow, you're still, despite we're both the same age, you're still a Chad. I'm all fucked up. We need you, Chad. We need the young kids need the old Chad. I can't do it anymore. I'm too fucked up. It is funny. You don't see the humor in that? My God, you're not smart enough to find my humor funny. I
found that funny. I'm not knocking you. I actually find it funny.
That's funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds like you're patronizing me. That doesn't sound like a sincere laugh. Try again.
I'm laughing.
Christ. All right, go ahead.
No, I'm not. No, I'm sorry. I was listening to a clip of Top Gun, but I did. No, that was actually true. No, I'm not saying I'm not patronizing you. That was funny. It is funny. The black pill in real life is
right.
resonant on
in the movie. I'm too fucked up. You got to do it. In real life, you're still a Chad. We were both Chads 30 years ago. You're still an aging Chad. I'm all fucked up. We need you. It seemed like, there was more than just the movie. There was that,
He was passing the Chad baton on, not the baton.
He was saying, despite our age, you still have the Chad-esque genes. I'm no longer a Chad because I'm all fucked up now. I'm seeing a side of reality that you don't have to suffer from, so we need you. Yeah.
I didn't watch Top Gun 2. I don't do the sequels Terminator 1 and 2 I watched, and then it was over after that for me and all this kind of stuff. Aliens, after 3, it was over and all this kind of thing. But I don't believe in the whole, Joker 2, what a joke.
I actually liked Alien 3. Was that the one where she was like on that base and like the robot was all fucked up? I think the ones after sucked, but I think the first 3 were pretty good. So let's not talk about Sigourney Weaver now. Let's continue. What were we saying?
Why, you fancy Sigourney Weaver?
No, I don't fancy Sigourney Weaver. What I'm saying is I've seen most of the Alien films. I like the first 3. The third one was...
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. After 3, it gets fucked up.
Oh, after 3. They said after 2. Okay.
Yeah, it's a trilogy. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean... But what does Horsehead think about the aliens and all this kind of stuff?
The first and second ones are good. The third one's not good. The second one is literally my wife's favorite movie. Like out of any other movie.
I like the military scene where they're doing the dance. That one.
Yeah, the second one is. Have you ever heard the pitch for how Cameron pitched that? He walked into the room and wrote the word alien on the board in front of, I don't remember who it was, Paramount or whoever, and then he literally just added an S to the end and turned around and everybody started standing up like, "Yep, we're gonna do it."
Yeah, hell yeah! But the Americans, hell yeah!
That much of a director Chad that you're just like, all right, and here's the budget I want.
Damn. But that was after Terminator 2.
No, it was after Terminator 1. He did Terminator 1, then he did Aliens, then he did
Terminator. No. Yeah. Cameron did Terminator 1, yeah. And then he got the license to do anything because he was just awesome.
Terminator 2 is probably my favorite action movie. I think that movie still holds up incredibly well.
This is where you get into the fact that the actual this is my opinion, the digital effects do not add to a film. I don't care. Blade Runner 1982.
Yep.
Bingo.
Done with miniatures mostly.
I remember when Terminator 2 came out, people praised how the evil Terminator, the way he was molten, but he came back together. That was CGI. And at the time that was praised as, wow, look at that. And now you're saying, that's like, I guess, old hat. But no, that was in its era. Terminator 2 was praised for how the
it did cost a lot. But what I'm saying, it's reached a point where, what's the analogy?
I don't know. We talked about this is the most normie chat we've ever had. We're talking movies. Okay.
I don't know what analogy there would be, but there's a point you breach where more isn't better. It just doesn't add anything. Literally adds nothing.
Right. I would agree.
Yeah, that's why
we reached that point a decade ago. And now my opinion is, in the film industry, there's just these spurgs running around. How can we just add one more pix? No, it doesn't matter. Someone should just say, it's over.
The problem with digital effects nowadays is that there's no good quality of anything because all these effects houses bid very low to Marvel. They go, we'll do it for this amount, and then the house down the street goes, we'll do it for this amount. That's why if you go back, there's videos online comparing like Marvel. I don't give a shit about Marvel movies, but there's videos online comparing a Marvel movie from like 2012 to now, and the CG back then looks remarkably better compared to today because it's all done in a real shitty slap. So it's
regressed.
Yeah, it's regressed quite a bit.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, who have we got to thank for the whole digital effects? It's
Marvel,
the big
Marvel
man.
And Disney.
The big man, Steve Jobs. He made the first studio. Look it up.
You talking about Pixar?
Yeah. Who owned Pixar? Who started
Pixar movies? Pixar movies used to be great, but now you have all these. And again, it was because back then they've spent a lot of money to take a lot of time to do those effects, and now everything is just the lowest bidder, and it's all done in a really crappy way.
It's like a website. It's become like websites. It's like a race to the bottom for these frameworks.
It's all about bidding as low as possible so you can get a Marvel contract.
Did you have any aspirations to be in this world, Horse? Because you're
in movies.
You're arty-farty, so what would you do in a film if you were? What part of the process would you be in?
I mean, I've written scripts with a friend of mine who has a lot more connections than I do. He's gotten it in front of certain people.
Is he a Chad?
I don't know. I mean, he's balding, but he's 6'2", and he's never had problems with women.
Balding Chad. No, but you need to have that Chad element to pitch, maybe. But that could help. But what's the angle? Yeah. So you've written scripts.
There's a lot of ugly people that are able to make connections and network.
Woody Allen. Yeah.
Yeah. Woody Allen's a great example.
But he's a Jew, so he gets a pass. What's going on now?
What with movie stuff?
Hey, what's OC doing? Guggenheim.
On the next episode of the Guggenheim Club, Rodney the curator.
The fuck is the Guggenheim Club? Where are we in now?
That's what I used to do in college, Dev.
Why is he lampooning you live on
weekdays this fall
on the WC?
That's just a preview of some of Horse's talent.
Yeah, go to my channel, Dev.
That was a film noir extravaganza, right?
Yep, that ran in many film festivals. No, I'm just kidding. That ran at my school.
What were you trying to be edgy with this Guggenheim? Because Guggenheim is a sort of art movement.
Yeah, we were making fun. That first of all, that came out I did that video in 2007. That was back when we used to have a network called the WB network, and it's
right, the Warner Brothers network. They're British, they wouldn't know. The WB was an American television network. It doesn't exist anymore.
The CW was the new name, and so we were lampooning.
Well, some became my TV, but some depending on the market.
Yeah. CW down where I lived, and so
what about BBW? Could you do that?
I probably couldn't show that at my Lutheran college that I went
to. Lutheran, blimey.
So you were lampooning the change of the WB to the CW.
Yeah, all the stupid programming. There's a couple of those videos. There's one where we make fun of like Smallville or something like that.
Oh, Chadville. So what do they think in your Lutheran thing of you?
By the way, was that a YouTube channel? Which channel? Awesome. Do you know? Bob Smith is asking. Millennial Tomb. Were you on Channel Awesome?
No, I don't think so.
Was that like I don't know? Is that a YouTube channel of like people's independent? I don't know what that is. Channel Awesome. I have no idea. You know what that is?
No, I'm not sure. I mean, I will say, like, when YouTube, within the first year of YouTube coming online, I was putting weird, stupid little skit stuff like that on. If I had kept up with it, I probably could have had some kind of following on YouTube, but I went off and, got a career instead.
Right.
Okay, you could have blown up. You could be the new PewDiePie.
Yeah.
You missed your calling, bro.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah. Yeah, but what did you say, sorry?
Oh, I laughed.
Isn't OC didn't?
I did not laugh. No, I found nothing funny.
Anyway, don't you think that YouTube do you need a distribution if you've got a YouTube? Couldn't you launch any content? Well, not any content, but most of the content could be done on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying. It's like if we were gonna, like, the stuff that I've worked on with my friend is like feature film stuff, which
I've seen you walking past a car. That's all I remember. Is that anything?
That's probably on my YouTube channel. Yeah, there's probably a skit with me walking past a car.
That was something with. I think I played that once. It was something like, was it what do you call it, Parker Brothers or Milton Bradley? Something about the game. It was like a parody. Milton Bradley steals from Milton. I played that once. I think that's what he's talking about. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
See, it's so good that OC remembers it. You've got an audience. You've got an audience.
I don't know if they have some of those toy companies in Britain, so he might not know what, like he doesn't know our TV stations. He might not know what, Milton Bradley is. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they're,
Sure.
No, I don't know about that. So what do you think? Why couldn't you couldn't you launch that kind of thing and go heavy on it?
What, launch a feature film?
Fuck the publishing companies. You got a fucking publishing company. You got the YouTube. OC's doing it now. He's the director of Alive.
No, if anything, I'm just a freaking talk show host at this point. But okay.
So
he's Stanley Kubrick. He's literally.
I wish. I do like him. I liked Eyes Wide Shut. I haven't enjoyed 2001's kind of boring, but I enjoyed the scenery. I loved Barry Lyndon, so I admire Kubrick stuff. I even liked his version of what's it called, The Shining, better than even though Stephen King hated. So I like Kubrick. I'm not really a director. I'm more of a talk show host of anything at this point. But
he's living as Kubrick as well. He's in his basement. Just
another kike that I'm grateful for. Yes, Kubrick was also Tribe. Okay.
Yeah, Barry.
Are you emulating Kubrick? Is that what you're doing? Are you trying to emulate Kubrick, sort of hibernating, and then you make a film every stream every so.
Let me just talk uninterrupted for a couple sentences, and I'll explain what a thank you, OC. I'll explain how to make a movie. So, if you want to produce a movie, you don't necessarily need a company to fund you. You just need investors to help make it. So you need production costs. You could go on a crowdfunding site, which my friend has done before. He made a documentary through crowdfunding. So you go on there, you get all your money, you assemble your actors and everything. And once you actually have the movie done, that's when you try to shop it around to distributors. And you could put it on YouTube, you could put trailers on YouTube, but you need at least $500,000 to make something competent that's going to show up on Netflix. So there.
Okay, and what about, is it true? Is it true some people have filmed movies on like a smartphone? Is that,
Yeah. There's some of the kind of, there's like, I call them like gimmick movies like that. Although Steven Soderbergh just did one recently that he filmed, I think, on some kind of smartphone. But he's Steven Soderbergh, so you can get distribution for your movie.
Well, it reminds me, on a side note, when Bruce Springsteen, I'm not a huge Springsteen fan, he recorded an album in his house on a cassette tape. But what they don't tell you is he took that cassette tape to the major studio and they transferred it to reel to reel. Same thing. So a great director does it on a smartphone, but he has all these millions of dollars of equipment to make it look good, as opposed to right. That's what it reminds me of. Yeah. So it's not, even if it's on a smartphone, it's not the same as an independent, because they got access to $1 million machines that can make it. Yeah.
Barry Lyndon is a good example. Like, I love Barry Lyndon.
I love Barry Lyndon, yeah. By the way, on a side note, I'm gonna go. Brother Click hated that film, but I love Barry Lyndon. Something about the way he shot it, something with the lighting or something. I forget exactly, but go ahead.
All by candlelight, and he used it. He had I don't remember who it was, NASA or somebody created some kind of lens for him that could be so wide open that he only needed a candle to shoot.
Candlelight to shoot.
Yeah, back in the 70s was just nuts. So yeah, Barry Lyndon's a very interesting movie.
Yeah, but OC has launched his film on $0. He's doing it now.
Well, there's value in this type of content.
That's what I'm saying. The realism's back.
This is the poor man's Netflix, or whatever we're going to call this. Yeah.
The realism is back. No one likes the glossy anymore, especially in the UK. They're over it.
It's like Taxi Cab Confessions, but without the the HBO tinge stuff.
No, yeah, I mean. That's what don't you think also on YouTube, do you recognize like trends on YouTube and stuff like that? But the content that's actually gaining traction in the UK is more people, real people on shit cameras talking about their problems. This is way more popular than the glossy Mr. Beast twat. Production value in the sky, millions of dollars kind of thing.
Yeah,
that's what I see. There's loads and loads of these YouTubers blowing up.
yeah,
with 30,000
I
subscribers.
like watching a lot of it too. I like that type of content too. I don't.
No, that's what I'm saying. This is where the
That punk ethic, that do-it-yourself punk rock ethic. Yeah, no, I know what you're saying, which is why, Danny, you should put your face out there and make your own content. I think it would be well received, especially in your native Britain. You don't think so?
No, my face won't be well received. So
mine isn't well received either, but I got a small little, clubhouse.
No, your face is not. You're not an incel. You're just Spurg. There's a big difference.
Well, Spurg contributes to insulism, and my whole
no,
life.
Wait. Yeah, that's true, but that's not your appearance. You're conflating two issues that are not even related.
You're saying you think you're too ugly. You're uglier than I am. That you putting your face up there wouldn't get the same response. What is your fear exactly?
Well, you know if your face is good or not by.
Well, you told me the other day you don't even think you're ugly. You just think you're like a normie, but the bar keeps moving. So if you have normie tier looks, it can't be. That's what I don't get. That's what I'm confused about.
Yeah, but you still get the phalo effect, so everything is re-engineered.
My whole life has been a phalo. I just in these little niche.
Yeah, because you're a Spurg. You're attributing. Okay, I'm going to go live to a lived example that you've actually shown.
Okay.
Those nurses were fucking. They were borderline IOIs to you, by the way.
You don't get that much. I had one old lady from Chicago who's like, "Oh, you seem like my nephew. Oh, you're a nice young man." You got that one bitch, that fucking. You even said, although you put it like she's helping Chad in the next room. I feel a little pain. Don't worry, we'll give you all the drugs you want. Me, look, I'm in pain. Can I get a week's worth of drugs? No, we're not taking that. So I don't even know what you're talking about.
No.
The old lady was nice to me. The old postmenopausal old bitch was nice to me. So what?
No. I'm talking about the two black women. They were tee. Oh, Chad, tee.
I don't recall any black women in that video. Where are the black women?
No, look at your other videos. You don't remember your own
when
video.
I went. You're talking about when I went to the what do you call it? The gastroenterologist.
Yeah, it's more than one video.
I have a fry.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. Those were.
What about their reactions?
They react like house niggers.
Okay, wait. Todd walks into the room. They're not going tee.
I disagree.
That's not what happens.
Todd is 6'4". They'd probably be like, "Oh, hi." If he was Todd,
no, they would not be going. No,
Todd wouldn't joke like that. He probably wouldn't joke. He wouldn't say, "Can I get a fry?" He'd probably be like,
"No, horse, back me up." That was a Chad response. That was a positive. That was borderline IOI responses. Sorry,
I don't remember what interaction he had with.
Let me pull it up.
Go to the video again.
Fine, you talk amongst yourselves. I'll look for it. No, I joked around at the one. They fucked me over. There was one old nigger bitch who I had to go in person because she couldn't get my information on the phone. She ended up deleting my appointment. I had to go back. And there was a 50-something nigger bitch who was fat. And there was some young girl who was kind of cute, like sister. But there wasn't a Chad moment. Let's go. You talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah, there was a Chad moment because she was actually laughing at his jokes. She was tee-heeing with him. Didn't know him from Ellen. That is literally.
Watch it.
You'll agree with me, I think. Anyway, I think it's interesting. Don't you think the way that the YouTube is going away from, in my opinion, it's going away from the kind of polished look. Right.
Well, it makes sense because all that polished look is on TikTok now. YouTube's for old people. YouTube and Facebook are for old people now. That's what I'm telling you what, man. Working at a college, that's one of the crazy.
Yeah, it's like what Facebook came out after I was out of college. I'm older than Zuckerberg. Facebook was the thing. It killed MySpace, but now Facebook is for old people. It's amazing how quick the turnover is. And you're right. YouTube is like for old people now. The kids are on TikTok. Yeah.
But TikTok is really brain rot.
Well, you might say that, but that's what the kids want. They don't want to look at us. They want a brain rot.
That's what being young is. That's what being
young is. Yeah.
When you were younger.
Yeah, but you'll be surprised how many older people are on this shit talk thing.
Oh no, I mean, it's taken over the world. You're not wrong there. But
I hope America cans TikTok. That'll be fantastic, by the way.
We'll see what happens. I'm gonna mute him for a minute. Here's what we wanted me to show you. Hold on. Let's play this. Keep him happy. You can watch. I went to a gastroenterologist to schedule an appointment. I can upload the video of me actually going that day, but here we go. Visual in a minute.
Wait, there, take food. You eat your I just tore it up. I didn't say one fry. I said a fry. But I guess that translated as one fry.
There we go.
I shared though.
She didn't share. She asked.
There's still a chance though. They're cold.
No thanks.
Can I get one? You can just like I'm messing with you.
No, you just came from the ER.
I just can't. Well, yeah, true.
No.
Am I alone? Oh, this is really awkward. Where did he go?
Sorry, but I always fuck up. I killed the wrong. I was yeah. That was a yeah. No,
That was fun. I heard you is fine. And then
like I said earlier in that video, I'm not going to try to find the spot. When you're, a spurg, you have a problem with normies. When you're white in our country, you got
don't re-engineer.
If you're a white spurg dealing with black normies, you got to tell her they feel their house. Those were quite clearly house niggers. How you doing, Mr. White folks? So you can make a silly joke. They'll say, ah, ha, ha. It's like I knew what they were. There was nothing Chad about that. I don't think Danny understands our culture. Those are very much house niggers.
No, wait. She was smiling at you. There was eye contact. You're pure spurg. They were horse. Back me up.
The whole video.
Horse, back me up. That was a very positive interaction.
I would call it a Chad moment, but she wouldn't even give me the fry.
I mean, so here's the thing too with women. You never know if it's something, more than what you think it is, or if they're just being nice. Because a lot of women,
wait. But there is a distinction. If they're not even nice, you've reached a bar of incel. That's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, but that's clearly not what happened. What I'm saying is
that's what I'm saying. No, that's it.
No, I've said many times, not everybody hates me. There are people who are tolerant of me. If I had to work with those women, it might be a different story. In passing, they just see me as some, well, the one lady, the fat one, was much older than me. She's probably like 55, 60. The other one was like a young girl, and they were just like, okay, you're a customer, you're a client, we got to be nice. They're house niggers, not field niggers. I've dealt with the field niggers who want to run me over and slit my throat. Those are more of the house. How you doing, Mr. White folks? We doing okay. It was just a silly, like there was nothing to that. It was just being,
I like the way you depict the black woman. It's like she's a sharecropper on the farm. I don't know. Like
that's actually a very, I hate to say it, it's racist. That's a very accurate depiction of black as a white black dynamic. Yeah, it's very accurate.
That's a fucking hilarious stereotype, though. No, but
true.
What I'm saying is that OC back me up. Horse doesn't understand. They don't have to be nice. That's it. If you're an incel or if you're too low down, they ain't nice. Wherever you are.
If you're taught as a woman, especially as a young girl, to be nice, then you're going to be nice to just about everybody.
Right. I think, and that's probably why that doctor hired them. He saw they were the house nigger type, so he hired them because
you have to run into more women to see.
Right. That was too poor. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
That's true. But I was taught about that. It's all on volume of negative reactions.
And remember, I don't know if Horst knows the Department of Motor Vehicles, which is a government agency. If those women worked at the DMV, they might not have been so nice because it's a government agency. So that's part of it too. Remember, they're at a job and they're being paid by the doctor's a private employer. It might be different if they were working at a DMV or I was working with them at a grocery store. How they behave at their job, where they don't want to lose, versus I work for the government. Fuck you, white folk. Get in the back of the line. So that's also part of it. It factors in.
All these stereotypes.
They're true. It's a lived experience. This is what that asshole, your buddy DBF, didn't get. Oh, I came to America. I got on a bus with a bunch of black folks. They call me Cracker. I'm like, that's great, man. How many times you go to a fucking DMV and try to get your license renewed? Oh, yeah, never. It's a lived experience. That's what I was trying to tell him. He didn't seem to grasp that concept. Yeah. You love the stereotype. It's not real to the Brits or the Aussies. That's what I'm trying to tell him. You understand what I'm saying? Horst said you're in Texas, but you probably understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I kind of see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of see what.
Well, he's got to be politically correct because he's a normie. But yes, he knows what I'm saying. Yes.
I'm also moving through the house trying to get something from the kitchen, so I didn't want to be loud.
You got to wake your wife up and introduce us. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I'll get right on that.
Porn mag from the kitchen. Interesting move. Late at night. Yeah, is that what it was?
It's called being hungry.
It's called being hung.
You said it, man, not me.
No, but so why don't you do this like back to the kind of woods content, because I think that's going to blow up. In fact, I've seen that blowing up. Like these Brits are saying, "You don't know how hard it is in Britain, man." Or all these men whining on YouTube. They're getting like 20,000 subs.
You're asking why I don't do that?
Yeah, do a version in America.
Why would I talk about being lonely?
No. You don't have to. No, I'm saying go back to basics. That kind of content. Why wouldn't you try that? No, is that not your thing?
I don't really go back because that's not who I am. Really, I spend a lot of money on technology shit.
But can you compete with? Yeah, the problem is you can't compete with the. I think. Yeah.
I don't really have any desire to do anything on YouTube. Like I uploaded stuff from my student film festival when I was like 22. So I'm not like, and I've done little camera tests here and there, but no, I don't have any. I mean, that's why I work a job and I have.
Yeah, but wait there. No, wait there. You're missing the fact that I can remember things, and I've got because you stated before, and I'll quote you verbatim. I had dreams. What?
Go ahead. You have it verbatim, right? Why the ellipses?
Okay, I haven't got it verbatim, but I've got it. I've got sort of a rough sketch. I had dreams that I didn't fulfill, and then I had to do. My career got in the way. This is a kind of abbreviation of what. So, what were the dreams? So, why not? Have you just not got the time to do it?
I mean, when I had certain things I wanted to do when I was younger, but even then I knew how difficult that would be, and I didn't really try that hard. Like I kind of just let my job take me places and let other circumstances in life take me places. And I don't really I don't have any regret about that like part of my life. It would be nice if I could, work making movies, but there's like a whole lot of negatives to that too. That like, I mean, if you're managing a Hollywood production, you have no time for anything else. And if it fails, then you're kind of done. Like that's your one shot. You have to, that's why, like, if you want to be a filmmaker, your first film has to be pretty incredible.
A bit like Orson Welles, right? Not bad first.
Yeah,
film.
I mean, Orson Welles would be the most extreme example, but yeah, there's a lot of modern filmmakers that got just enough traction with their movie.
What are your thoughts on Orson Welles after Citizen Kane? You just kind of fell apart. What's that all about? How can someone so talented?
I don't know. I mean, there's all sorts of really famous artists that make like Harper Lee and To Kill a Mockingbird. Like that was her only novel for decades until I think she wrote one at the end of her life, like a sequel to it or something. There's examples like that of people that just have one really good idea and then they make something that's pretty like generationally important.
Yeah. Well, don't you think it shows how toxic Hollywood is? Because he's kind of he was sort of controlled, wasn't he? That's why he sort of rebelled. He didn't want to be controlled by the
the Hearst family.
Who?
The Hearst family. That's what Citizen Kane was about. It was about William Randolph Hearst. The newspaper publisher. Yeah, no, he got a lot of flack, and the actors and actresses in that movie got a lot of flack because of William Randolph Hearst. So that's, I mean, I don't know. I wasn't alive back then, so I don't know what Hollywood was like back then. But there's lots of reasons why Hollywood is terrible nowadays.
So what type of film would you actually make if you wanted to make a film?
I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of different types of movie. I think like making a documentary is a good first start for somebody because it's a little bit easier and they don't cost as much money.
Okay. Would it be humor based or not?
I'd have to figure out a subject.
You have the subject. You want to do like people like us online, these losers who share their life story. You got plenty of research, plenty of stuff at your disposal, I would imagine.
I mean, all the media around every like disaffected lonely man story I've ever seen has been like universally negative. So
right, it could be you could be the breakthrough guy who shines us. You can say, listen, I'm married, wife, kid, happy. I'm not one of these guys, but I see some value. You could be our savior here. Dev, you're always talking about having some normie understand us. Horse could be your normie.
I have to tip my hat. Chapeau. That is a great idea, in my opinion. That is the idea.
You're welcome. Yeah. Horace, get on that.
I've thought about stuff like that. I've thought about interviewing.
How much information do you have about this world? You've got so much fucking research. You've already done the fucking research.
Yeah, it's in my Fed file.
It's a fat Fed file. How big is the Fed file now? It's big.
It's fat. You just said.
Yeah, remember, any normie who comes here has an agenda. So Horace is taking notes on me and the others, like I'm Lee Harvey Oswald, and Cassandra is my assigned handler. So when normies come around, they're usually working for some XYZ alphabet agency.
You're way more of a Jack Ruby than an Oswald.
Oh, okay,
yeah. I'm
the hero in all this, quote unquote, yeah.
So you're the guy that shoots. So he owns a nightclub as well. Interesting. So
this is my nightclub. You're in it. Welcome.
Is OC the patsy? So OC is not the patsy. OC is the Chad who takes it upon himself to kill the. Okay.
Yeah, he's attracted to JFK and he's upset about him dying.
He's attracted.
Yes.
Who's JFK? JFK is Todd. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
JFK is Todd.
The God, the Todd, the whatever you want to call him, the Chad, whatever. Yeah. But someone's got to take a fall. We're blaming it. We're pinning it on this guy. We need to eliminate him. So I eliminate him, then I get eliminated. Yeah, I'm the one who takes a bullet for taking a bullet. Yeah.
Oh my God. Todd is the fall guy for the black pill.
Well, if you think about it, to kill Kennedy, they had to kill at least 3 people. Kennedy himself, then Oswald, then Jack Ruby died in prison a few years later. It's like, to do these things, you need at least 3 players. I'd be the one who kills the killer and dies for it. Yep. Probably accurate.
Can you imagine being the one having to continually put radioactive peas in Jack Ruby's prison food?
Oh, okay, yeah. That would be, yeah.
That how he died? Really?
No, I'm just fucking around.
This is Joe. We figured he was probably, he only died a few years after in prison, so it's speculated he was also.
No, I know. It's a conspiracy, brother.
Hmm?
I thought you uncovered this, you've done some digging and you've uncovered it.
It was the radioactive peas.
What, who played Jack Ruby in the film, which is one of my favorite films of all time by my favorite director, the Born on the 4th of July director. What's his name?
Oliver Stone.
Oliver Stone's fantastic. Wall Street, genius film. Born on the 4th of July, genius film. JFK, genius film.
No, I'd say my favorite Oliver Stone film, in the same line as Smoking the Bandit, would be that one with Sean Penn in Arizona. Sean Penn, J-Lo, before she was like super famous, she played an Indian. There were a lot of. It was like almost like a low budget film with a lot of big budget actors and actresses. Yeah, it was that U-Turn. The name of the film was U-Turn. That's my favorite Oliver Stone.
You only liked it because of the sex scene in U-Turn, probably.
No, the whole dynamic. That was like, that's kind of a black pill movie. Like the one guy just trying to go about his business, getting fucked with by everybody in the fucking dump of a town. Yeah. What's his name? Billy Bob Thornton pulls the guy. It was a great film. Very gritty. It was almost like a B movie, but with, high profile actors and actresses. Yeah. U-Turn is my favorite Oliver Stone. That was Oliver Stone, I believe. That was, probably his best film.
U-Turn is like the most low. Yeah,
lowbrow. That's why it's so great. It's a highbrow, lowbrow, whatever you want to call it. It's a gritty, great film.
What about The Doors? You were talking about Kilmer. What about The Doors?
Well, that's a great film. I could have sworn there's a scene in that movie. He starts gaining weight, and someone says, "Hey, Jim, you're getting fat." And Val Kilmer says, "What's wrong with being a larger mammal?" And I watched when I rewatched The Doors. I didn't see that scene. It was edited out. But The Doors was okay. But no, I would say I prefer U-Turn. Probably his best film.
Do you think Val Kilmer was Chad enough to play James?
No homo. I think he did a better job playing the Chad than the Morrison himself. I think Val Kilmer was actually better looking than real Jim Morrison. Yeah.
So he was more Morrison than Morrison. Interesting.
They put a Chad in a Chad-light role. I'll put it that way. So a black pill. Let's make the good-looking guy look even better. I think Val Kilmer looked better. That's why it's so funny to see him now all crippled and old and fucked up and hugging Tom Cruise. It's funny because I would say he was more of a Chad than the actual Jim Morrison.
The end, my friend.
Right.
He's got a very weird voice. Yeah, maybe I don't know. Do you think it's very new age? The whole Doors thing. Anyway, yeah.
I guess they were for their time. I guess they were cutting edge.
But yeah, JFK. Who played Jack Ruby? Wasn't it that mobster actor? What's his name? The small. Do you know who played? No. In that film?
No.
You don't know. Wait there.
One of the Starlings can tell us in the chat. We're all the Starlings.
It's Joe Pesci. Well, I know that was David. He played David Ferry. No.
Joe Pesci. Okay. Commander K, would you like to come on and talk to Horsehead and Dev Pike? Commander K will come on and tell us his favorite film, so you can come on and join you. Put your mask on, you can join him. We'll spice things up a bit because I'm getting kind of. Yeah, Joe Pesci. I don't think was he a mobster in real life. He just always plays mobsters in movies.
Yeah, he always plays
Pesci. Yeah.
Do you think? Do you like this film stream or not? Or have I taken it off onto a tangent that's not very good?
No, we can talk about all sorts of things. I'm surprised to have such a normie discussion with you of all people. This doesn't seem like it'd be your cup of tea.
So you think my whole world is being a black-pilled loser?
No,
really?
But I thought that's what you wanted to talk about. When you come on, you usually want to talk about that. I didn't think you want to talk about accounting.
I'm like a one-dimensional character.
Your favorite food at the pub. I thought you wanted to talk about this kind of black pill kind of stuff. You want to talk about that's cool. We can talk about other things.
I think the black pill is pretty much.
That's fine. Just come on for a few minutes. Put your mask on. Meet Horsehead and Dev Pike. Let's bring on a fourth. What the hell?
I think it's pretty. Black pill's just a dead end. It's redundant. It's a good analysis.
It's kind of redundant, but it's good to share our stories and talk and with like-minded people because so many normies either cannot see this or will not see this. I haven't taken my pain pill in a couple days.
He's taking the
pain. By the way, thanks for asking, everyone. No, the pain hasn't been too bad. I got 2 more left. I'm going to take the third to last ibuprofen prescription grade. I'll bring you back on. And where the hell's Commander K? We're waiting for you.
But we know you're a hypochondriac, so everything is not. Oh no! Here we go.
Here we go. Welcome, Commander K.
Spurg 9000. Spurg 9000 has joined us. Hello, Spurg 9000.
Hello, Commander K. We can't see you anymore. Put the mask back on. Why is my face the only one out here? Dev, you owe us a face. Horse, you've shown us your face. Why
my face is better than that face?
Okay, I like Commander K's mask. It was actually kind of cool. You want to come on first? Okay, there we go. All right. Good. What's up?
I like Horse's mask. Is better than Commander K's mask.
Welcome, Commander K.
Now, what type of Spurg is Commander K? Is he the kind of Chad Spurg who's punching down, or what's his angle now?
You can ask him. I think he was still in 5th grade at the age 14. I don't know if you know American schooling. What would you like to share with us, Commander K? Welcome. Thank you for joining us, by the way.
So he's got nothing to add.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay.
Well, can't be on call for long. I'll just say, I'm not allowed to show my face or share any personal information.
That's okay. Did you make that mask yourself, or?
Yep.
And what brought you? Right. Well, you guys can ask a question in a minute. I'm curious. What brought you here? I always ask people what brought them here. How did you find my my streams?
Okay, on the channel Commander K Mobile Pokemon, I was just scrolling through streamers that I could pitch in and help support. I found yours, and then I'm like, you know what? I'll help this guy out. Go subscribe to him.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
He needs all the help he can get, OC.
Okay, let's take some questions. Commander K, do you have questions for me or for our guests, Horsehead or Dev Pike, or do you guys have questions for him? Let's Thank you for coming on. Anything you'd like to ask us?
Hello?
I'll let you guys do the questions.
Okay. Do you guys have Horse? Do you have a question?
What do you watch wrestling at all? Is that where your mask is inspired by?
No.
Okay, it kind of looks like, it reminds me of like Rey Mysterio a little bit.
Like a Mexican
okay.
kind
Okay.
Like kind of a lucha.
So, who watches Star Wars?
I've seen some.
Oh,
Star
right,
Wars.
I get it. Yeah.
Okay,
What-
so the Clone Troopers. I've been a big fan of the Clone Troopers forever. I decided to take this mask and inspire it after a Clone Trooper that I made up called Commander K.
Okay, so that's where your
Oh,
name
cool.
comes from. Your own fan fiction. You made a fan fiction from Star Wars. Okay,
I can bring him up if you want.
sure. Why not? I'd like to see it. Thank you. I welcome everyone here from the Austro-Indio Chads to guys like that. Everyone's welcome. Oh, that's a Lego or what is that? You painted it? Or?
Yeah, like
Very nice.
That's cool.
You mean Commander K is the Chad? What are you talking about?
He's got Slipknot. Remember, they were known for wearing their masks, right? Slipknot, the band, they wore those masks, right? Okay, yeah. Or like Low Straight Jackets. Remember anyone remember Low? Horse, do you remember Low Straight Jackets? They played that kind of like surfer music. They always wore masks. No,
I don't think so. I remember
What, the
Slipknot.
Beach Boys?
I used to listen to Slipknot when I was like 14 or 15, and I
The
thought
edgy things.
Low Straight Jackets. Low Straight Jackets were actually before. They might still be around. They were before Slipknot. They played mostly surf rock music, but they were instrumental. But they wore masks. So anyway,
What about Korn?
I hate Korn, personally.
It's the same thing.
No, it's not. That's not surf rock music. No, I don't care for Slipknot, but Slipknot, they had the mask. That was their gimmick. So, all right, enough about Slipknot. What else would you guys like to ask Commander K or vice versa? You can't stay on for too long. We're glad you're here. Anything else you'd like to share, Commander K?
I do like Slipknot, not gonna lie.
That's fine.
Cool.
We all like different things, right?
Yeah.
Do you have any thoughts on Horses? We saw Horse's little video before. Did you think he was a good filmmaker or?
Honestly, I haven't watched it yet. You might have to show it.
I'll post a link. Why not? I'll post a link in a little bit, so you can look him up later. Yeah.
Spread
What's
that
your-
far and wide. I'll see.
What's your favorite Star Wars film?
That's kind of hard. I really like a lot.
Do you think they butchered the last trilogy?
Yeah. What do you think of the trilogy?
It's all right. It's all right. I haven't really watched it in a while.
Do you think the original?
By the way, if you want, that would be Horsehead's channel. Horse, I'm trying to get you some more viewers, man. Just like Commander K got me some viewers. I'm trying to return the favor. If you want, you can peruse his channel later. You can see some of his older stuff, right?
How many subscribers do you have, Forza?
One.
You want-
It's been at 70 or so. Over like
Okay.
17 years.
Okay, here's the deal.
One over 17 years. It's good,
Okay.
it's good.
All the marketing I've been doing, I got 70.
Okay,
70.
I have a proposition for you, Horse.
Okay, shoot.
You check out my channel, I'll check out your channel.
It's
All
a
right.
big proposition. So
Sounds
what?
like a plan.
What about Star Wars? The first trilogy, yeah. Well, actually, they're in reverse. But the first trilogy, what about them compared to the last three?
Like the Phantom Menace and them.
No, the actual original three.
Oh,
1977.
It has been a while since I watched that trilogy. It has been a
Watch the
decent
trilogy
while.
and then watch the new ones, and then see how bad the new ones are. Stop nuking me. He's trying to. Hello?
What?
Everything right?
What was OC doing there? He was playing around. Did you have problems with the sound?
Yeah, I couldn't really hear him.
Right.
You're muted.
Stop muting me, OC.
You're muted.
Oh shit! I muted myself. Okay. What I was saying was I couldn't mute through. I think I muted myself instead of Dev Pike. What I wanted to say is the channel that ends in the A is Horsehead Nebulas. The channel that ends in the W is Commander K's. I just want to put that for anyone who wanted to see it. And I was trying to mute, I think I muted myself by accident when I was supposed to mute Dev Pike. So I just kicked them off. I just wanted to share channels. You guys can go back to talking. I'll take myself out and I'll bring your buddy Dev Pike. Daniel will come back on. So here.
I always get kicked. None of those get kicked. I'm always...
Talk amongst yourselves for a bit. Commander K can't stay on too long. I don't want to talk about Dev Pike getting kicked off. Let's talk about...
Right. I see. So, also, why isn't my YouTube channel getting pumped? Look at the content on there.
As soon as you show your face, I will plug your channel. I promise.
There you go.
Mighty.
Hey, look, even Commander K is showing his face despite the mask. And Horsehead came on. What's your fear? Come on, Danny, get out of your shell.
My shell is protecting my my incel features, so it's okay.
We've all got incel features. Well, I mean, Horsehead's kind of good looking. Commander K is probably like me. You're probably not much off, so I don't know why you're so afraid. But yeah, we this is the one place where looks don't matter as much. But okay. But more importantly, while Commander K is here briefly, talk about something more important than Let's talk about something other than Dev Pike for a moment.
I was trying to get into Star Wars, but
okay. You asked Commander K about the original 3 films. Commander K, how do you feel about the original 3 Star Wars films? The original from like the 70s, early 80s.
It has honestly been years since I watched those ones, but they still hold up pretty good.
They're better.
Yeah, obviously.
Do you like the prequel trilogy the best? Is that what
The prequel trilogy is mine. The prequel trilogy is my go-to place. I love the prequels. I love Maul. I love Grievous, Ahsoka Tano, Anakin, Obi-Wan.
Yeah, I will say the prequel trilogy looks a lot better compared to the new trilogy, like the sequel trilogy, especially.
What, I'm on higher ground, Anakin. You can't beat me. Is that what it is? That one?
We're talking Natalie Portman and Ewan McGregor. That's where
yeah, that's
I just recounted the best scene. That I'm on higher ground. You can't win. And then he shot.
And you're boring all 3 of us. Learn to read. I do it intellectually. I'm a Spurg. When even Commander K is looking off to the side. Come on, right?
You can't. I was talking directly to you, OC. You can't win. I'm on a higher ground. You can't win. That was actually a play to you as well.
Oh,
right.
Now you're in the sub basement, if you know what that is. Okay. Oh, Commander K, what else would you like to? While you're here, what else would you like to share?
So I have this little thing, okay, where I see a content creator with at least like 2 or 3 subs, and then I'm like, "Come on, people, subscribe to these guys. What are you guys doing?"
Well, so you can't. I've always said, let me say something. You can't. I know you mean well, Commander K. You can't. What's the old saying? You can lead a horse to water. You can't force it to drink. You can't force people to subscribe. You can suggest, say, I was watching this guy. I like this content. But you can't force people. I don't recruit people. Whoever comes here comes on their own. But I appreciate it. But you don't have to try to recruit people. That's what I would say.
I actually go around and I threaten people.
Okay.
Wow.
Half of my subscriptions come from a college in Texas. I'm like, how did that happen? Okay, thank you, Horsehead. Yeah, thank you.
I give them very real consequences that I'll visit upon them if they don't come over and subscribe to you.
And he'll do it. He's 5'11". He's got that Chad jawline. He'll fuck you up. Yeah. So thank you, Horse.
Johnny Bravo is dangerous.
What?
When he's Johnny Bravo is very dangerous when he's angry.
Yeah. Danny thinks you look like Johnny Bravo. It was a cartoon character, I think. Horsehead, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I got a laugh out of it. See?
Thanks.
Although Commander K is off to the stars, I was at least he laughed. So what other franchise?
Well, I'm going to ask Commander K a question. You can ask yours. Commander K, what do you enjoy about this channel? You like talking to guys like Horsehead and Danny? You like watching the chat? What is you like about the stream? And then you can ask your question one at a time, Dev. Go ahead, Commander.
I just really like talking to people.
Okay.
That's good, man. That's good. You want to talk to as many people as possible so you can weed out the really shitty ones.
The problem is 99% of them are shitty. That's what you'll find. Unfortunately.
And at least 2 or 3 of us here are narcissists you're talking to. So right now you found yourself in a shitty den with 2 or 3 narcissists.
So by all probabilities, if 99% are shitty, then possibly everyone in the chat except for me is shitty. But the shitty one could be me, right?
Well, remember, a narcissist would say, everyone else is shit, but not me. That's like classic narcissist behavior. So that'll be a good tip-off, Commander K. Yeah.
No, wait there. I said it could be me, so I'm not discluding myself.
Oh, okay. You could
Hey guys. I'll take 3 more questions from anyone.
That's fair. That's fair. We're going to do 3 more questions. And if anyone in the audience wants to ask a question, type it now. I will let Horse, pay attention. Horse will ask a question. Dev will ask a question. I will ask the last question. 3 more questions, and Commander K's got to get off. Horse,
nothing personal. Nothing personal.
That's fine. Horse, do you have a question for Commander K?
I have so many. What do you watch anime?
No.
Oh.
Okay. Okay. I do. I started getting into Avatar, but I never really finished the whole series.
Okay. Well, there's my question. Thank you.
Yep.
That was deep.
That was deep. Now, Danny, do you have a question for Commander K? It's your turn. Go ahead. So we know that Commander K does not watch anime. He got into Avatar.
Cthulhu Sloth hates it. Cthulhu Sloth has got me. Anyway, I'll ask my question. It's short and concise. What's your favorite series apart from Star Wars? What's the?
Oh my gosh! Does it have to 10 trilogies count, like movie trilogies?
Sure. No rules. Go ahead. Yeah.
Go nuts.
Okay. How about this? I'll say my 3 favorite ones.
Okay, that's better than okay. We got 3 answers instead of 1. Okay, 1 question, 3 answers. Go ahead.
Okay, third one, I'm kind of embarrassed to say, but it's My Little Ponies.
Okay. My sister loved that when she was growing up, but okay. Continue.
Number 2, Sonic the Hedgehog franchise.
I used to play that video game. Okay, cool.
The new one?
And number 1, Kung Fu Panda.
Kung Fu Panda?
I've heard of it, but I don't know what it is. Okay, yeah. I know My Little Ponies because my sister loved it. I know Sonic because I used to play Sega Genesis, so I know those 2. That's cool. I remember the original Sonic cartoon, Steve Urkel, whatever his name is, Jaleel White did the voice of Sonic the Hedgehog in the original cartoon.
Right. That's right. I watched the hell out of that one.
Saturday morning cartoon in America. I don't know if they had that in England or not, but yeah.
God, that just unlocked a memory.
Memories, yeah. You wouldn't have thought of otherwise, yeah.
I think I had the whole thing on VHS.
Right.
I think.
So now we have time for 1 more question, and I'm going to right now. It was supposed to be for me. I'm going to yield to Horse. Horse, you said you had so many questions. You can ask Commander K.
He hasn't got any questions. That's the point. So you're taking his words literally.
Actually, here's what we do. 2 more questions. I'm going to ask you a question, then Horse can ask you the last one. Cthulhu Sloth wants to know what this panel is, and it's me talking to Horsehead and Danny, Dev Pike, and you, Commander K. I'm glad you joined. Do you feel good that you joined, or you like joining? Are you happy you joined?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm glad. I'm happy you joined too. I'm sure the other 2 are as well. And we're going to let Horse ask you the last question. What's your final question, Horsehead? Commander K's got to go.
What do you want to do when you grow up?
Okay, so I'll actually make this. Okay, so when I grow up, I want to become a famous YouTuber and make.
You're on the right track, man. This is where it all starts. You can say it began an OC stream. Awesome. All right, you're going to be famous.
You're there.
Hey, Horse, wait, would you put him in your documentary you're going to do about us? I think, he belongs in the documentary. You can be in Horse's documentary. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hey, if there's one thing you should document, okay. Okay. Dang it,
okay.
I forgot.
You forgot. That's okay. Remember next time you can type it in the chat next time. Sounds good. All right. Commander. Yeah. I know you got to go, so thank you for joining us. We appreciate you being here.
You're welcome.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks, man.
All right. Peace.
Thanks, man.
Peace.
Peace out. May the force be with you.
Yes, may the you should have said that before you peaced out. Yeah, may the force be with you.
No, you were going to block me, so I don't know when I'm going to be blocked, when I'm not going to be blocked. So that's the problem.
You know, this is the one compliment. My brother even says this. My brother's always saying you're an asshole, but he goes, you know, in truth, you get a lot of people out of their shells. More starlings have come out of their shells than would normally come out on a stream. So yes, I will pat myself on the back for that one. You guys stay out of your shells. I'm going to take a piss. If you want to, if you guys are getting tired, you want to trip off, that's cool. Just stick around for another 5 minutes while I, pass watering.
Horsehead is engaged now. Was he not engaged before?
In what, the stream?
Yeah.
I have to go to bed soon.
He's peacing out.
Not yet. A couple more minutes.
Can you tell us any backstory on this Ethiopian Nubian queen that you decided in your own house? What's this all about? This is totally new to me. What's going on?
She worked on a computer science project, and she won some award at a Science Academy presentation thing. So we're gonna interview her and do a story on her.
Is this a DEI thing, or is she actually good at the coding?
I don't know. I don't know if she's good at it or not. She won first place, so.
Wait there. Can you do something for me? Can you actually test it? Do you know any coding at all?
No.
Oh.
I did when I was a sophomore in high school. I took a class on it, but I don't know. I never kept up with it.
So you know enough to know someone who's shit?
No.
Oh. But because of the DEI hires and all this kind of stuff, is there this angle in it?
A DEI angle?
Yeah.
What does that mean? Define that for me.
If you don't know what DEI means, you're in the wrong place.
No.
You're in an institution which is.
I want you to tell me what it is.
It stands for diversity, equity, inclusion.
Right, but what does that mean? What is a DEI angle?
Precisely. What does it mean for that's the point.
So you can't tell me.
It's floating. No, wait there. It doesn't matter what I think it is. It matters what your institution thinks it is.
No, the point I'm making is that nobody can tell you what it is. Because when they start talking about it, they start saying stupid shit.
No, they didn't say stupid shit. It's what the institution implements as the DEI.
Here's what. Do you want to know what we've changed in terms of DEI? Do you want to know what we've changed at my school?
Yeah.
We went in and changed. There was scholarship language that said we had a scholarship that served traditionally underrepresented students. And we changed that language to wide-ranging.
Still completely amorphous.
That's the extent of our DEI purge.
So you're saying that? Wait there.
I find Dumb more funny than Dev Pike. Dumb just sent me a little audio message. I'll play for you guys in a minute, but keep talking about DEI. Go ahead. Horse, I know you're going to get off soon. Stick around. Finish the DEI thing, and I'll play a message. Dumb sent me a funny message. I'm going to share with you guys. But go ahead.
Dumb sends the dumbest message. It doesn't matter.
It's a DUMEI message.
Yes, precisely. Dummy. Yeah, but so are you on board? Wait there. I'm confused. Are you on board with DEI, or are you railing against DEI?
I didn't say anything about DEI. I just asked you to tell me what it is.
Not even what DEI is. What's the DEI angle? What are you talking about? You're saying his films are going to be like politically correct? What are you trying to say here?
No, I'm trying to ascertain whether this Ethiopian woman has got this through DEI angle, or she actually can code.
Right. We would call. He might not know the terms like political. What do you call it? Political correctness and affirmative action. I think he's trying to say, are you focusing on the Ethiopian girl for your documentary or whatever because she's that whole affirmative action? She's black. She's foreign. She's female.
I know what he's trying to say. I just want him to say it, but it's fine. We're past that.
Did I pretty much say you were trying to get him to say what I just said? I thought you were sincerely confused, but I'm a little drunk here, so bear with me.
No, but this is where we're at. You have to be actually what's referred to as intelligent with this, and be amorphous and not say it, but then allude to it and allude to it and allude to it. So you're saying it without saying it.
No, it's like, dude, it's just like asking people to define woke. And they start talking and they're like, well, it's when the fucking woman is in it. It's like...
Yeah, but problem is you're not speaking to someone that's retarded and will fall into this trap. So that's the problem.
like I told you 8 minutes ago, I don't know if she knows how to code or not. She won a first place award at this Academy of Science.
So she might be able to code. So what's your? So are you going to OC made up this angle where you're having an affair with her? Is that just a fabrication?
Whoa! Don't put words in my mouth. Okay.
No, you said it. No, rewind the stream.
I
That's what you
said that. Well, okay, let's continue.
You alluded to. That's
No, I said I wouldn't. I can understand. Fidelity and the sanctity of marriage is great. I can understand why some men would cheat. I wasn't talking specifically about horse.
You know what
Right.
she is? You know what she is, Dev? You know what she is? She's a DEI side piece.
Let me mute
that's
my
a
mic.
good angle. I like that angle. That is a good angle. That's
I don't
the
want
new-
these people to know that I was implying
that's-
that horse was fucking the bitch, but I know he is. I'm sorry. Am I unmuted or not?
That's a good angle for the white man. The new angle is the DEI side piece. I like
DEI
that.
side piece.
So now we've got you guys have made some great vocabulary. Danny, you gave us woke Chad, and now horse, you gave us DEI side piece. I'm gonna put those both up.
No, but so you're not denying this. Okay, that's interesting. So but the problem is that it could be construed because the feminists have this angle of this power imbalance, right? So there is this large power imbalance, yeah, where you're the Chad, the Chad manager, and she's just the student. Are you uncomfortable with this power imbalance? How do you stop exploiting her, the DEI side piece?
I can't.
Being a woke Chad as you are.
I can't stop. I just have to keep doing it.
You're gonna follow through, right?
That was all muted.
He keeps on muting himself.
I just made a great point.
We weren't here to tell you.
No, what I was going to say, it's kind of funny. I'm not talking about you specifically, but it's kind of like the woke Chad. The woke Chad can say, yeah, I had an affair with my wife and I slept with this girl, but it's not because she was pretty. It's because she was, an impoverished minority who pulled herself up.
Right.
And the girl herself can say, I didn't sleep with him because he's Chad. I slept with him because he's woke and he understood my plight. Yeah, so the DEI Chad, the DEI or the woke Chad and the DEI side piece can justify their otherwise explainable behavior with the woke and DEI stuff. It's like another. I'm not saying it applies to you specifically, but you understand what I'm saying. You can use the DEI and the woke rather than the Chad having an affair with a young, pretty, right?
Yeah.
Did you hear all that, or did I mute myself again? I go to mute you. There's a glitch. I go to mute him, it mutes me, so I got to go one over to mute you.
OC is probably the most retarded.
There we go. Did I mute him? He's not muting. There is a glitch where when I
should unmute myself.
He's unmuting himself.
He can do that? I thought I was the host, so I got to remove him. Okay, I didn't know that. But several times I go to mute him, it mutes me or it mutes the other guy, so I can just remove him from stage. But do you understand what I'm saying, Horsehead?
Say it again. I'm sorry. That was chaos.
That was chaos. I forget what I said. It can't be that important. How does the host, I'm the host, how do I not have the power to mute someone permanently? How can someone unmute themselves? This is new. StreamYard is always messing around. There's new stuff here. There's you can't see what I'm seeing as the host. It's like that to me seems like, a violation. The host should be able to mute whoever they want or kick them.
Well, what I wanted to say earlier was the woke Chad and the DEI side piece is my favorite Hardy Boys novel.
Good mystery. I won't spoil it for anyone. No spoilers, but the ending, wow, the surprise ending. Okay. Yeah, I can't believe you can unmute yourself. That's a fuck up with StreamYards. I'm pissed now.
Because I'm not retarded, I can actually work things.
No, but you shouldn't be able to. There should be a master mute on my end that you have no control over. So it used to be like that, but they fucked with StreamYards again. But okay, go ahead. I can still kick you off, so that's cool.
You're not the coder of StreamYard, so you have no jurisdiction on what.
No, but I'm the host of the stream. I can kick you off if I want.
It just goes away.
Because you always do that anyway. I'm not losing anything. You're always kicking me off anyway.
Now what?
You guys want to
That's what I'm saying. OC hates my guts. He kicks me off.
Yes, I hate you. No, I was saying when Chad and the pretty girl sleep together, well, I didn't sleep with him because he was Chad. I slept with him because he was woke. He understood my plight as a poor Ethiopian child. I didn't have the affair because she was pretty. It's because the DEI. I wanted to give her a leg up because she's so disenfranchised. That sort of thing. Yeah. In other words, I thought that was an interesting analogy. What? Go ahead, Danny.
No, but like you kicking me is analogous with basically kicking me, physically assaulting me, kicking me in the head.
No, it's not. It's not even close to that. But okay,
you're virtually kicking me in the forehead. He's bullying me. Horse, can you stop him bullying me, please? No.
I don't know.
I thought you were Johnny Drama.
Do you think I'm bullying Dev Pike? Honestly, you'll be the arbiter.
No.
No. Okay, it's 2-1. I'm not bullying you. He said so.
I thought you were a real American.
We are. That's why when British bullshit comes up, we get a bit revolutionary. Okay.
No, I thought you were real American. Fight for the rights
of every man. Yeah, I am. Fight for the rights of every American man against the British. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, Horse, I know you're getting kind of tired. If you want to go soon, that's fine. We can wind it down. I know you're getting out. Thank you. This is so. I'll put our British friend back on. Go ahead. What is it you want to ask Horse, or what do you want to say? You're not muted. The floor is yours. In the past, I could mute him. I can mute people and they'd stay muted. Now, apparently, there's a glitch or StreamYard is letting the guest unmute themselves, which I don't care for. But anyway, go ahead. What's up? Deb, you want to ask Horse or me something? What? You got the floor.
Can you stop kicking me?
You're there. You're live. You're on the air. Let's go.
Do you get a kick out of kicking me?
Buddy, we got to get past this because time is of the essence. Horse wants to go to sleep. He's got a beautiful wife to lay next to. We don't, so we have nowhere to be, but he does. So please stop wasting Horsehead's time. What does he want to say or ask him?
I'm wasting his time.
You are, and you're wasting mine now. I'm ready to kick you off. Go ahead. Come on. Can we get past, me?
What?
I like that. The Nubian queen. She can be your Nubian queen. Yeah. Your first documentary won't be about, incels and spurgs and losers and guys like Commander K. It'll be about, the Nubian girl. Okay. It sounds good.
Yeah. When are you starting production on the incel documentary called In Hell?
That's a good
hold on. You don't get to name it. He's the director. He's putting together. He gets to pick the name. You can suggest a name. You can't tell him what to name it unless you're going to produce and finance it. Okay, so.
But surely In Hell is a great wordplay on incel.
It's up to him to pick the title. But go ahead. He wants to add. The answer is never. I don't think Horse is really serious about it. But go ahead, Horse. You can answer.
Well, what you should do is pull the title from like an interview. Somebody says like the exact right turn of phrase, and then you use that as the title, and then it shows up in the interview.
Okay, a bit like kind of sort of website design where you have keywords. Okay, yeah. So you've got this kind of what is it called? When you've got the keywords in the website, so it gets crawled by Google. Yeah, SEO. Yeah, SEO max.
Well, it's not quite like that because you wouldn't want to say it like 5 times in the movie because then people would be like, "Holy fuck, stop saying the title."
I came up with one. How about we're winding down? Men are being forced out of society as a whole, and society. Whatever. I fucked that up. I'm a bit drunk. We're winding down. Subtitle: Men are being forced out, and society as a whole will pay, or something to that effect. We're winding down. Seems like a good But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, that's good.
That sounds so patronizing, Horse. I think you are the bigger narcissist, but okay, thank you. That's good. Okay, whatever.
These continues.
It might. Yeah, it's because I'm stoned. It's not because it's not being patronizing. You need. You could do like men are winding down.
Or, do you think winding down is it? Wait, how does winding down encapsulate?
Or here you go. You call it the great wind down. That's what you call it.
No one knows. No one outside our sphere knows what the fuck winding down doesn't refer to anything.
You take the concept from a small chat room and you broaden it to what's happening to young men everywhere now.
Well, high is a kite. That's
a great wind down.
How high is Horsehead?
But I'll give you a serious answer though. I always say we're winding down. The stream is coming to an end, but it's like society in a way is winding down if it keeps on this course. You understand the connection? If you don't want to use the title, fine, but you just asked, how does winding down apply? Because society as a whole is going to wind down. Everything will eventually fall apart. It'll affect all of society eventually if we continue on this trajectory. It's not just about us.
On that same theme, how does In Hell not encapsulate where we are?
It's not as catchy. It's like In Hell can be anything. It sounds like a like one of those throwaway Metallica albums. Metallica has a contract. They got to throw out an album. They go in the studio. They throw together a sloppy album. They call it In Hell. That's what that sounds like. It sounds like a very poor.
But it's a play
You're
on.
going to tell me I'm a narcy because I don't see the genius in that title. But okay, it sucks. That title sucks. I'm not saying mine is great, but In Hell is a terrible. Yeah.
The way that would work is if the poster said In Hell, but it had some sort of like typographic.
Incel.
So you could see incel on it. But
right in the trailer, you can have me saying we're winding down. Kevin Meebanks can make the trailer for you. We're winding down. We're winding down. We're winding down. All the times I've said that mashed up. Yeah, that could be a good. Yeah. When would In Hell?
That's got nothing to do with In Hell.
But it's a great play on incel because I said so. Yeah, but it's not going to work for the viewer. Dev Pike has a very hard time. Here's my criticism of him. I do like talking to him. He has a very hard time understanding. He's not the only one here. I got to talk to you. I got to talk to others. He has a very bad poor ability to step outside and understand there's a viewer. And that's where I think you come in because you make these films and shit. You're aware of an audience. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah.
I think Dev Pike is right. He is still struggling with the fact that there's an audience beyond himself. I think that's what
he's not agreeing with you. His body language when you were spurging out about the your idea versus my idea. He was explaining how incel would work, and then you spurged out.
I said the only way that would work is if it was on the poster like that. I still like winding down as a concept more. Really, winding down is like a nice way to put what's going to happen to society.
You think winding down when there's going to be revolution and all these things? How? What do you mean winding down? It's going to get more aggressive. It's going to get more.
The old way we're used to. I'm going to answer the question. The old way we're used to, what you idiot normies are used to, is going to come to an end sooner than later because of the way things are going. Society, the world as you know it, is winding down.
Yeah,
that's true, but winding down it insinuates a relaxation. That's not what's going to happen. It's going to get.
That's what. Well, it can mean a lot of different.
It's terrible.
It's terrible. A lot of things. It can mean a lot of things.
Yeah.
But that's the overriding definition that everyone's actually using, apart from yourself. By the way, in reality, winding down is when you're fucking going to bed. Okay. Winding down ain't going to be a revolutionary act with the end times are not going to be a winding down. It's going to go back to barbarism. So winding down is crap. Objective.
Well, that's why I just said a couple minutes ago that's actually a nice way of putting what's going to happen because it's not that all.
It's not nice in the sense that it's actually well put. It's just nice and it's goody nice.
It's euphemistic or whatever. It's meant to soften the.
It's a euphemism. There can be that funniness. Oh, this one Spurg online says winding down all the time, but in a broader sense, doing these interviews and these different footages of different people. Horse, you're looking away. Dev Pike is right. You're bored with what I'm saying. No, I'm trying to explain to him what the idea behind. Here's what I will say: In Hell sounds like a shitty Metallica album, but okay, you want to call it In Hell? Call it In
Hell. I don't want to call it In Hell. I literally was just my brain was thinking about a poster, so that's all. No, what I was.
So we've got his brain firing at least.
Yeah. What I was originally saying is that. I don't know if it's revolution or whatever it is, but when you have more and more young men disenfranchised in like all aspects of life, then that's not going to be a good situation.
What about the rise and fall of man?
Okay, that's also a terrible title, The Rise of. What I'm going to say is this, Horse, even though I don't know you that well, I understand. I think maybe part of it's cultural. We're Americans. We understand our documentary style. You're not going to call a film In Hell or The Rise and Fall of Man. You're going to imply that something is wrong here. We don't know. We can't. Dev Pike is too presumptuous. We don't know if it's going to be an apocalypse, but something's going to change. Something's going to happen. I'm the filmmaker. I can't tell you what's going to happen. All I can tell you is based on what I'm seeing, we're winding down. Something's going to change. Whatever it is for you, the viewer, to decide.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. Right. Yeah. I don't think he understands that concept of you got an audience. Right.
And a really good documentary, the filmmaker doesn't even know what the story is.
Right. You're just sharing your observations. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It's like, what was it? I don't know if you've read about that. The Jinx, that Robert Durst documentary where they he was being interviewed. This was a older guy who they thought committed 2 murders, killed 2 of his wives.
I heard of that. Yeah.
And they finish an interview with him in his house, and he goes to the bathroom, forgetting he has the mic on, and he's looking into the mirror, washing his hands, and saying something like, "What did I do? Killed them all. Shouldn't have done that," or something, like literally confessing to the crime on their hot mic, and they ended up getting him convicted with the documentary. Like that's what's so interesting about documentaries to me, is like there's a lot of sort of emergent, interesting things that can happen with.
That can happen.
Like,
they themselves, regardless of what they felt, they couldn't say he was guilty or innocent. All they could do is take the information, show the viewer. They got lucky that he confessed on a hot mic that he didn't realize was on.
I think it was like he was retried or something like that. He had already been tried for it and would have gotten away with it, but they tried him for the second wife.
The second one, right? That's double jeopardy. The first one he got away with, but he was put on trial for the second one, right? Okay. Do you understand a little better, Danny, what we're trying to say here? You know, the adults are talking right now about film.
Yeah, possibly you're both knocking out, in my opinion.
Oh, we're both knocking out. Okay. We don't agree with the narcissists. Okay.
So I've no knowledge of documentaries, never watched one before, don't understand the concept. Ridiculous.
Well, you're coming across that way. No, In Hell. What about The Fall of Man? These are terrible. I mean, if I were running the studio, I'd say, what? It sounds bad to me, but okay. That's just my opinion.
I'm just brainstorming, but obviously you're just literally saying what you say all the time, winding down. That's not creation. You're just literally parroting.
And that's what some of the best documentary titles are, but okay.
What about
the documentary has to be of you again, which is narcissistic.
I see that one a lot. No pussy, no work.
That could work. Yeah, everyone would understand what that actually meant. I get that.
Yeah, we can dive into that.
No pussy, no work. That would be a fucking controversial title.
Isn't that, to be honest, that's too. Would you want your little daughter, saying, "What does that mean now, pussy, no work"? I don't think you'd put that on a poster. Let's be honest. Come on.
Yeah, but wait there. That's not the target audience. OC thinks a little child is going to watch the
but little children are aware of these things. Daddy, what does this DVD mean? Daddy, what does that poster mean? Come on, Horse. This kid, he doesn't understand Hollywood. Christ, this is the debate we're having right now. Jesus Christ, my God.
Wait there. The incel thing is not going to get to Hollywood. It's going to be a niche documentary.
Well, Horse said he's thinking of posters. Would you want your daughter to say, "What does that poster mean? No pussy? Pussycat? What does pussy mean? Pussy no work?" Would you want to answer that question, Horse? You can be honest. No, that answers. So yeah, terrible title.
What about no pussy, no work?
Leave her at her grandma's.
Pussy's hidden, so I like pussy better. No pussy.
Even worse, and you got to explain what some obscure term about having sex with men means.
No pussy, no work works better because there's a hidden meaning. I don't know. I think any title I do is going to get shot down by OC's
No. You got to think beyond yourself. Like Horse was talking about how he's thinking about a poster or whatever. In Hell, not very catchy or clever. What's this about? Some post-war movie? Who cares? Whatever. Like some apocalypse. I get a little drunk now. I'm going to get off soon. You know what I'm saying? Horse, explain to him what I'm trying to say. That you've got to be cognizant of an audience, and In Hell sucks. The Fall of Man sounds more like some 12-piece documentary about the rise and fall of the Roman Empire. Right.
There's also a movie called From Hell with Johnny Depp about Jack the Ripper. So too similar, right? Yeah, you don't want to necessarily.
It's a play on that as well, maybe. No, but no, it's a bad idea.
No one's going to get the play on words. Just going to think it's some stupid movie about a bunch of the apocalypse came and the monsters are coming out of the hole. It wouldn't work. We know it wouldn't work. Of course, it wouldn't work. Tell this kid how stupid that sounds.
It wouldn't work. No,
but simultaneously, all OC has is his own catchphrase that he says on his own show. So
that's not all that I'm trying to say you got to think outside this. In Hell, The Fall of Man. Those are so catchy and clever. No, that's not what Horse would name his documentary. I'm suggesting Winding Down, not as the only alternative, but that's more in line with what he would name a documentary. I think that's a fair analysis. Yeah.
If I interviewed you or we had B-roll, they call it B-roll footage of the stream, and it was you saying we're winding down, layered a bunch, then you could see that being some kind of a thematic thing that you would use for the title. But what you would do, like I was saying earlier, you would go into the movie and just sort of, if somebody says the right thing or like says a turn of phrase a certain way and it fits with the title, then you'd use something like that.
What about Woke Chad? Can we have that as the title?
What?
Can we have the Woke Chad as the title? No.
Chad?
Woke Chad.
Yeah, Woke Chad.
Or DEI side piece? What about that?
DEI side piece with detective with a magnifying glass, like looking real close.
Detective side piece.
Those sound like they could be good memes. I can see a meme about a DEI side piece or woke Chad. I don't think it would make sense in the movie context. The movie's not really about the woke Chad or the DEI side piece, the documentary. At least, so again, that's me being the realistic narcissist who says you really. We can see why Danny doesn't make films or produce films. These are bad suggestions. I can tell you without knowing anything about the film industry, these just sound like terrible ideas. But it's my opinion.
No, wait, you don't understand. I've released several films. I'm okay,
that intrigues me now. Can you share some of the links to your films, guys? Are you intrigued? Danny has released several films. I thought you were you worked at a pub. You want to be an accountant, but now you're a filmmaker. Okay. You beat Horsehead to it. Why didn't you say this earlier? Why didn't you say, Horse, I've actually done 10 films. You haven't done any. Okay, I want to see some of your films. You know,
I'm an underground documentary maker. I've made a film called MGTOW. Bussy.
How can we find this? If we want to watch this, I'll watch it later. MGTOW.
No Bussy, No Pussy. I made that one. I made a couple of others as well on these themes. So I know what I'm talking about.
Not really. You made some crappy YouTube videos you uploaded yourself. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a documentary that's supposed to have mass appeal. But okay, all right. I'll look those up later.
Okay, so you're shitting on my creative.
No, I'm saying it doesn't compare. What you're talking about doesn't compare to whatever. It's like me saying I have I'm famous. I'm on TV because I have an obscure YouTube channel. I'm on TV. No, I'm not. Same thing. I'm a documentary filmmaker. No, you're not. Okay, you're conflating here. Would you say, Horse? Would you say I'm a famous TV star? Is this TV? Even if you're watching this right now on your TV, this isn't TV. This is YouTube. It's like that's what Dev is saying to us. No, you're not.
What's funny is that, like, I know it's not TV, but you still have a lot of the presentational aspects of, like, I could see you on, like, a major cable news network, like, just full on arguing with somebody about something.
So I agree with Dev Pike. Now, what? No.
So you pumping him up. You're fluffing him. Interesting.
Fluffing him, yes.
Well, I don't know.
Do you think that he could be a Jerry Springer type role?
No, I didn't say Jerry Springer. I said, like, on a cable news network, like you're arguing in favor of, like, killing baby seals, like drowning baby seals in oil, and you're just, like, full throated on that position on, like, Fox News or something. I could see that.
So what? He's what, like a Parkinson style interviewer, or what's the format?
Me spurging out on TV is what he's saying. I
don't think it, but I don't even think it's spurging. Spurging out to me is, like, no offense to Commander K, but
don't mention him. Don't shit on him. No, it's fine.
I'm not shitting on him. I'm just telling, like, that's what I have in my mind of, like, somebody who has some sort of neurodivergent, like, communication problem or something. I'm not saying that OC is not spurgy, but it's just harder to tell because you're very good at, like, just
good looking,
stringing together,
not good looking, good at, you're right. We're talking about communication, having a conversation. Yeah.
Just get that. That's what communication is nowadays. It's get as much stuff out as fast as possible, especially communication in media. That's why every cable news network is people arguing with each other, because nobody sits there and listens, or, nobody asks a follow-up question. It's just talking point.
So it's like Trumponomics, yeah? It's the Trump way of communicating.
It kind of, Trump made it worse, but
the attacking.
It came from before Trump.
Why can't we go back to Reagan? He was far more civilized.
No, well, the world. I would say the world has changed quite a bit since then. In multiple ways. I don't think we can go back to someone like Reagan for various reasons. I won't get political, but demographics have changed. Like you were saying, media has changed. Internet, you can't go back to that. He was part of his time, his era.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But he was above what we have now by quite a long way.
Well, he was. You can say he was above, but he didn't have to contend with what we have now.
He would just look far better.
Well, no, like when Trump goes on Twitter, Twitter didn't exist during the Reagan years. Would Reagan have tweeted? Maybe, or X, or whatever it's called. Maybe, but it wasn't a factor then. So you can't even compare like apples and oranges at this point. But yeah.
No, I mean, in a debate, you just torch him. That's it.
I don't know. Trump's honestly a very good debater for reasons
It
that
would make Trump look very childish. Trump just descends into personal attacks. Remember, attacking the disabled.
That's what debating is now, especially in American politics.
No, that's what Trump's made debating into. You can pull it back by being better.
No, I would disagree. I think even before Trump came along, it was heading that direction. At least since the Bush years.
Yeah, that's the point. It descended into that, so you can pull it back.
I don't know. Cat's out of the bag.
No, yeah, it's that's what's so like scary about all this shit is as like the discourse level just drops and drops and drops. Like
but who's telling you this? You can reset the bar yourself. You're going along with this pathetic trend. You've got to be higher than it and say this is shit. I'm doing that.
Yeah, but okay, that's fine. When I debate with people or when I have a conversation with people, I don't spew insults at them, but I'm not trying to get.
You're not Trump.
I'm not trying to get nationally recognized and trying to get.
You're saying if you wanted to get nationally recognized, you go more Trump? Really?
In America today, yeah.
Yeah, if you want to get more recognized, yeah.
Yeah. You go.
No one's going to recognize me or even him. No.
You go out there and you do really cruel shit and you say really like dumb, untrue shit, and you just
like the Jake Paul angle.
You just say it over and over and over again until people go, okay, I guess it must be true.
What, like Jake Paul? Yeah, the whole Jake Paul angle. I'm a boxer, but he's never fought. Yeah, right. That kind of thing.
Yeah, man, like Jake Paul.
The fake. Okay, that ended the conversation.
No, I'm looking. I know we are winding down. I'm looking at the clock here. It's 12:50 New Jersey. Means it's 11:50 in Abilene. I'll stay on for another 10 minutes. If you got to go, you got to go. I know right now in England, it's like 4:50, going on 5 in the morning. So I'll push it on about 4:30, at 4:20. I'll go another 10 minutes. If you want to get off, you can. I'm enjoying this, but I know we're all winding down. I do want to play the sexy message Dumb left me. So if you want to hear that,
play the dumb message.
Here's what Dumb just left me. I guess he was streaming and he stopped streaming and here we go.
There you can see yourself.
Is that? Go ahead, talk. Consider myself what?
No, I was saying you can see yourself. That's why I keep looking over to the side because I'm making sure my TV didn't turn off.
Okay.
Yo, I was listening to you while I was in the shower. Does that turn you on?
That's creepy.
Yo, I was listening
okay.
While I was in the shower. Does that turn you on?
Let me play it one more time without Dev Pike interrupting.
Yo, I was listening to you while I was in the shower. Does that turn you on?
The answer is, of course it turns me on, but I wish you had told me, yo, I'm about to take a shower. I'll be listening to you all the time. That would have been the sexier message. Yes, it definitely turns me.
This is creepy shit. We're in blue velvet territory.
No, it's not creepy if you find the guy attractive. So when Chad does it, it's cool. And Dumb is a Chad in my book, so he can creep on me all he wants. If you said it, I'd be creeped out, Dev.
Let me give Dev a little bit of a lesson about when a guy, I don't know if this is just older guys or not, but when a guy doesn't give a fuck about joking about being gay, that doesn't make him look gay.
This is blue velvet shit.
That doesn't make him actually look gay. It makes him look more confident.
Precisely. It's a fake play on his confidence. It's a normie. This is the normie angle. I'm metrosexual, bro. Yeah, I'm not interested. It's narcissism again.
OC does it too.
I do it too, all the time.
And it's hilarious. I always think it's funny when a guy just full on is like pretends to be gay. I think it's funny.
I got to respond to him. Let's play it one more time.
Yo, I was listening to you while I was in the shower. Does that turn you on?
And here's gonna be. I'll give him a response. Want me to respond to him? You can all watch me respond to Dumb. How do I do this? I would have been more turned on if you told me before you stepped into the shower, asshole. That would have been really sexy. How's that?
That's so loud.
I don't know if that went through or not, but oh well. That's would be my response. Yeah, I'm turned on, but I'd be more turned on if you told me beforehand. I'd be thinking, wow, I'm talking and Dumb is naked. Ooh, that would be more sexy than that. Yeah. Do you get it, Dev Pike, or no? You still don't get it?
This ain't funny. This is low grade shit. Anyway,
yes,
so
it is. Yes, it is. And that's how guys show camaraderie and affection, and we're cool with each other. You're not my enemy. Let's not kill each other. Let's be buddies. Yeah. By joking about being fags, we're showing we're buddies. We're not enemies.
Yeah, Dumb's not doing that with me, bro.
Well, because maybe you're not his friend. Maybe
because you're not
jealous.
pretty enough.
You're jealous. Dumb's not telling you when he's naked in the shower. Okay.
The guy's being a cunt to me, so I'm being a cunt to him. That's essentially what happens. That's it.
You don't.
And the fake confidence bullshit rubbish doesn't work, so I'm not interested. See you later, mate.
You don't want to get
That's
some
how
tips
it works in my
from him?
world.
You don't want to get tips from him on how to find an Aussie girl?
Yeah, well, maybe. I mean, DBF is open to it. So, I mean, I am DBF. I'm the incarnation. He's crying out for Bussy. So, I mean, he's...
So next, you'll be crying out for Bussy. You don't get when Dumb says, I'm naked in the shower thinking of you, listening to you. It's a joke. He's not really offering me his Bussy. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe some of these people are sexually confused and they can't tell the humor from the sincere whatever. But I'm not I crack jokes. I'm not homophobic. Whatever. So, but yeah, you're the incarnation of you're the DBF juniors. You're telling us.
I'm arrogant Jesus. I'm arrogant DBF. Right. Anyway, what does Horse think about that? Do you think DBF was fucked over by Donna, or not?
I don't. There's no way for me to know every single thing that happened with them. I'm not going to say one way or another what happened with them.
I think it was really effed up that they didn't. They were in Australia, but DBF is right there.
Well, that's the normie cop out. Well, I don't know what went on, so it's the normie. So I'll side with Dev Pike on this one. Horse, you're being a bit evasive. Okay, but go ahead.
I probably am. I mean, I've talked.
I don't get it. If he's an hour away, what's gonna happen? Why not visit? Crying out for Pussy should be the name of the documentary. That is funny. That's it. OC has been sung. Crying out for Pussy.
The Australian classification.
It actually makes no sense. If the documentary is going to be a bunch of losers online, you're implying that they all want to go gay but can't. That title makes no sense, but okay. Go ahead.
He's taking it serious. He's taking it down.
You got the stage, Horse. Go.
About what?
Whatever you just asked.
What did you ask me?
Don't you think it's messed up that he's...
What did you ask him? Stay on point.
He's right there waiting for them to visit. An hour away. And Dumb's come at thousands of miles away and he still doesn't go visit.
He's asking when Dumb went to Australia, don't you find it odd that Dumb, who never would normally meet someone like DBF, he had an opportunity. Don't you find it odd Dumb didn't spend the hour to drive up and see DBF when he went to Australia?
How is that not messed up?
Well, they weren't really on speaking terms at the time, right? They've never been on speaking terms when he's been down there. I have people like that in my life that I don't talk to anymore, that are like very close by.
Really?
Some of which it's like it's been so long you don't even really remember why you're even annoyed with each other.
That's a kind of narky angle. So you've eliminated people based on what?
Well, when I was a kid, that was my thing. If I had friends on the street and like one of them did something and like I felt like they wronged me in some way, like that was it. I just cut them out. And it's been that I've been that way with a lot of different friendships and people in my own family too. It's
Christ almighty.
If it's not a relationship that's serving you well, then like it's probably a flaw, honestly. It's just very easy for me to cut people off.
That's 101 Naki move.
Cutting people off?
It's a huge power play.
No, it's not.
What do you mean? It's the power play.
I'm not doing anything to disrupt their lives. It's literally just going. It's literally boundary setting. It's going.
It's literally saying you're not worth anything. See you later.
No, let me explain it. It's literally putting a boundary up and saying, if you're going to treat me that way, I'm not going to continue the relationship. And then they
Were they doing bad? What were they really negative towards? Well, that's not narky then. If they're negative towards,
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. It's not like I wake up one morning and I shake an 8-ball, decide who I'm gonna cut off. Like,
is this what's going to happen to your wife? You're just going to cut her out, right? No.
Well, it's a little bit harder to do that.
I'm joking. No,
we have a contract with the state.
With God.
Yeah, with God or whatever.
No, but
no, an actual legal binding contract. If you divorced, there'd be a whole messy, sloppy legal thing. Yes.
Yeah, God's not the one who would.
God's not the one who's judging here. It's the state.
Have to figure out custody arrangements and everything.
Okay, that's.
And Cassandra actually has a good question. You said, Dev, that 99% of people suck. So why would you be opposed to cutting people out of your life if all these people suck? But you're saying that's an RC move or what?
That's true, but I tend to give people a bit of leniency. But it sounds like Horse said, as soon as you do one thing, it's over. Bang.
No, it's a repeated pattern. I told you, they'll behave a certain way towards me, or they'll like it could be something as simple as like not reciprocating, like wanting to do something, or not being the one to initiate that process or whatever. If they keep doing that,
so these are really vague things. Because I mean, I could apply that to OC, and I cut him off because
this is like
he doesn't respond for 3 days.
This is like friendship and socialization 101. It's like
that's what I'm saying.
Wait,
I'll give you an example. OC doesn't respond for 3 days on Discord. Is that's not reciprocating?
Well,
so I should cut him out. Right?
Here's the good. Yeah, you have the decision to go. I'm not going to talk to him anymore.
Okay, so what does OC say about that?
What do I have to say about it?
Yeah, what do you have to say about it? You go first.
I mean, that's how people operate. That's how this is like the messy stuff that you have to do with relationships and with trying to like get to know somebody, whether it's a friend or potentially more. Like, you have to run into a lot of people that are just like really flaky and or they smell bad or whatever. Like, there's just a lot of people in the world, but you can run into people that are additive in your life and you want to continue having a relationship with them. And I have a few people like that in my life, but I don't have like a lot of, so when I think of normie, I think of somebody who has like 50 friends or something like that, or who's a community involved, like they go to a lot of different community things, or like they run a local business or something like that. Like I've never had that many friends at any time. And I move around a lot, so I don't really have any friends like in person usually.
So would you say that what I've said about OC, you would cut him out, right?
I'm not on Discord, so I have no frame of reference of what it's like to be ignored on Discord. So I can't.
It's the same in real life and every other platform. You're ignored for 3 days. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Any kind of communication whatsoever.
I mean, why? You don't need me to tell you what to do, man. Like, if you don't like
it,
then
your frame of reference, I should cut OC out. Can OC respond to that?
Reference matter? Why does my frame of reference matter?
He admires you because you're a normie and he thinks you're good looking. When it comes to something like Discord, I'm very like, you don't have Discord. I have it, but I begrudgingly use it. If I ignore someone for 3 days because I haven't logged on in 3 days, it's nothing personal. Everyone who wants to contact me is getting ignored for 3 days. So I think intent is key. But if Dev Pike wants to cut me off, then life will go on. I mean, this is going to be the end of the world here. So he's asking. I typed something to OC on Discord. He didn't answer me right away. It took him 3 days. So he's a narky. I should go. If that's how you feel, cut me off because it's nothing personal. I just don't get back to anyone in 3 days because I haven't logged on in 3 days. But he's taking it too personally, I'd say.
I'm asking his opinion. I don't know. I don't know where the line is. I'm bad at this line. The line is blurred for me.
I don't know if it's true or not, but a lot of people, they don't want to, like, you don't want to cut somebody off because you think, well, they may not have the reaction that I expect them to have, in which case, like, you're not doing it for the right reason. Like, you have to accept that, because OC just said, if he cuts me off, then I go on with my day, which, like, you have to accept that. And so that's what's challenging. That's what keeps people in bad relationships, because they break up and they're like, oh, well, they didn't respond to the breakup the way that I wanted them to. And it turns into this back and forth game and all that shit. And people do that.
A very narcissistic game, I might add, but yes. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, that was pretty much it. Yeah.
That response was narcissistic. I'll go on with my day. You have no value.
Not that, but the whole, like he was saying, the example of people don't get out of the relationship, or I tried to break up, it didn't go the way I wanted, so I'm going to go back until they feel what I want them to feel. That would be a narcissistic reaction to
that's
breaking up with someone for the sake of breaking up, for trying to.
No, I've understood that, but I'm making the point that you made, where you said you go on about your day and it wouldn't affect you. That is the narcissistic point.
Well, if look, I can't convince you how to think or how to feel. If you really feel, oh, see, I sent you a message 3 days ago. It took you 3 days to get back to me. I'm hurt. I'm going away now. I mean, okay, I can't change how you feel. If that's how you feel, okay, bye. I mean, what do you want me to tell you?
That is narcissism in a nutshell.
Okay, then I'm a narcissist. All right.
Your psyche is bang on, but it doesn't matter.
So what's the limit? Like if every single human being on Earth contacts him and says, please respond in 3 days, he has to get back with every single one of them, or he's a narcissist?
Wrong, because the volume's in the millions. He physically can't respond. This dude has got two people on Discord.
My point.
You've invalidated. That's a crap.
Nobody is owed a response from somebody else. It's like.
No, go back to your own. Go back to your own example. You said about friends that don't reciprocate. That is the reciprocation.
Yeah, but
they didn't
necessarily. They didn't like do anything like universally wrong. They're just not behaving in a way that I want to engage with personally. That for whatever reason, their personal like calculus about how to engage with me is different from mine to them, or something changed along the way, and it just doesn't work out anymore. It doesn't mean that either one of us is right or wrong, or that we're using the wrong frame of reference or anything like that.
I'm going to sing a song real quick. There ain't no good guy. There ain't no bad guy. There's only you and me, and we just disagree. Not a good guy, not a bad guy. Sometimes two people just disagree. It happens. You know the song, Horse. There ain't no good guy. There ain't no bad guy. Only you and me. We just disagree.
I knew there'd be a song.
Do you watch OC for the songs, or is it the content?
Do I watch him? I'm sorry, you cut out.
Do you watch him? Well, that's not unusual for me to cut out because he keeps on cutting me out. But anyway, do you watch him for the songs, or is it his blinding personality?
He's interesting.
That can be taken many ways. Okay, so
no, it's take it universally positive. There are lots of different people in the world, and there are people that are really, really good looking and not interesting whatsoever.
There's many of those.
Like, there's a lot of different types of people, and I just think he's interesting.
Why don't you gym max before the Ethiopian woman? You've got to impress her. You've got to go on a strict diet with Jim.
You think I should
get the hair? Yeah,
hit the gym before I interview her.
Yeah, I think there's got to be some element where you Chad Max.
Okay.
What do you think about that?
You told me I will.
Okay, Naki. I understand. Naki. Signing off, Naki.
Is Naki a Pokemon?
Yeah, Naki would be my Pokemon. That would be my creation.
Okay.
It has 99 power, 0 empathy, 0 accountability, 0. Right? No.
I like it. Are we winding down?
We are winding down. I'll let everyone go. We're at 4:40, so I'll say goodnight. First, let's say goodnight. Good night, Danny. He's gone. And thank you for joining us, Horse. Appreciate it. We'll do this again sometime. Don't be a stranger.
Have a good night, bud.
Buddy. Buddy is such a condescending. Wait, get back here, you Narcy. Buddy is such a kind of buddy. Good job. That's how you end it. We had a good goodbye. You said good night and said good night, buddy. Man, you are a fucking narcy or narky. I think Dev Pike is right. Good night, buddy. Buddy, go fuck. You got to end it on that note. Thanks, buddy. Anyway, Jesus Christ. Let me end it with this. Buddy, that's so fucking condescending. You really are the king of the narcissists. I agree with Dev Pike. I'm trying to decide which one to use a bigger narcissist. I might be a narcissist, but I think you guys are above me. And yeah. Anyway.
Yo, I was listening to you while I was in the shower. Does that turn you on?
And the answer is I would have been more turned on if you told me in advance, you know, that you were, I'm getting in the shower, I'm completely naked, I'm going to be listening to you. That would be more of a turn on.
Yo, I was listening to you while I was in the shower. Does that turn you on?
That's got to be the number 3 song. All right. Well, thank you everyone for joining us. No, I won't lighten up. He was being a fucking narky. He's a narky. A narky. Have a good one, man. Take care. Buddy. Oh, well. Say nothing's. Tell him exactly. OC says, don't worry about it, buddy. Nothing's wrong with it, buddy. Have a good night, buddy. Okay. Okay. Well, all right. Well, say good night. Thank you all for joining me. Thanks to Commander K for coming on. No, just speak your mind. Speak your mind. Speak your mind, buddy. Buddy, just speak your mind, buddy. All right. We'll call it a night. How do I end this? Occupational click out.